Chapter 0001, Fake Boy. Chapter 0001, Fake Boyfriend. Boyfriend Rental Contract. Article 1, Party A may contact Party B 24 hours a day, and Party B must keep their phone switched on. 2. Party B must fully cooperate with Party A's requests. 3. Any physical contact must be approved by Party A. 4 and 5. A secluded cafe in the Dongqing district of Huanghai City. In a booth by the window, a young woman in a pale blue dress with dark hair down her waist is reading a contract with a serious expression. The woman's eyes are bright as autumn water, with curved eyebrows, long eyelashes, and plump, rosy lips. Her features are delicate, and her temperament is outstanding, like a fairy who has come out of a picture scroll, pure and refined. Opposite her, a young man in a wrinkled blue and white striped shirt, wearing a pair of holey shoes and a short, neat haircut, with regular features and a rather manly appearance, is listening intently. Every time the woman read a clause, the man would nod his head in earnest agreement. Contract signatories: Party A, Su Qingxue; Party B, Yifan. Signing time. Having read this boyfriend rental contract meticulously, Su Qingxue let out a sigh of relief while looking at Yifan in front of her, whom she had met for the first time today, and was quite satisfied. Sure enough, she had a good eye for people. Judging from Yifan's appearance and the information he submitted online, he looked like a simple and honest person who would obediently listen to whatever she said. And the man is not bad looking. Although he is dressed rather plainly, with a bit of dressing up, he would be enough to pass as her fake boyfriend. This is probably the contract. It is for 3 months, and we will see how it goes. Do you have any objections? Su Qingxue asked, pushing the contract over and her voice cold. Yifan carefully took the contract and flipped through the pages, politely asking, Miss Su, I have a few questions that I need to confirm first. Su Qingxue nodded, as she should. Go ahead. What if I happen to be teaching a class and can't get to your place right away, causing a delay? Yifan asked again. Su Qingxue sipped her coffee and said lightly, You've thought of everything. It seems you're a dedicated tutor as well. Yifan smiled bashfully and said, It's okay. After all, I'm getting paid, so I have to do a good job for the student. Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction. She also appreciated Yifan's attitude. If you're going to get paid, you have to do a good job. This kind of person is trustworthy. Don't worry, I won't pursue this trivial matter. I'll avoid you when you're tutoring. Su Qingxue had considered this long ago. That's good, I can see that you're also a reasonable person, Yifan said gratefully. At that moment, Yifan's old cell phone, which had been given away for free with a 100 yuan phone card, rang. The caller ID showed Mumu's name. Yifan picked up the phone and said apologetically to Su Qingxue, Sorry, Miss Su, it's my student. Su Qingxue didn't mind, Go ahead and answer it, maybe your student is in a hurry. Yifan took the phone, seemingly embarrassed to disturb the other people in the cafe, and went out the door to answer it. This polite gesture added a few more good impressions in Su Qingxue's heart. Outside the cafe, Yifan answered the phone and asked, What's the matter, Mumu? A girl's sweet and clear voice came from the other end, Teacher Yifan. You have to come save me, quickly. My rank has dropped from diamond to platinum again. I see. But I have another part-time job later, and I'm quite busy these days, so I can only go to your house some other time. Yifan looked troubled. What? It'll take a few days? I don't want to lose my rank again. Yifan, you have to come save me quickly. Mumu pleaded in a sweet voice. Yifan said with a serious tone, Don't worry, with the teacher here, I will help you get back to diamond sooner or later. As long as you pay enough tuition, you will be fine even if you reach master or king level. But I already gave you all my allowance this month, I don't have much left, Mumu said pitifully. Yifan smiled and said, Teacher knows it's not easy for you, and it's almost the end of the month, you will have your allowance again soon. Humph. You're annoying, always thinking about other people's pocket money. Although depressed, Mumu said hopefully, Then come to my house after you're done. I'll be waiting for you. No problem. Your teacher is a man of her word. After reassuring her student, Yifan walked back into the cafe with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Miss Su, for keeping you waiting. Students these days, they can't do anything without their teachers. They keep getting the questions wrong and then they get anxious. Yifan was quite emotional. Su Qingxue also understood that being a teacher requires patience. Do you need to rush over? No, I plan to cultivate the ability of students to learn and think independently. I can't help her immediately whenever an issue arises. Yi Fan looked like he was trying his best. Su Qingxue secretly agreed. She was a very independent woman herself, and she felt that Yi Fan was more and more to her liking. She shouldn't have to worry about finding such a man to be her fake boyfriend. If you have no other comments, just sign the contract, said Su Qingxue expressionlessly. Yi Fan smiled and nodded, thinking to himself, this chick looks exactly like the fairy sister, but she's so cold-hearted, could it be that they really just look alike? But since she'd successfully applied for this special part-time job found online, she might as well observe her for a while. After all, she'll be able to get a handsome commission, and having a stunning beauty as a girlfriend is quite pleasing to the eye even if it's fake. Yi Fan took the contract and signed his name cheerfully. His handwriting was firm and silver-like, mature but not lacking in elegance, and it looked full of the charm of Chinese characters. Su Qingxue couldn't help but flash a look of appreciation in her beautiful eyes when she saw the signature. In today's society, not many people can write well. After the contract was signed, Su Qingxue handed Yi Fan a thick envelope and said, "This is the agreed advance payment of 20,000, you can count it." Yi Fan took the heavy envelope with a smile, put it in the pocket of his baggy beach pants, and didn't need to count it. The thickness of 20,000 yuan was between 8 centimeters and 2 centimeters, and the thickness of this envelope was about 2 centimeters, so the thickness was just right. Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of surprise. She had never thought that someone would even calculate the thickness of money. How much they like money. However, she did not reject such a person. People who love money are, on the contrary, easy to obey, which is exactly what she needs at the moment. Su Qingxue took out another document from her bag, which was more than 10 sheets of paper with densely written information. This document contains some information about you and me, including how we met and got together. Take it back and read it so that no one can see through it, Su Qingxue said. Yi Fan did not expect the woman to be so professionally prepared. Smiling, he took the document and said, "I will read it when I get back. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, Yuzhong Building B2 parking lot. Don't be late." Su Qingxue said, then got up and prepared to leave. "Don't worry, Miss Su, I have the best sense of time." "That's good." Yi Fan looked at the caramel macchiato in front of the woman, which she hadn't finished yet, and asked, "Miss Su, you still have half of your coffee?" "I'm not drinking it anymore," Su Qingxue said indifferently. "That's a waste, it's 30 yuan for a cup," Yi Fan said without a second thought, and took it and drank it all in one go. Su Qingxue wanted to stop her but didn't want to be rude. Although being thrifty is a good habit, she felt uncomfortable again when she thought that she and this guy had indirectly kissed. The two walked out of the coffee shop together, and several customers and waiters couldn't help but take a few more looks at Su Qingxue. Such a fairy-like woman is not common in life. As for Yi Fan, who was dressed in the most plain clothes, she was automatically ignored. When they arrived at the parking lot, Su Qingxue opened the door of a bright blue Maserati Grand Cabrio. The sight of the beautiful car and its owner made passers-by turn to look. It seemed that she had remembered something, so Su Qingxue turned back and asked, "What grade of students do you tutor?" "High school sophomore, why?" Yi Fan smiled with a simple expression. Su Qingxue shook her head and said, "Nothing." If she can tutor high school students, she must be a university student, so Su Qingxue felt more confident. The Maserati sports car left quickly with a gust of wind, taking away a lot of envious glances. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was finally able to take out a pack of double happiness cigarettes, light one for himself, take a deep, enjoyable drag, and exhale. He was in a good mood, having just received another substantial sum of money from his part-time job. He walked over to the roadside parking area for non-motorized vehicles and took out a second-hand bike covered in rust. Seeing that it was gradually getting dark, Yi Fan muttered to himself, "It's still 30 minutes to the Jinshu apartment, so I need to hurry up." Anqiao said there are still 3 air conditioners to repair. He got on the bike, gave his legs a hard push, and the bike sped off like it was equipped with a jet engine. New book release, please help promote it to new and old readers. More support mobile users. Please browse to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 0002, The Beauty Apartment. As one of the top 10 companies in Huahai City, Jinshu Group has built a 30-story high-rise in the prime location of the Second Ring Road to be used as staff quarters for Jinshu Group employees. Because it is convenient for work, and the facilities are complete and the environment elegant, many of the company's senior executives also live here. It also has another alias, the Beauty Apartment, because a large majority of the employees at the Jinshu Group are women, from the executives with shares to the ordinary salespeople, and most of them are quite attractive, making the entire apartment complex resemble a country of women. Not to mention anything else, the trash cans in front of the building are overflowing with flowers and love letters every day, and they can fill a small truck. Let go of me. Let go of me. You. If you keep this up, I'll call the police. At this moment, 4 or 5 men in black suits came out of the apartment building, menacingly holding a woman in a pale blue office lady's suit. The woman's neatly combed hair was now in disarray, but you could still see a white, delicate face with a small nose and rosy lips, lightly made up to show the charm of a mature urban woman. Her long, black stockings-clad legs kept kicking the 2 men in black on either side, and her full breasts were so angry that they were heaving, as if the buttons on her blouse would burst open at any moment. Director phone. What's going on here? Who are these people? Madame Zhao, the dormitory manager, looked worried and wanted to go up and dissuade them, but these burly men looked like trouble at first glance. There were some other female employees at the door, and they were all scared when they saw the woman being arrested. Feng Yueying is the head of the sales department at Jinzhou Group, a member of the company's senior management, and one of the most powerful businesswomen in Huahai City. She is also a first-class beauty in terms of appearance and figure. Because Feng Yueying has been single for so many years, she has lived in this apartment for convenience sake. Sister Zhao, go call the police. Tell them the White Shark Gang has taken me hostage. Feng Yueying shouted as she resisted all the way, turning her head to shout at the dormitory matron. Upon hearing this, Auntie Zhao turned pale with fear. The White Shark Gang? Aye. The White Shark Gang is the biggest gang in Huahai City, with deep roots and connections in both the black and white worlds. Ordinary people dare not provoke it. Auntie Zhao trembled, head bowed, and was completely afraid to make the call, for fear of attracting trouble to herself. The man in the black suit leading the group had grayish-white hair and a full beard, and he grinned at Feng Yueying. Shut up, you bitch. How dare you call the police? You think reporting to the police will help after you've cheated our boss Wang Zhou out of his money? I'll cut your throat and throw you in the sea if I don't believe you. Upon hearing these words, the woman next to her, Madame Zhao, and the other female employees became even more afraid, their bodies stiffening. You boss bought that shipment with his own money. I was just doing business with him. It's his own fault for getting his hopes up. What's it got to do with me? Feng Yueying's eyes were red with anger, and she was on the verge of tears. The white-haired man glared at her. Bitch, do you mean our boss has wronged you? If you don't let us have a good time tonight, you can forget about coming back. Take her away. No matter how she resisted, Feng Yueying was just a woman after all, and she was about to lose her balance as she was pushed towards the car by these big men. She had been hoping that the warden, Auntie Zhao, would go and call the police, but on second thought, no one would dare provoke the White Shark Gang, and her heart sank. Could it be that her years of innocence were about to be destroyed tonight, and she was about to be defiled by such a group of thugs? At that moment, Yifan arrived at the entrance of the apartment building on a bicycle, got off the bike, and asked, "What's going on? Minister Feng, why are they arresting you?" Feng Yueying recognized Yifan, and knew that he was the plumber the apartment building had hired, who could repair all kinds of electrical appliances, but was not an official employee of the company. The two had known each other for a while, but not well enough to say they were friends. In theory, they shouldn't have gotten the guy involved. But Feng Yueying was so scared that she couldn't think straight. All she could do was plead, "Yifan, call the police for me. They're trying to kidnap me." What? Kidnap in broad daylight? Yifan looked serious, took out his phone and said, "Don't worry, Minister Feng, I have a strong sense of justice." Seeing that Yifan was really going to call the police, a group of female employees including Aunt Zhao all started to sweat for him. Sure enough, the several White Shark gangsters in black clothes all looked murderous. The white-haired man said gloomily, "You little brat, how dare you interfere with the affairs of the White Shark Gang? Do you want to live?" "What White Shark Gang and Black Shark Gang? It's not as good as Yellow Croaker," Yifan said with a disgusted expression. "Yellow Croaker. Damn you, beat him." At the white-haired man's signal, 2 black-clad men immediately surrounded Yifan. One man grabbed Yifan's phone from her hand, while the other kicked Yifan in the back. Yifan didn't bother to make a phone call, as it would be too late to call the police anyway. She simply sidestepped, just avoiding the kick from the man behind her. The man's kick missed, and instead, he kicked the other black-clad man directly in front of him. Ouch! The man in front of him was directly knocked over by the kick. Yifan then took a step back, crossed his left leg, and tripped the man behind him, who was just about to bring his foot back. The man's entire body lost its balance, and he immediately fell on his back. All of this happened in less than 3 seconds. No one around them could see what happened, and the 2 burly men in black clothes fell to the ground. The female employees in front of the apartment were all dumbfounded, while a glimmer of hope ignited in Feng Yueying's eyes. She never imagined that this young part-time worker had such skills. "You piece of shit! Are you ashamed of yourself?" The white-haired man spat, rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong arms, and walked up to Yifan. "Kid, you asked for it. Don't blame me if I knock you out with 2 punches." The white-haired man grinned. He used to box in the black market, and his arm strength was simply not something ordinary people could withstand. He raised his hand and punched Yifan in the head with a fist the size of a sandbag. Yifan did not panic, and dodged with a quick move, and the white-haired man's punch just hit one of their black Buick business cars. With a clang, the white-haired man's fist hit the window glass, shattering it to pieces. The glass shards pierced his hand, bleeding profusely, and the pain made the white-haired man grit his teeth and let out a cry of pain. Yifan turned around and went behind the white-haired man, kicking him in the back of the knee, right at the hamstring. "Ah!" The white-haired man screamed, and one leg was directly painful and numb, almost making him kneel down. "You son of a bitch!" The white-haired man gritted his teeth, stumbled and turned around, and used his bloody fist to strike Yifan again. But Yifan's foot had already been placed in front of the white-haired man, and it looked like a light kick to his face, and the white-haired man's nose started bleeding, leaving a shoe print on his face, and he fell over. "Boss!" The several black-clad men were dumbfounded. The white-haired man was actually beaten without being able to fight back, and he was in such a sorry state. A group of female employees and the dormitory matron looked on in amazement, as if they were getting to know Yifan for the first time. Yifan looked back at the 2 burly men who were still holding Feng Yueying hostage, and gave a cold, evil smile. "Hey, aren't you going to take him to the hospital? What if he has a concussion?" The 2 burly men flinched, and both sheepishly let go of Feng Yueying and ran to lift the white-haired man. 4 or 5 people panicked and returned to the car, and soon drove off in the Buick. Feng Yueying felt a great weight lifted from her shoulders. She felt as if she had fainted. Once the men had left, she discovered that she was sweating all over. She sat down on the ground, panting, her heart still pounding. "Director Feng, are you okay?" Feng Yueying looked up and saw Yifan's innocent and harmless smile. It was as if the man with the cold and evil smile was not the same person at all. Somehow, Feng Yueying found that the man in front of her seemed to be wearing a mask, and she could not see the real him at all. "Who exactly are you?" Feng Yueying muttered. Yifan blinked and gave a hearty laugh. "I'm Yi, the maintenance worker here. Didn't I go to your house before to fix your appliances twice?" Feng Yueying looked at him with a complex look in her eyes. She knew she wouldn't be able to ask anything, so she sighed, but still sincerely said, "Thank you, Yifan. If it weren't for you, I would be in big trouble today." "It's nothing, just a small thing," Yifan said with a smile, reaching out again. "Minister Feng, let me help you up. The ground is hot from the sun, and sitting on your bottom for a long time can easily give you diarrhea." "Where did you hear that from?" Feng Yueying blushed. This young man, his words are really blunt. After a moment of hesitation, she put her white, delicate hand in Yifan's. Feng Yueying was quite plump, and her hands were not thin, but soft and plump, and very comfortable to hold. Yifan squeezed them with pleasure, and found that they felt good. Pretending to exert more strength, he squeezed them a few more times, of course, acting as if everything was natural. Just as he was about to help the woman up, he heard Feng Yueying let out a soft cry of awe as she frowned. "What's wrong?" "I think I sprained my ankle." Feng Yueying looked in pain, and I pitied her. Yifan looked at her left foot. The heel of the high-heeled shoe was broken, and it was obvious that she had been injured by accident during the struggle. "Minister Feng, let me carry you. Forcing yourself to walk will hurt more." Yifan said nothing and bent down in front of Feng Yueying. "This is inappropriate," Feng Yueying blushed. Since she was young, except for her father, no other man had carried her before. Yifan laughed nonchalantly. "It's fine, I have a lot of stamina and can carry you." Feng Yueying laughed, as if she was saying that I'm very heavy. Although she felt strange in her heart, Feng Yueying could not think of any other way. She could not ask the other girls present to carry her, so she also lay down on Yifan's back. Yifan used both hands to hold up the smooth and plump black silk long legs of the wave strip. A slight upward point was enough to support Feng Yueying's round and perky buttocks. Unfortunately, he did not dare to go any higher with his hands, but of course, touching these elastic thighs was already very enjoyable. The key is that Feng Yueying's pair of plump breasts are still pressed against his back. Even through a single garment, he can feel the 2 bumps there, gently brushing against him. The new book will be available on the Palm Reader client within 2 weeks. For the time being, Palm Reader will not be able to view it. Mobile users, please browse to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 0003. It really smells good. Yi Fan felt the woman's plump peaks, and his heart itched. He deliberately slowed down a bit and appeared to be unsteady. In this way, Feng Yueying's delicate body swayed up and down, and naturally, Yi Fan's back experienced a soft and elastic massage. It's really big, and it feels even bigger when squeezed like this. Yi Fan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It's been a long time since he's had sex. Feng Yueying naturally was aware of the issue as well, but at the moment she was too grateful to Yi Fan to think about whether he did it on purpose. Even so, her face was already rosy, her lips pursed, and she kept her head down, afraid to meet the gaze of the people around her. The few female employees and the dormitory matron around her were all smiling rather ambiguously. After all, it was still the first time they had seen Feng Yueying look so shy. Taking the elevator to the 26th floor, the higher the apartment floor, the higher the ranking of the residents and the more exquisite the rooms. A minister like Feng Yueying already lives in a single room of more than 100 square meters, which is quite comfortable. As soon as the door was opened and she entered the room, there was a faint smell of Dior perfume mixed with the body odor of a woman, which smelled very good. Yi Fan put Feng Yueying on a grey European-style fabric sofa. Seeing Feng Yueying biting her lips and looking pained, he asked, "Minister Feng, does it hurt a lot?" "Hey, I don't know why, but it's getting more and more painful. I have several important meetings in the next 2 days, which is a problem." Feng Yueying was full of worry. Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, "Why don't I take a look?" Feng Yueying was about to thank Yi Fan and send him away, but when she heard this, she couldn't help but wonder, "You can look? I know a bit of bone setting and healing, and it might help you feel better." Yi Fan smiled sincerely. Feng Yueying remembered that this man seemed to know a bit of martial arts, and perhaps he really knew a bit of traditional Chinese medicine. Seeing that Yi Fan looked so sincere, she thought that refusing might hurt his good intentions. Then, "All right, I'll trouble you." Feng Yueying's voice was tinged with tension. Being alone with a man made her clench her lips. Yi Fan sat down on the carpet generously, then lightly picked up the woman's foot and took off the broken high heels. Because it was summer, after a busy day, Feng Yueying's feet inevitably had some sweat, but a beautiful woman is a beautiful woman, and there is no stench of sweat, but instead it makes the body fragrance even more intense, and the strong female hormones come towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan took hold of a jade foot and took a deep breath. In the quiet living room, this heavy breathing sound was particularly noticeable. Feng Yueying's face became even more delicate and she couldn't help but whisper, "What are you waiting for?" Yi Fan smiled bitterly to himself. It had been so long since he had touched a woman that he had suddenly become a little hot-headed. He quickly laughed and said, "Nothing, it's just that Director Feng's feet are so beautiful, I couldn't help but take a second look." Fortunately, she didn't say anything, but as soon as she said that, Feng Yueying suddenly pouted and said, "Little rascal, so you're not serious either, I never noticed before." Yi Fan was not embarrassed either. "A slender lady, a gentleman is fond of her, I'm a man, I'll definitely like a beautiful woman, this is just a normal physiological reaction, don't blame me." "If you want to blame someone, you have to blame Minister Feng. You're beautiful and you smell so sweet, it's..." Okay, stop." Feng Yueying couldn't stand it anymore, her face as red as a ripe peach, and she turned her head away, muttering, "I just said one thing to you, and you spouted so many flowery words. Where did you learn them all?" Yi Fan said seriously, "I didn't learn them, they come from the heart, they come from feeling. Minister Feng, your feet really smell quite nice. If you say that again, I'll really be angry." Hearing a man say that her feet smell good made Feng Yueying feel a little strange. Her heart was pounding, and although she said she was angry, her tone of voice sounded a little soft and weak. Suddenly, Yi Fan let go of the woman's feet and got up, saying, "Okay, Minister Feng, you try walking." Feng Yueying was taken aback, and slowly came back to her senses. Was it already done? She hadn't noticed that while they were talking, Yi Fan had been kneading her ankles for a while. "If Director Feng wants me to knead it for a while longer, I'm fine with that," Yi Fan said. "No, that's not necessary," Feng Yueying shook her head repeatedly. She carefully put her foot on the ground and then got up. After taking a few simple steps, although her foot still hurt a little, it had basically no effect anymore. Feng Yueying looked at Yi Fan in surprise. "It really worked. How did you do it?" Yi Fan smiled innocently and said, "It's just loosening the muscles and bones, nothing special. I think you should quit being a maintenance worker and become a Chinese medicine practitioner." Feng Yueying smiled and said, "Thank you so much, you've really helped me today." Yifan said cheerfully, "It's no big deal, Feng, if there's nothing else, I'll go fix the air conditioner." Feng Yueying was full of gratitude. She knew that standing up to the White Shark Gang was no small matter, and Yifan had taken a big risk. "Yifan, we've known each other for a long time, so please don't call me minister. You're not even part of our company, there's no need to call me that," Feng Yueying said. "Okay, then can I call you Yueying sister? Is that okay?" Yifan asked with a smile. Feng Yueying blushed. In fact, she was thinking that it would be more or less okay to call her Fengjia, but Yifan called her directly by her name, so she didn't want to refuse. "Well, it's fine either way," said Feng Yueying, walking over to the refrigerator and getting a bottle of ice water, which she handed to Yifan. "It's hot, so drink some water before you go fix the air conditioner." Yifan accepted the mineral water without further ado. "Sister Yueying, you really spoil me. Whoever marries you will be so lucky." The change in their relationship with the change in their title seemed to have brought them closer together. Feng Yueying gave him a glare and said, "Go ahead and flirt with me. If I can't get married, it's your fault." "No issue, I'm single too, perfect," Yifan winked. Feng Yueying was completely at a loss, her pretty face flushed as she said, "You just know how to tease your sister, finish your drink and leave, I'm ignoring you." Yifan didn't expect the beautiful minister to blush so easily in private, and thought it was quite interesting, but just a little teasing was fine, she wouldn't take advantage of the situation. She then said goodbye to Feng Yueying and walked out of the room. After Yifan left, Feng Yueying's face showed a worried expression. Although nothing had happened today, she didn't know what to do if Wang Jiu sent someone else. It seemed that she would have to go on a business trip after tomorrow. Feng Yueying was preoccupied and her face still showed a hint of fear. An hour later, Yifan, who had repaired 3 air conditioners, received her payment from Aunt Zhao and walked out of the apartment. Yifan patted her belly and decided it was time to find somewhere to eat dinner. But just as she was about to go and get her bicycle, Yifan noticed what looked like a few sneaky figures standing behind the 2 flower beds at the entrance to the apartment, peering over at the apartment from time to time. Yifan frowned. He knew without a doubt that they were the people Wang Jiuyi had sent to keep an eye on him, and they were still after Feng Yueying. In theory, it had nothing to do with him, but Feng Yueying was a good-hearted woman from a good family. It had not been easy for her to work hard in the big city for so many years, and he could not bear to see such a delicate flower being ruined. Yifan took out a Hongxuangxi cigarette and lit one, then strode up to the 3 punks. "Buddy, got a light?" Yifan asked with a polite smile. One of the yellow-haired thugs gave him a contemptuous glance and said, "Who the fuck are you? Fuck you, get lost. Your quality is too low, you only have yourselves to blame for getting beaten up." Yifan sighed, raised his hand and punched the yellow-haired thug's face as fast as lightning. The other 2 thugs were dumbfounded. This poor-looking guy was more aggressive than they were, and he just attacked. The 2 of them immediately wanted to fight back, swinging their fists at Yifan from the left and right. But Yifan didn't even look, took a step forward, and just avoided the 2 fists. Then he turned around and kicked the 2 thugs in the butt once each. The 2 thugs didn't notice how the person disappeared, and they fell headlong, both falling on their backs and crying out in pain. Huang Mao then crawled up, in pain, and furiously swept a kick at Yifan, but Yifan's arm blocked the leg in midair, and it hurt like it was about to break. "My leg!" Huang Mao screamed in pain, falling to the ground, hugging the calf and about to cry. Yifan stamped on the other thug who was trying to get up, bent down, took out a lighter from his pocket, and lit a cigarette for himself. After taking a drag and exhaling a ring of white smoke, Yifan looked coldly at the 3 trembling guys. "It's so hard to borrow a light, if you had just taken it out earlier, there wouldn't have been so much trouble." The 3 yellow-haired guys figured it out, this young man is a martial artist, and they, who were pretending to be tough, are no match at all, and can only submit. "Brother, we were just following orders, so please let us off. My leg is about to fall off." Huang Mao smiled, his smile even more hideous than his crying. Yifan had no desire to waste any more words with them. "Don't let me see you again." The 3 yellow-haired men felt like they had been pardoned, nodded vigorously, got up, limped, and immediately fled. After the 3 men had fled, Yifan happily put the free lighter into his trouser pocket, then looked back at Jinshuo's apartment and frowned again. Although the 3 thugs who were spying on them had been beaten off, Wang Jiu would sooner or later send someone to do something to Feng Yueying, and it was impossible for her to keep guard here all the time. After a moment of hesitation, Yifan took out his phone and dialed a number. "Sister Ning, I'll come over for dinner." "Yes, don't make it too complicated, just keep it simple. Don't pick me up, I'll ride my bike over. After hanging up the phone, Yifan got on his bike, smoked a cigarette, hummed a tune, and set off towards Qingshan Lake in the northern suburbs of the city. Mobile users, please browse to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 0004's IT House. Located in the north of Huahai City, Qingshan Lake is a prime location where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. The beautiful lakeside is lush with greenery and has a tranquil environment. Along a pedestrian street on the south side of the lake, there are some high-spending stores, mostly luxury brand stores and Western restaurants. The only antique-style building with a rich Chinese style is a tea house called Zai. Only the rich and the powerful can afford to come here for tea, so even though it is just a tea house, there are quite a few luxury cars parked in front of it. Not to mention Porsches and Land Rovers, there are even a few supercars such as McLarens and Lamborghinis, which is enough to show the extraordinary status of the guests here. Crunch! Yifan rode his bicycle to the tea house door. As soon as he got off the bike, he saw a man in his early 20s wearing a traditional green shirt and handmade cloth shoes, walking quickly out of the tea house. "Brother Fan, you're here. Leave the bike with me, Mrs. waiting inside." The young man smiled warmly and helped Yifan take the bike. "Zhao, I've told you many times, you don't need to come out to meet me." Yifan wiped the sweat from his face. "Brother Fan, you rarely come here. If you came every day, I wouldn't need to come out to greet you," Zhao said with a hopeful look. Yifan sighed and pulled at his collar. "It's been hot these few days, and there's been a lot of work fixing air conditioners and refrigerators, plus helping students with their studies, so I haven't had much time." "Yes, I know you're busy," Zhao said, and put Yifan's dirty bicycle next to a Lamborghini sports car by the gate. Yifan was at a loss for words. Zhao, what are you doing putting my broken bike here? Won't this affect your business?" "It's fine, I just noticed that your chain is lacking oil. I'll have someone come and add some oil and give the bike a good maintenance." Zhao is very meticulous. Yifan had no choice but to accept it. He was about to step into Zai tea house, but then looked down at his dirty clothes and pants and felt that they were not appropriate. So he turned his head and planned to go around from the back door of the tea house. As soon as Zhao saw this, he immediately stepped forward and held him back, saying, "Brother Fan, don't go through the back door. If the young lady finds out, I won't be able to bear the consequences." "Look at my clothes, they're dirty and smelly. It's not good if your guests see me," explained Yifan. Zhao's face immediately cleared up. "Brother Fan, the young lady is not that kind of person, she won't mind, besides, no guest can compare to you." It was hard to refuse such hospitality, so Yifan had no choice but to go through the front door. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any guests along the way, and he walked all the way to the back of the restaurant to a private room with a lake view. Zhao escorted him to the door, but didn't dare to go in, and immediately backed away. Yifan pushed open a carved wooden door by himself and walked in. As soon as he entered, 3 cold flashes shot towards Yifan's chest, abdomen and thighs, as fast as lightning. Yifan exclaimed, but her feet were quick, and with a right-footed step, she just managed to let the 3 cold lights pass in front of her. Knock, knock, knock. 3 willow leaf daggers, 3 inches long, thin as blades, with purple tassels, pierced the wooden door behind Yifan. She thought that was the end, but then 3 more purple cold lights shot diagonally towards Yifan's heart. Yifan, speechless, extended his left hand and swung it in midair, catching the 3 flying daggers between his 4 fingers. He let out a sigh and turned his head to look at the inside of the box, behind a tea table, at the graceful and moving figure. "Sister Ning, come on, you don't have to pierce my heart," Yifan said with a bitter smile. "Oomph, I just want to see if you really have no conscience, not visiting me for so long." The woman, dressed in a classic cheongsam with red flowers on a white background, was a petite lady with a slender figure. Her thighs were parted wide, revealing her shapely legs. Her face was oval, with fair skin tinged with red. Under her willow leaf eyebrows, she had a delicate nose and full, sensuous lips. Her long hair was tied up at the back of her head. She had an elegant and graceful air about her, which no ordinary woman could cultivate. Yifan sighed, and pulled out the flying daggers stuck in the door one by one. "It wasn't long ago, I was just here last month." "And you have the nerve to say that?" The woman gave Yifan a glare, full of charm. "In the entire Huanghai city, if you want to see my famous family member, Ning Zimo, every day, you can circle Qingshan Lake once. But you, little rascal, are too much for even coming once a month." Yifan smiled sheepishly. "Ning Jie, distance creates beauty. If I see you every day, it would lose its novelty. Every time I see you after a while, I feel like a fairy has come down to earth. How wonderful." Ning Zimo narrowed her beautiful eyes and snorted lightly. A fairy has come down to earth? You really think I'm that pretty, Ning Jie? Of course. I'm a person of few words, you know that. Yi Fan was serious, but suddenly she thought of Su Qingxue, whom she had met in the afternoon. If you want to talk about celestial aura, it seems that Su Qingxue is still a bit stronger, but Ning Zimo wins in beauty. Ning Zimo gave a smile that made her lips pucker, like a rose blooming, bright and charming. Forget it, I forgive you, little rascal. Ning Zimo walked behind a small mahogany dining table and greeted, hungry, come and eat, I've prepared all your favorite foods. Yi Fan had already smelled the food and was starving. He walked over to the table and sat down. When he saw the dishes on the table, he suddenly felt a little helpless. This is not what I like. I like it, but I can't afford it. Australian abalone, deer antler and chicken stew, papaya and snow hare, a 5 Wagyu beef. After eating this meal, I'll have a nosebleed. Ning Zimo personally served a bowl of fragrant Thai rice to Yi Fan and smiled sweetly, saying, this is my sister's heartfelt gift, don't waste it. Yi Fan took the rice and, not caring about the consequences, gobbled it up. He was really hungry after a long day of work. After 2 bowls of rice, he had also finished most of the delicacies on the table. Sister Ning, why aren't you eating? Yi Fan noticed that Ning Zimo had been sitting across from him, resting her chin in her hand, smiling at him. Ning Zimo said, I already ate. Besides, I've been dieting lately, so I eat less. You're still dieting? You're already so slim, Yi Fan said, chewing. Dieting is a woman's lifelong career, something you men wouldn't understand. Ning Zimo thought of something and asked, by the way, do you like women to be skinny or a little chubby? Yi Fan thought for a moment and grinned, I like looking at a thin woman and feeling her flesh. Little rascal, you really have the nerve to say that, I'll kill you. Ning Zimo suddenly pulled out a flying knife and threw it at Yi Fan across the 1-meter wide table. Yi Fan tilted her head, just avoiding the flying knife. She was still eating, and said indistinctly, Sister Ning, that's enough, don't practice on me like a wooden dummy. Ning Zimo was a bit discouraged, pouted her lips, and asked, Yi Fan, just tell the truth, how many years of hard training do you think it would take to hit you? Well, Yi Fan thought about it for a moment and said, about 40 or 50 years. Ning Zimo rolled her eyes and said resentfully, just tell me there's no hope for me in my whole life. Yi Fan laughed, practice is ultimately a matter of talent, and diligence is secondary. The idea that diligence can compensate for stupidity is just a way to comfort idiots. After finishing a large bowl of chicken soup, and having cleaned the table of food, Yi Fan let out a contented sigh. He was about to take out a Hong Shuangxi to smoke one, but then he saw Ning Zimo already holding a Havana cigar to his lips. Don't keep smoking those cheap cigarettes, they're bad for your health, Ning Zimo scolded. Yi Fan took the cigar in his mouth and shook his head, it's fine, cheap cigarettes are powerful, I'm used to smoking them. Just quit smoking if I tell you to, you're only 25, wouldn't it be good if you lived a few more years? Ning Zimo scolded. Yi Fan didn't dare to argue back. After all, the woman was only looking out for his best interests. He had no choice but to change the subject and ask, Ning, there were a lot of chewy things in the chicken soup I just drank. Was it sea cucumber? A strange mischievous look flashed in Ning Zimo's beautiful eyes. You mean that? I had the chef chop up and put in 2 yak penises to nourish your kidneys and strengthen your young fire. Yi Fan's mouth opened, and he almost dropped his cigar to the ground. 2 yak penises. How is it? You can't tell, can you? It loses its taste when chopped up, and it's easier to absorb the essence inside. Ning Zimo saw Yi Fan's expression and laughed even more happily. Yi Fan suddenly felt a torrent of fiery heat spring up in his lower abdomen, and his bloodshot rose high, and steam was about to come out of his head. Sister Ning, why did you make me eat that? Do you want me to get a nosebleed? Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh. However, she saw Ning Zimo walk up to him, twist her body, and land her plump buttocks directly on Yi Fan's thighs. A pair of slender, white and supple arms hooked around Yi Fan's neck, and a soft mound in her chest even pushed against Yi Fan's chest. Little rascal, sister has hinted at you so many times, but you still refuse to touch her. I of course suspect that something may be wrong with you, so I want to help you improve. Ning Zimo's pair of red lips almost bit into Yi Fan's ear, and she breathed out like orchid, saying, Mobile users please browse to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 0005, The Beautiful President. The soft jade and warm fragrance entered her bosom. Yi Fan felt a reaction in his pants, which were about to burst. Ning Zimo obviously felt this as well, and seemed a little nervous. Her delicate body trembled slightly, but soon she giggled with seductive eyes and said, "It seems I was wrong about you. You are very healthy." But the woman in front of him, although beautiful, was not someone he could touch casually. One touch would mean that many things would be different. He had finally found a peaceful and stable life, but if he got involved in certain circles, everything would be different again. Taking a deep breath of his cigar and exhaling a puff of white smoke, Yifan's gaze became deep, profound, and unfathomable. Suddenly, the man's temperament changed dramatically, becoming mature and worldly, with an air of majesty and domineeringness, reducing the ambiguous temperature in the entire room to freezing point. "Ning Jie, don't do this anymore," Yifan advised with a faint smile and a slightly hoarse, low voice. Ning Zimo's face revealed a hint of sadness, a little resentment, and a little bitterness, but she quickly forced a smile. "Look at how scared you are. Ning Jie's not going to eat you, forget it, I'm not playing with you anymore." Using words to cover up the awkward atmosphere, Ning Zimo let go of Yifan and walked to the window on the other side of the box, by the lake. By a low tea table, Ning Zimo gracefully knelt on a cushion and said, "Just as you're here, I have some new tea. Help me taste and evaluate it." Yifan had already returned to her usual laid-back self, smiling as she sat down at the tea table. As the proprietress of Zai Tea House, Ning Zimo's research into the tea ceremony was naturally quite impressive. Ning Zimo stopped joking and looked serious, as she performed the skilled and fluid tea ceremony with her fair and delicate hands. The movements of washing the tea, brewing it, and sealing the pot were like flowing clouds. Then, she poured the tea into the cup, filling it to the brim, and brought it to Yifan. "This is the Huizhou tip-top tea that arrived yesterday. What grade do you think it is?" Ning Zimo asked with a smile. Yifan looked at the tea leaves that had just started to brew, and said, "These tip-top tea leaves are flat and sturdy, with 2 leaves embracing one bud. The main vein is a little dark red. It should be Taiping Hokuwei. Not bad. How does it taste?" Yifan sniffed the aroma of the tea, took a sip, and nodded. "It really is good tea, with a sweet aftertaste, subtle but not harsh." Ning Zimo gave him a look. "Of course it is, or else it's worth thousands of yuan per caddy. I'm asking what grade this Taiping Hokuwei can be considered." Yifan didn't answer, but took the teapot, poured out the tea, and poured it again. After 3 rounds of brewing, he picked up the 4th cup of tea and sniffed it. "How is it?" Ning Zimo asked expectantly. Yifan shook his head. "Taiping Hokuwei is all about the monkey rind. It should be clear, fresh, have a lingering aftertaste, and be long-lasting. The first 3 of these characteristics are present in this tea, but the lingering aftertaste is not as strong after the 4th brewing, so this tea can only be considered first class, not superlative Hokuwei." Ning Zimo immediately complained, "Now that you mention it, I'm sure that Zhao Zhong still doesn't know enough about tea and has been fooled." Yifan laughed and said, "Tea is a complicated thing, and it's normal to make mistakes when purchasing it. If only you could work for me." Ning Zimo smiled sweetly and said, "What do you say? Think about it. I'll provide room and board here, which is much more comfortable than riding around on a bicycle." Yifan shrugged and politely declined, "Forget it, I like my current life, it's free and fulfilling." Ning Zimo said with a sigh, "As if I would get in the way of your freedom. I just want to see you more." Hearing such pitiful words from a stunningly beautiful woman, even a heart of stone would soften. He knew he had to leave quickly, or else if he let his heart soften for too long, he really wouldn't be able to leave. "Sister Ning, I think it's about time, I'll go first." "In such a hurry? Can't you stay and chat with me a little longer?" Ning Zimo frowned, "I'll be bored on my own." Yifan laughed, "Tell Xiaoxiao and the others to keep you company. Goodbye, Sister Ning, you don't need to see me off." With that, Yifan slipped out of the private room like the wind, leaving Ning Zimo behind fuming. "Damn Yifan, stinking Yifan, am I really that annoying?" Ning Zimo cursed a little, but her beautiful eyes were full of loneliness. On the other side, Yifan quickly walked to the door of the tea house and let out a long sigh of relief. Every time he came here, he felt like he was on a roller coaster, afraid that he would lose control and have something happen with Ning Zimo, but if he didn't come for a long time, he would miss it. Zhao has already prepared the bike, and has even put oil in the chain. The whole bike has been cleaned, and even the rusty parts look less so. "Brother Fan, your bike." Zhao hands the bike to Yifan. "You've worked hard." Yifan is about to say goodbye when he suddenly remembers something he forgot to say, and says, "Oh yes, Zhao, do you know someone called Wang Jiao?" Zhao immediately nodded with a serious expression. "Yes, he is a leader of the White Shark Gang and has some influence in Huahai City." "Could it be that Wang Jiao is disrespecting you, Brother Fan?" "Don't worry, Brother Fan, I will have Wang Jiao's head tonight." alas, alas, alas. What are you thinking? Yi Fan interrupted hurriedly, whispering that Wang Jiu has his eyes on a woman. Just tell him to behave himself and not go too far. Zhao froze for a moment, but dared not ask anymore, and promised, I understand. Yi Fan patted him on the shoulder, then got on the bike, lit a cigarette, and set off swaying. When Yi Fan had gone a long way, the figure of Ning Zimo came out of the tea house. Young miss, Zhao hurriedly bowed his head to greet. What did he tell you? Ning Zimo asked directly. Zhao did not dare to hide anything, and told him about Wang Jiu's incident. He then asked, Young miss, Wang Jiu has offended Brother Fan, should we get rid of him? Ning Zimo narrowed her eyes and said, No, just warn him as Yi Fan said. Also, find out who the woman Yi Fan wants to protect is. I want to see a photo. I understand, Xiao Zhao nodded, thinking again, and said, Miss, the son of Mayor Fu just called and wants to invite you to tea tomorrow. Tell him I'm busy, Ning Zimo coldly said, turning and walking back to the tea house. After a 1-hour bike ride, Yi Fan finally returned to her low-cost rental apartment in the old town. The simple one-bedroom apartment had only the most basic furniture, including a bed, a table, and a chair. There was also a musty smell in the air. Yi Fan turned on a ceiling fan, took a quick shower, and then took out an old laptop from under the bed. She had bought it second-hand online. Usually Yi Fan is too lazy to go online, and just goes to bed as soon as she gets home, but after meeting Su Qingxue today, she felt the need to investigate this girlfriend of his. Who is she really, and why does she look almost exactly like the fairy? A quick search on the internet revealed a lot of information about Su Qingxue's identity. Daughter of the prestigious Su family of Huahai City, president of the Jinqiu Group, a genius entrepreneur with exceptional intelligence, and the most beautiful businesswoman of the year, so she is the president of Jinqiu. I haven't seen her before. Yi Fan muttered, lit a cigarette, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. If all this information is true, then Su Qingxue is definitely not the fairy sister he has ever seen. Then, is it really fate that he has met a woman who looks exactly like her? Lying on the bed, Yi Fan took out the information that Su Qingxue had given him, briefly went over it, and after 3 minutes, he fell fast asleep. The next morning, Yi Fan had a bowl of soy milk and 2 biscuits at a food stall before cycling to the Jade Xiong building where the appointment was. The Jade Xiong building was full of high-end restaurants and luxury brand stores, so Yi Fan would not have come here before. It was just 10 o'clock when Su Qingxue called, and she was quite satisfied to learn that Yi Fan had arrived on time. In the underground B2 parking lot, Yi Fan did not see Su Qingxue driving her Maserati, but instead a black Lexus SUV. As the president of the Jinqiu Group, it is no big deal to change a few luxury cars, and Yi Fan was certainly not surprised. The woman in the window, dressed in a light blue lapel waist dress, revealed her slender, white arms, and a thin platinum necklace adorned her beautiful neck. She looked even more gentle and serene than yesterday. Good morning, Miss Su, what shall we do next? Yi Fan greeted with a smile. Su Qingxue surveyed Yi Fan with a cold gaze for a while, and then said, You get in the car first. Oh, okay, Yi Fan got into the passenger seat. Then, Su Qingxue said in a calm voice, Take off your clothes. Mobile users please browse to read, a better reading experience. Chapter 0006, Better Be Honest. Yi Fan was stunned for a moment after listening, and said to Su Qingshan, Miss Su, although you are a beautiful woman, and I would not be losing out if I had a relationship with you, but shouldn't you really think about this kind of thing more? You don't seem like the kind of person who would do this casually. What are you talking nonsense about? Su Qingshan frowned, thinking to herself that this guy really had an imagination. She took a bag from the back seat and threw it to Yi Fan. I told you to change into this outfit, but you're still wearing what you had on before. You won't even be allowed into the building in that, Su Qingxue said. Yi Fan suddenly realized why the woman had changed cars. It was to make it easier for him to change clothes. Miss Su, if you had just said so, I would have been relieved to know that it wasn't a car sex thing. What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue felt even more uncomfortable. Could it be that something really was going to happen, or was he the one who was going to suffer? Yi Fan laughed, It's nothing, I'll take it off now. Seeing that Yi Fan was about to take off his shirt, Su Qingxue quickly looked away, closed her eyes, and at the same time had a bad feeling in her heart. What was it about this man that didn't feel particularly honest? But the contract had already been signed, time was running out, and it wasn't easy to find a good-looking stranger at the last minute, so she was too lazy to care. Yi Fan quickly changed into clothes and pants, a crisp white Givenchy shirt, black slim-fit trousers, a Mont Blanc belt, and a pair of brown Ferragamo leather shoes. The whole outfit cost at least 15,000 yuan. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and Yifan's appearance was transformed overnight. It looked good, and Su Qingxue was very satisfied with her taste. Yifan put the old clothes and shorts she took off back into the Givenchy bag and asked with a smile, "Miss Su, what are we going to do now?" "Go meet my parents," Su Qingxue replied naturally. Yifan's expression stiffened at this. "Is it going so fast? Should we buy some souvenirs? It's not appropriate to go empty-handed when meeting your parents for the first time." "No need," Su Qingxue said with a complex look in her eyes. "I'll only be taking you to meet them once today, and it doesn't matter if I see them again in the future, as long as they know that I already have a boyfriend." Yifan nodded, showing that she understood. "Also, you can't call me Miss Su anymore, change the way you address me," Su Qingxue said. Yifan thought about it for a moment, and called out with a smile, "Snow? Snowy? Baby? Honey? Honey? Stop it." A blush spread across Su Qingxue's pretty face. She realized she had really misjudged the guy. Once he got to know you a bit, he becomes so shameless. No, he should be called shameless from the start. "I didn't realize that yesterday." "You can just call me Qingxue," said Su Qingxue, and got out of the car first. Yifan followed closely behind, all the way to the elevator, taking Su Qingxue's hand. "What are you doing?" Su Qingxue felt like she had been electrocuted. Her hand trembled, and she tried to pull it away, but Yifan held it tightly. Yifan felt the delicate warmth of the woman's soft hand, and grinned, "Xiao Shui, we are lovers, isn't it normal to hold hands when we meet our parents? Article 3 of the contract states that any physical contact requires my permission." Su Qingxue's watery eyes were about to freeze. Yifan asked, "So you don't think we should hold hands?" Su Qingxue was stunned for a moment. If the two of them didn't hold hands, it would really look strange at her parents' house. It's okay to hold hands, but... Look, Xiaoshui, you agreed. This is like getting on the train first and buying a ticket later, it's the same effect. Yifan winked. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth and said, "I told you, call me Qingxue." "Okay, Xiaoshui." The moment she stepped into the elevator, Su Qingxue felt like she was on a ship of thieves. This man's honest appearance yesterday was definitely an act. There were only two people in the elevator, and Yifan was very comfortable smelling the faint fragrance of jasmine emanating from the woman next to him. The body odor of such a beautiful woman was intoxicating. After doing so many part-time jobs, Yifan enjoyed this job the most. "If you bring your nose any closer, I'll punch you." Su Qingxue found that the man had been sniffing the aroma around her hairline, and she couldn't stand it anymore. Yifan didn't blush, and took another strong sniff. "Xiao Shui, don't get excited. If I'm going to pretend to be your boyfriend, of course I have to act a little closer, right?" "Humph," Su Qingxue sneered, glancing at him. "I admit, I misjudged you yesterday. I didn't think you were this kind of man. But don't think I'm easy to bully. I just didn't bring my bodyguard with me, otherwise if I say the word, you won't have a good time, so you'd better behave." Yifan's Han smiled faintly and stood back a little in silence. Su Qingxue took it as him being scared and secretly let out a sigh of relief. If she couldn't control this man, she would have to find someone else to pretend to be her boyfriend, which would be too much trouble. The elevator went all the way to the top floor of the hotel, where there was a French restaurant overlooking the city of Huahai. The restaurant manager was a middle-aged white man, dressed elegantly. When he saw Su Qingxue, he quickly came over respectfully and said in fluent Chinese, "Hello, Mr. Su." When he saw Yifan holding Su Qingxue's hand, he looked surprised. The iceberg-like female CEO of Huahai City was famously a goddess-like woman, but she was actually holding hands with a man. This was definitely big gossip. "Have my parents arrived yet?" Su Qingxue asked indifferently. "Both Mr. and Mrs. Su have arrived. I'll take you there now." The manager smiled and showed the way. Walking past the magnificently decorated restaurant, Su Qingxue subconsciously glanced at Yifan beside her. Generally, people from the lower classes would be a little nervous when entering such a place, which would make people laugh. Fortunately, Yifan looked very relaxed, and there was nothing unusual about her at all, which made Su Qingxue, the employer, feel a little more satisfied. They entered an elegant private room, where three people were already sitting around a long table. There was a middle-aged man with a distinguished appearance and a mustache, and a beautiful woman in her 40s with a pearl necklace who looked well-maintained and graceful. There was also a young man wearing a Zegna shirt with a flowered collar, who was handsome and looked arrogant. The three people in the private room gave Yifan a hostile look as soon as they saw her enter with Su Qingxue, and scrutinized her carefully. "Qingxue, why did you bring a bodyguard with you?" "It's a family gathering today," the handsome man said with a wicked smile. "Zheng Junfeng, since you know it's a family gathering, you shouldn't have come." "As for the one next to me, he's my boyfriend, Yifan," said Su Qingxue, and leaned a little closer to Yifan. Zhang Juanfeng's eyes flashed with cold light when he saw this scene. "Nonsense! Where did you get a boyfriend, out of thin air?" Su Changping frowned and scolded. Su Qingxue said what she had long planned to say. "I met him online more than a year ago, and only recently established a relationship when I learned that he is from Huahai City." Yifan naturally smelled the discord in the air, but he didn't care. He smiled and greeted them. "Hello, uncle and aunt. This gentleman is my fiancé, Qingxue." "No fake here," Zhang Junfeng teased, "unlike some imposter you might find on the spur of the moment." Yifan looked around and then pointed at himself, saying, "Buddy, are you talking about me?" "Ha, you're so funny." With that, Yifan pulled out a chair for himself and said affectionately, "Shui, come, sit down first." Hearing this intimate way of addressing him, Zhang Juanfeng's expression grew even colder. As if she could not feel the cold atmosphere in the room at all, Yifan sat down next to Su Qingxue with a thump, took the damp towel on the table to wipe her hands, and asked with a smile, "Have the dishes been ordered yet? I had breakfast early and I'm a little hungry." Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to him at all. The beautiful woman Tong Huijin snorted in disapproval at this moment and asked, "Qingxue, what do you mean by treating marriage like a joke? Young Master Zhang has been head over heels in love with you for over a year now. There's a limit to how much nonsense you can make." Su Qingxue lowered her eyes and said indifferently, "This marriage was forced on me from the start, and I never agreed to it." "How is it nonsense when I'm the one falling in love? Is this what you call falling in love? How could you even look at this brat? You're so narrow-minded, how could you possibly like him?" Tom Huijin said, beckoning to the waiter, "Someone, go get security and get this guy out of here." Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue's face turned cold as she stopped him. "No one is getting him out. He's my boyfriend, and you don't know me at all, so how do you know I don't like him?" Right, I really am Xue's boyfriend, and we have a great relationship," Yifan thought bitterly. "This family is really noisy. How long will it be before we can eat? And, how does Su Qingxue have a fiancé? Isn't she cuckolding someone as soon as she arrives? The other party is still a rich kid, and with such hatred, it will be troublesome to end the relationship. In the final analysis, if I had known it was going to be so complicated, I should have asked for more money." Mobile users, please browse to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 0007, Too Good an Actress. "Qingxue, listen to your father. Letting you marry Zhang Gongzi is for your own good. Stop being so headstrong," said Su Changping with a heavy heart. Su Qingxue snorted lightly. "We all know whether it's for my own good or for someone else's." As she spoke, Su Qingxue glanced at Tong Huijin next to her. Tong Huijin was like someone who had had their tail stepped on, and she angrily said, "Su Qingxue, what do you mean? Don't think that just because you're the president of Jinqiu now, you can be so rude. Even if we're not related, I'm still your mother. I've raised you for more than 10 years, and what do you think of me?" As she said this, Tong Huijin's eyes welled up with tears, and she looked pitiful, as if she was about to burst into tears. As soon as Su Changping saw that his wife was about to cry, he quickly reached out and put his arm around her shoulders to comfort her. "Oh, my dear, don't be upset. Qingxue didn't mean it that way." Zhang Junfeng also advised with a gentle face, "Yes, Aunt, Qingxue is a filial and kind girl. I also appreciate this about her, that's why I want to marry her as my wife. She may not be very satisfied with the traditional parents' orders and matchmakers' words, so she is a bit rebellious." "Hey, Zhang Junfeng really understands my Qingshan." Su Changping smiled and said to his daughter, "You heard it, Zhang Junfeng is so understanding, why don't you apologize to him? Bringing such a stranger here is nonsense." "Dad, you don't need to persuade me, I know exactly what I'm doing, I'm not going to marry Zhang Junfeng anyway." Su Qingxue looked at Zhang Junfeng with a cold expression and said, "Just give up. Jinqiu Group was entrusted to me by my grandfather, and I won't let it fall into the hands of any outsider. If you can't have me, you can't have Jinqiu either." Zhang Junfeng smiled innocently and said, "Qingxue, what are you talking about? I've never had the slightest thought about Jinqiu. I'm already busy managing the Zhang Group. I'm not like you, a business genius. In my eyes, in my heart, from beginning to end, it has always been you." How can you not understand my true feelings? Su Qingshue's mouth curled up into a sneer. Don't think that I don't really know. Who is behind the recent gang forces that have been harassing our Jinshu employees? Su Changping was surprised when he heard this. Gang forces? Harassment? Qingxue, why haven't I heard this news? What's going on? Yes, Qingxue, have you misunderstood something? Zhang Junfeng also looked concerned. Yifan, sitting next to him, touched his nose and thought to himself, no wonder the White Shark Gang is looking for Jinshu's top management for no reason. This kind of thing would never have happened in the past. It turns out that someone is after Jinshu. Su Qingshui also knew that there would be no result if they continued talking, and Zhang Junfeng would never admit it, so he simply said, anyway, I already have a boyfriend, so the engagement is meaningless. Zhang Junfeng narrowed his eyes. Although a smile was still on his face, his gaze was already a little cold. Don't worry, Qingxue, I'm very patient. Even if you really do have a boyfriend, maybe you'll break up in a few days? Zhang Junfeng said with a sinister smile, making a double entendre. How could someone like this be her boyfriend? At this point, Tong Huizhen wiped away her tears and pointed at Yifan fiercely, saying, Changping, you hurry up and get someone to come. How can just any Tom, Dick, or Harry come to our Su family's table? If Yifan leaves, I'll leave too, Su Qingshui added. You ungrateful girl. Tong Huizhen hated her with a vengeance. Zhang Junfeng, however, reached out and said, Auntie, calm down. Whether it's the Su family or our Zhang family, we can afford to lose a meal. Let's treat this Yifan as a charity case and invite her to a meal. Since young Master Zhang said so, it would be considered doing charity to let this kid have a meal on the house, Tong Huizhen said with a sharp tongue. Su Qingshui felt a little uneasy when she heard this, always feeling that Zhang Junfeng was up to something. Sure enough, Zhang Junfeng immediately spoke in French to the white waitress standing in the doorway, come help this gentleman order, be more professional in your service. Zhang Junfeng winked and signaled to the waitress. Naturally, the waitress in this high-end restaurant was a person with a sharp mind, and quickly understood what Zhang Jiefeng meant. The waitress with chestnut hair and green eyes came forward and asked in a smiling French accent, Sir, what would you like to order? Su Qingshui immediately understood Zhang Junfeng's intention. This was clearly an attempt to make Yifan look foolish, to tease him like an idiot, and to insult him for entering such a high-end restaurant without knowing his lowly status. Unfortunately, Su Qingshui only knew English herself, so she quickly interrupted, saying, Waiter. Just then, a string of fluent and standard French suddenly came out of Yifan's mouth. The room fell silent, so quiet that a pin could be heard drop. Su Changping and Tong Huizhen, as well as Zhang Junfeng, were all in a state of shock. Su Qingshui was the most surprised of all, her beautiful eyes wide with shock as she stared blankly at Yifan. The waitress, after a brief moment of surprise, continued speaking in French, Sir, I will bring you a menu. I'm sorry, I'm being rude. The waitress clearly heard that Yifan was using the most standard French from the Paris region. Her pronunciation was even better than a native French speaker, so how dare she try to show off? Soon, the menu was brought over. Yifan used her fluent French to order some dishes and then asked the woman next to her. Xiao Shui, what do you like to eat? I think the moles marinas. With the clafoutis for dessert, you should like it. If you want wine, it's best with Belgian beer, but I'm afraid there isn't any here, and it's also good with white wine. Yifan spoke eloquently, switching between French and Chinese, leaving everyone around her stunned. My goodness, sir, you really know your French cuisine. Do you eat it often? The waitress found that she didn't even know as much as Yifan. Yifan waved his hand and laughed, saying, How could I afford it? I usually learn it when I read. Hearing this, the people at the table all understood a little. However, Su Qingshui didn't believe it completely. Even if knowledge of French cuisine could be learned from books, how could she explain her fluent French? You need to study a foreign language thoroughly, and it's not something you can do at the last minute. Plus, when Yifan entered this restaurant, he was so calm and composed, and it didn't seem like he was in such a place for the first time. It was as if he was a regular customer. Suddenly, Su Qingshui felt that this fake boyfriend was a bit mysterious. Su Qingshui was not picky, so she let Yifan order whatever he liked. The food was served quickly, and before long, a sumptuous meal was on the table. Looking at the exquisite appetizers, main dishes, wine and desserts, everyone was convinced that Yifan really knew what he was doing. Yifan, how did you learn French? Su Changping was a little curious at this point. Oh, uncle, I forgot to introduce you. I usually tutor and teach foreign languages, Yifan said with a smile. Su Qingxue blinked and asked doubtfully, do high school students still study French nowadays? Well, it's a cram school. It's always good to learn more than one language, Yifan said casually. I thought you were studying in France, but it turns out you're just a private tutor. Tong Huizhen said disdainfully, I'm warning you, after this meal, stay away from Qingxue. I'll pay you a fortune not to get in the way. Yifan said affectionately, Auntie, I don't want money, I just want to be with Xiaoxue. Although I'm poor now, I'll work hard to earn money and do my best to give Xiaoxue a happy future. Su Qingxue glanced at the man. Somehow, although she knew Yifan was acting, his acting was so realistic that it made her face flush. How much money can you make? Do you know how many billions Jinqiu Group makes a year? Do you know the Su family's assets? This is not something you can get involved with, like a toad trying to eat a swan, Tong Huizhen said disdainfully. Yifan smiled slightly, suddenly reached around to Su Qingxue's shoulder, leaned over, and gave her a kiss on the right cheek. Su Qingxue was eating her dessert and was caught off guard, and she let Yifan kiss her. You see, I've got the girl, Yifan said with a smile. Su Qingxue jerked her head around, wanting to get angry, but then thought, if I get angry now, won't it be a waste of acting? So Su Qingxue could only puff up her pretty face with anger, clearly angry but making people think she was blushing with shyness. Pop. Zheng Junfeng could only be heard placing his wine glass heavily on the table and getting up with a gloomy face. Good, very good. Zheng Junfeng saw the scene of his face, and finally could no longer bear it. Not only had he failed to embarrass Yifan, his own fiancée had been molested. His pride of course could not accept it. Uncle and aunt, I still have things to do, I'll go first, see you next time. After saying this, Zheng Junfeng strode out of the private room, and at the end, glanced at Yifan with a cold and sinister gaze. Mobile users please browse to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 0008 Let Me Live With You. Su Qingxue was still angry with Yifan, but when she saw Zheng Junfeng's expression, she became worried about Yifan by her side. During the meal, apart from Yifan, no one else actually ate much. Su Changping and Tong Huizhen didn't want to admit it, but Su Qingxue and Yifan had already confirmed their relationship, and even Su Qingxue, who never made out with men, had let Yifan kiss her. They had no choice but to temporarily believe that the two were in a relationship. After the meal, they parted on bad terms. Yifan took Su Qingxue's hand and walked leisurely into the elevator with her, heading back to the parking lot. Once in the elevator, Su Qingxue shook off Yifan's hand and raised her hand to slap Yifan. How could Yifan let a woman slap her like that? She grabbed the woman's wrist and said, Hey, Snow, what do you mean by this? Who told you to kiss me? Su Qingxue's eyes were red. Ever since she was young, she had always been careful to distinguish between the sexes, and she had never been bullied like this before. It was just a peck on the cheek, not even on your lips, there's no need to get so angry, Yifan thought to herself. If it wasn't for the bad angle, I would have kissed you on the lips. The contract clearly states that physical contact requires my consent. You are clearly in breach of contract. Su Qingxue said coldly. Yifan shrugged her shoulders. You didn't write in the contract that you have a fiancé either. I'm accompanying you today, which means I'm inviting people to resent me. You, Su Qingxue, were speechless. Indeed, she had been a bit inconsiderate. This was also because she was cornered by her family and the Zhang family. She had nowhere to run, and she couldn't marry Zheng Junfeng, so she had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. As you can see, that Zheng guy is no good. The only way to make him give up on you is for me to declare my sovereignty as soon as possible and prove that you are my girlfriend. Yifan had a look of sincere concern on her face. Unfortunately, it seems that because you were so beautiful, he still hasn't given up. Su Qingxue heard this and disagreed. There are plenty of beautiful women in Huahai City. That guy wanted to use despicable means to marry me and swallow up Jinqiu because he has not managed the company well over the past 3 years and cannot compete with me in the business world. So that's what happened. Don't the uncle and aunt know? Su Qingxue shook her head with a complex look in her eyes. It's not that simple, and this is not something you should get involved in. Yifan smiled innocently. Even if the woman didn't say anything, he could probably tell that Su Changping was a mediocrity, and that stepmother Tong Huizhen was most likely in cahoots with the Zheng family. After the two walked back to the parking lot, Su Qingxue's phone received a text message. The woman glanced at it and frowned. Do you know how to drive? Su Qingxue asked. Yifan froze for a moment. He was about to leave, but it seemed that the woman had other plans. I can drive, but I don't have a license. Su Qingxue handed Yifan the keys to the Lexus. I've been drinking, I can't drive, but I'm in a hurry to get back to the office to take care of some things, you drive. Yifan didn't really care, she had been selling her body to her for 3 months anyway, and she didn't have any other part-time jobs in the afternoon, so she might as well drive. After getting in the car, Yifan slammed the accelerator, and the car, like a fierce lion, rushed out of the parking space. Sizzle! 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 The tires made a harsh screeching sound on the plastic floor. Su Qingxue, who was sitting in the back, was startled and exclaimed, "What are you doing? Are you trying to die going so fast?" Even a lady like her, the young lady of the Su family and Iceberg female CEO, couldn't help but curse. Yifan slammed on the brakes and turned back innocently, saying, "Shue, you're the one who said you were in a hurry. You don't need to speed in the underground garage." Su Qingxue's face turned pale. What kind of a fake boyfriend had she found? "Oh, I'll slow down then," Yifan smiled apologetically and slowed down. All the way, Su Qingxue kept looking at the financial news on her phone, and Yifan tried to chat with her, but she was uninterested. Yifan couldn't help but feel that this woman was really cold, and he wondered what kind of man could fall in love with her. At that moment, Yifan's peripheral vision caught the reflection in the car's rearview mirror of a black Toyota commercial vehicle, which caught his attention. Although the other party changed lanes from time to time, Yifan could still tell that it was a car that was following them. Interesting. A smile appeared at the corner of Yifan's mouth. It seems that some people can't hold back anymore and are going to start using their dirty tricks so soon. He himself doesn't mind, but if these people are targeting Su Qingxue, I'm afraid the woman will be in danger next. The car drove all the way to the Jinsho building. The entire building was avant-garde in design and full of a modern feel. It was 66 stories high, which was already very eye-catching in the city center, and it showed how rich the Jinsho group was. Under the steps of the company's main entrance, there were suddenly 30 to 40 men who looked surly and were dressed in a rakish manner, blocking the way. Yifan narrowed her eyes when she saw the tattoos on these people's arms. It seemed that these were all members of the White Shark Gang. This is strange. Could it be that Xiao Zhao's side has not yet explained things clearly? On the other side, Su Qingxue took a deep breath, her expression grave, got out of the car, and walked towards those people without fear. Yifan's eyes flashed with a look of approval. Most women would be too scared to get out of the car when faced with this kind of situation, but Su Qingxue had enough courage. He followed behind Su Qingxue silently, planning to wait and see what happened. President Su. A short-haired woman in black uniform with a tall figure of 1.7 meters and a heroic face ran towards Su Qingxue. Yifan's eyes lit up when he saw this short-haired woman. Judging from her footsteps and posture, she had obviously received quite strict and professional special forces training. Judging from the coordination of her limbs, she must be pretty good at martial arts. The key is that this woman is also attractive to look at, with a healthy wheat complexion, generous and enduring facial features, and a plump bust and firm buttocks under her uniform, giving her a few more wild and sexy qualities than the average Jiangnan woman. From the woman's work ID on her chest, you can see the word Su Lingshan, head of the logistics department's security team. Noticing Yifan staring at her, Su Lingshan glared at Yifan unhappily, with a hint of warning. "Lingshan, what's the situation?" Su Qingxue asked with some concern. "President Su, it seems we've all misunderstood. They've come to apologize to Minister Feng." Su Lingshan brought up the matter, looking puzzled. "What?" Su Qingxue was taken by surprise. Su Lingshan pointed to the front of the group of thugs, to a middle-aged man with a string of skewers in his hands, looking anxious and apprehensive. That was the leader of the White Shark Gang's Green Bamboo Hall, Wang Zhou. It was his men who tried to kidnap Minister Feng yesterday. But he came here today to apologize to Minister Feng and even offered to give him a bunch of tonics and jewelry. But Minister Feng refused to take them, so they have been waiting here ever since. Su Qingxue thoughtfully asked, "Why did they suddenly change their attitude?" "I think they're just afraid. After all, our Jinsho group is no small company. If this gets out of hand, even the White Shark Gang won't be able to get away with it," Su Lingshan said with a proud face. Su Qingxue could only think this for the time being, and said, "Tell Minister Feng to come down, take the gifts, and accept their apology. Otherwise, it won't look good if a group of people keep blocking the way." "Okay, I'll send someone to notify them immediately," Su Lingshan nodded, picked up the walkie-talkie, and gave the order. Then, Su Qingxue looked at Yifan behind her again and said, "You'll start moving in with me today. If there's any luggage you need to pack, I'll have Lingshan accompany you to get it." Yifan was taken aback and blinked, "What? You want me to move in with you? Su Lingshan, who was standing nearby, was also taken aback. As a subordinate, she didn't dare to ask about the president's private life, but it was hard to imagine that this goddess boss would be with such a mediocre man. Just who was he? Su Qingshua's expression stiffened a little when she heard the word cohabitation. Taking a deep breath, she said, "My place has good security conditions, so you can move there for now. Don't think too much about it." Yifan listened to the woman's cold words, but a warmth welled up in his heart. It seemed that Su Qingxue had a good heart and was genuinely concerned about his safety. Without waiting for Yifan to agree, Su Qingxue already told Su Lingshan, "He's got some troubles, and he might be set up. You protect him while he gets his luggage, and then take him to my place. Auntie Jiang will take care of the rest." "Yes, Boss Su." Although Su Lingshan was a little suspicious and unhappy, she had no choice but to obey. Yifan looked helpless. This woman was really strong-willed. But since she was thinking so much of him, he would repay her by staying with her for a while. Yifan glanced back and saw the Toyota business car silently hiding by the roadside. She couldn't let her girlfriend face these guys alone. "Hey, don't daydream. Get in the car." At that moment, the impatient Su Lingshan had already gotten into the driver's seat and shouted at Yifan. Yifan trotted up to the car and said with a smile, "Team Leader Su, my name is Yifan, not Hey. Where do you live?" Su Lingshan didn't want to say her name at all. "It's Changmen Street in the old city," Yifan answered. Su Lingshan frowned and curiously glanced at the designer clothes Yifan was wearing. "Isn't that place about to be demolished?" "You live there." "The rent is cheap, so I'll live there until it's demolished." Yifan noticed that the woman was staring at his clothes and explained, "Xiao Shui bought them for me, they're not my own clothes." Xiao Shui. Su Lingshan's mouth twitched a little, and she had only one thought in her heart: could it be that her own president has been cheated by a poor kid? For mobile users, please browse to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 0009 Not Worthy of Knowing Me. Although Su Lingshan was full of questions, she was still willing to believe in Su Qingxue. After all, in the eyes of many Jinsho employees, Su Qingxue was an exceptionally intelligent woman, and she should not be cheated by a man, even in terms of relationships. So Su Lingshan didn't ask any more questions and drove to where Yifan lived. Yifan was sitting in the back seat of the car, bored, so she tilted her head back to admire Su Lingshan's figure. From this angle, the woman's bust looked exceptionally full and the curve was astonishing. She couldn't help but marvel at it, it was so big and perky. She wondered who had the bigger one, her or Feng Yueying's. And this woman's figure didn't look like an ordinary Oriental woman, but a bit like a Western woman. If the older generation saw her, they would probably like her very much. She has big breasts and a big butt, so she must be able to bear children. If you look again, I'll gouge your eyes out, believe it or not. Su Lingshan had actually discovered it a long time ago, because Yifan was being downright brazen. Yifan couldn't help but smile wryly when he heard these murderous words. "Captain Su, I won't look, there's no need to be so intimidating." "You'll see if I'm bluffing or not," Su Lingshan said coldly. Yifan silently turned his head and looked out the window. He had no interest in arguing with a woman over such a trivial matter. Su Lingshan just thought that Yifan was afraid and snorted in disdain. At the same time, she was extremely puzzled as to why Su Qingxue would know such a useless man. The car drove to the bottom of the cheap apartment building where Yifan lived. It was broad daylight, and basically everyone who lived here had gone out to work, so the neighborhood was deserted. However, as soon as the two got out of the car, the black Toyota that had been tailing them stopped. Su Lingshan also noticed something strange at this point. When she saw 5 or 6 burly men in vests and carrying steel rods get out of the car with unfriendly expressions, she knew something was wrong. "Sure enough, as President Su had guessed, someone was after you," said Su Lingshan with a frown. A bearded man in charge sneered, "Little girl, get out of the way if you don't want to get beaten up. We're here to find this little brat." Su Lingshan sneered, "If you want to fight, fight. What's with all the nonsense? Yifan, stand behind me and don't run around." Yifan didn't say a word, glanced at the second floor, the apartment she lived in, and a playful look flashed in her eyes. "Captain Su, I'll leave this to you, I'd better go back to my room." Yifan laughed, and after saying that, she ran into the hallway. Su Lingshan saw the man running away on all fours, and couldn't help but grind her teeth in anger. "Coward! What are you running for? Captain Su, come on." Yifan's cheering voice could also be heard in the hallway. A few bearded men laughed heartily, mocking, "Sure enough, he's a pretty boy, not as courageous as this little woman." Su Lingshan also despised Yifan 1,000 times in her heart, and was more and more certain that Su Qingxue had mostly been deceived by this guy. Fortunately, these thugs in front of her, Su Lingshan didn't take them seriously. She snorted, clenched her fists, and said, "Cut the crap, if you want to fight, hurry up." She couldn't wait to get rid of these people so she could go deal with the man who had fled in the face of danger. Meanwhile, Yifan went up to the second floor and looked at the lock on her door, smiling slightly. This crude method of breaking in is not that of a master, just a small fish. But this fish is still a bit of a hassle for Su Lingshan, so Yifan plans to take care of it personally. Yifan knows that the door is unlocked and pushes it open. As soon as he enters, a military knife is thrust at Yifan's forehead with a flash of cold light. It was a burly man wearing dark blue short-sleeved shirt, camouflage shorts, a cap, and a suntanned complexion. He was quick and decisive. The man thought he had succeeded, but unexpectedly, Yifan's figure had somehow disappeared from the spot. How is this possible? The man was shocked and turned around sharply, only to find Yifan leisurely sitting in the only chair in the room, crossing his legs. "Why are you making that face? You didn't think you could stab me at this slow pace, did you?" Yifan said with a smile, took out a cigarette and lit it. The man cautiously took a few steps. He really couldn't see how Yifan had avoided the attack. "Are you Yifan?" He doubted it, because according to his employer, Yifan was just a worker and couldn't possibly know any martial arts. Yifan nodded. "You should have a picture of me. Am I even more handsome than in the picture?" The man's gaze was complicated. He felt that the situation was a bit out of his control, but since he had been paid, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and try to assassinate him again. Just as the man was about to make a surprise attack and attack Yifan's neck, Yifan's eyes flashed with a mocking light. "Are all the people from Zaka so reckless?" Yifan said in English this time. The man suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, gulped stiffly, and muttered something. You want to ask me why I know the name of your group leader?" Yifan spat out a puff of smoke and said lightly, "This military dagger is the 35.6° six-sided dagger commonly used by the Tiger Mercenary Group. You also have the Indian word for tiger tattooed on your hand. Coupled with your English accent, you are either not a mercenary under Zaka's command, or you once were." The man was finally certain that the man in front of him was definitely no ordinary employee. The information was definitely wrong. "I just retired from the organization this year. Do you know our group leader?" This time, the man used a respectful title. "Zaka?" Yifan laughed lightly. "The leader of a sea-level mercenary group is not worthy of knowing me." The man sounded a little angry when he heard this, and said murderously, "What did you say? You look down on our tigers." Although he had already quit the organization and started working independently, his feelings for the tigers would never change. Who would have thought that as soon as he put on a fierce appearance, Yifan's entire temperament changed? Yifan's gaze hardened, and although his expression did not seem to move, the pressure he exuded was like that of a demon from purgatory descending to earth, intent on completely devouring people. The tiger mercenary shuddered, almost losing control of his bowels, and he threw himself to the ground in a kneeling position. "I was wrong. Please forgive me." The mercenary trembled, his entire face whiter than paper. He had been in the military and as a mercenary for more than 10 years, and had never met a man whose aura was so terrifying. Fortunately, Yifan's aura only existed for a moment, and immediately it was as if nothing had happened. Yifan's face once again wore a lazy smile. "Go back and tell that employer of yours, if you want to compete, do it openly and honestly. If you play dirty, you're just asking for trouble." The mercenary felt like he had been forgiven, and he got up trembling, nodding vigorously. "Thank you for not killing me, I'll leave now." Just as he turned to run, Yifan stopped him again. "Hey, go out the window, don't let the people below see you," Yifan ordered, unwilling to let Su Lingshan discover anything, as that would be troublesome to explain. The mercenary thought Yifan was regretting it, and at hearing this, dared not utter a single word of complaint, and humbly squeezed himself out of the narrow window. The second floor was nothing for a well-trained mercenary, and after jumping quickly, he was gone in no time. As soon as the mercenary had left, Yifan saw Su Lingshan coming up in an aggressive manner. The woman's short hair was a little messy, she was sweating, her face was flushed, and she was panting heavily. Obviously defeating those thugs had taken a lot of physical strength. "Oops, Captain Su, you are really a heroine," Yifan quickly flattered, laughing. Su Lingshan saw that Yifan was actually sitting in the room smoking, and she was so angry that she wanted to go up and kick him. "You coward. Are you so afraid of death?" "Captain Su, I'm not afraid of death. I think that since you can be the captain of the security team at Jinsho Group, you must be very skilled, so I don't need to worry about anything. Just come up and pack my things, Yifan said with a smile. Prevaricating. You're a shameless coward. I really don't understand how President Su knows a guy like you. I'm going to report what happened today to President Su. Su Lingshan said with contempt. Yifan looked innocent. Su Shueshan told Captain Su to follow me, which means you are supposed to protect me, and you are reporting on this? Reporting on this. Su Lingshan really wanted to go up and punch the man, but thinking of Su Qingxue, she held back and said, hurry up and pack. Okay, Captain Su, just a moment. Yifan began to put the messy clothes and pants in the room into the worn-out suitcase. Su Lingshan looked at the dirty clothes, all of which had been worn for years, with crumpled and old-fashioned folds, and looked around at the house with a musty smell, and felt some sympathy for Yifan. This guy, although useless and detestable, is also living a pretty difficult life. Su Lingshan thought this, and she wasn't so angry anymore. Mobile users, please browse to read, for a better reading experience. Chapter 0010 Rich Woman and Nanny. She said she was packing her bags, but in fact Yifan didn't have much to pack. Apart from a canvas bag for maintenance tools, there were just some clothes, and not even a suitcase was full. The room was empty. At the end, Yifan seemed to suddenly remember something, and found an old black jewelry box from under the bed. Su Lingshan muttered after seeing it, finally something of value. Yifan looked at the jewelry box with mixed feelings, then grinned, yes, it's quite valuable. Su Lingshan gave him a dirty look, what are you laughing at? Pack up and leave. Yifan hurriedly agreed. It wasn't long before Su Lingshan drove all the way to the wealthy residential area in Huahai City. Egret County, less than 10 kilometers from the city center, is mostly made up of luxury homes, with each one separated by tens to hundreds of meters. There is a lot of greenery, parks, and various outdoor sports venues, making the price of housing here reach more than 30,000 yuan per square meter. Su Qingxue lives in house 6, as the house number indicates, and even in such a wealthy area, Su Qingxue's wealth cannot be underestimated. When the car pulled up to the gate, someone immediately opened the gate. A simple-dressed, amiable woman in her early 50s with a rosy complexion and a mole on the corner of her eyebrow stepped out. Captain Su, come in and have a seat, have a glass of water, the woman greeted Su Lingshan warmly. Su Lingshan greeted the woman politely, hello, Aunt Jiang, I'll pass on the water, I need to get back to work. You're in such a hurry? Auntie Jiang felt a little sorry for her, but then she saw Yifan getting out of the car and said with a smile, you must be Mr. Yi. The young lady told me that you'll be staying here from today onwards, and I've already prepared everything for you. The moment Yifan saw Auntie Jiang, she couldn't help but narrow her eyes. This old nanny is really something, Yifan thought to herself. Su Lingshan saw that Yifan was not answering, and said unhappily, hey. Auntie Jiang is talking to you, why are you not saying a word? You'd better show some respect to Auntie Jiang, she watched President Su grow up, she is an old member of the Su family, don't think that just because she is a nanny that she can be rude. Yifan grinned, laughing sheepishly, I didn't realize that Auntie Jiang was so young, that's why I was in awe. After looking at Yifan thoughtfully up and down, Auntie Jiang lowered her head and laughed, Mr. Yi really knows how to joke. I'm almost 60 years old, I'm not young anymore. Su Lingshan snorted, Auntie Jiang, if this guy dares to be disrespectful to you, just call me and I'll fix him. No, I trust our young lady's judgment, Auntie Jiang kept shaking her head. Su Lingshan was still not at ease, and after giving Auntie Jiang a few more instructions, she drove off. Yifan and Aunt Jiang were the only ones left in front of the gate. They looked at each other for a while before Aunt Jiang respectfully said, Mr. Yi, please come in, I'll show you around. Aunt Jiang, call me Yifan or Xiaoye, it's strange to call me sir. Yifan also looked natural. Then I'll call you Yifan, you're the lady's boyfriend, it's not right to call you Xiaoye, Aunt Jiang said with a smile. Hee, it's fine, Yifan doesn't care. Entering the mansion, Yifan admired the interior decoration, with its simple and modern lines and cool tones dominated by gray and blue, which very much matched Su Qingxue's temperament. All the electronic equipment was also the latest fashionable models, the floor was spotless, and some expensive Western paintings hung on the walls. Although they looked aesthetically pleasing, there was always a lack of a homey feeling in a house like this. The only thing that smacks of the everyday is a spacious kitchen with 3 freezers and refrigerators alone, which really makes you wonder how much food can be stored. Aunt Jiang, do you and Snow live here alone? Yifan asks. Aunt Jiang sighs, yes, the master and mistress don't live here. When the young lady left the main household, I followed her out. It's been so lonely for me all these years. There are only 2 people living in such a big house, so it must be very boring. Yifan shook her head. There's nothing I can do about it. The young lady likes to be alone. Usually when she comes home, apart from eating and sleeping, she works in the study, and rarely attends social gatherings or anything like that. Having said that, Auntie Jiang seemed to have remembered something and asked, right, Yifan, how many people are in your family? Do your parents know that you've moved here? Yifan laughed softly, and said, my parents passed away when I was very young. I've been living alone for so many years, so it doesn't matter where I live. Jiang was slightly taken aback, and said to herself, oh, poor child, I'm so nosy, I shouldn't have asked these things. Don't mind me, I'm used to it. I've been living alone for so many years, and I'm doing just fine, Yifan said with a grin. The old woman sighed, not wanting to talk about it anymore. She led Yifan to the second floor and showed him the room she had prepared for him. Yifan, this is the room you will be living in from now on. Your neighbor will be the young lady's study and bedroom. I think it would be good for you to live close to each other. Auntie Jiang said this, showing a look of expectation on her face. This is the young lady's first relationship, and I'm sure it's fate that you two have met. I really hope that you two will have a good outcome, and that you will be able to do justice to the spirit of your late father. What? Xiao Shui is looking for a partner for the first time? Yifan was a little surprised. Although women are known for their cold dispositions and are indeed difficult to approach, a woman as beautiful as her niece should have attracted plenty of men. Aunt Jiang sighed with a wry smile and said, no one would believe me if I told them this, but I have watched Miss grow up. Ever since she started high school, she has had all kinds of rich guys after her, but she has never been interested in relationships. I was worried that she would drag on until she was in her 30s or 40s and refuse to get married. But you have appeared, which gives me a great relief. Yifan, you have to work harder. I'm waiting for you to get married and call you husband. Get married? Husband? Yifan couldn't help but laugh. Auntie Jiang had really thought far ahead. He probably wouldn't be able to wait until that day, after all, he had only signed a 3-month contract. It seemed that Su Qingxue had not told Auntie Jiang that they were contract boyfriend and girlfriend. Seeing Auntie Jiang's heartfelt expression, he was really a little embarrassed. However, from Auntie Jiang's words, Yifan also heard some information, which was that the reason why Auntie Jiang was in this family was mostly related to Su Qingxue's late grandfather. After entering the room, Yifan simply organized her luggage and then went downstairs, where she saw Aunt Jiang changing clothes and carrying a cloth bag, as if she were going out. Aunt Jiang, where are you going? Yifan asked. Oh, the freezer at home is full of seafood, so I'm going out to buy some fresh food to welcome you back tonight. You can stay at home and watch TV, or go for a swim, Aunt Jiang said. Yifan couldn't help but wonder, Auntie Jiang, are you going out by car? Oh, I'm too old to drive. I'll walk out and take the bus for 3 stops, Auntie Jiang laughed. Yifan thought to herself that she didn't have a part-time job today anyway, and blurted out, then I'll go with you. There should be another car at home, and I'll drive you. Yifan remembered that Su Qingxue had at least one Maserati. When Auntie Jiang heard this, she was quite surprised. Great. You don't mind accompanying an old lady like me to the supermarket? Hey, how could I mind? I'm counting on you to buy me delicious food and cook me big meals, Yifan said with a smile. Auntie Jiang's eyes lit up, and she looked at Yifan with even more warmth. She waved her hand and said, come, let's take the elevator to the garage. Yifan was stunned. Wow, this Su Qingxue is really rich, she even has an elevator to go down to the garage. Once she got into the indoor elevator, Yifan realized that there were actually 2 underground floors, B1 and B2, and this mansion had a total of 5 floors. Yifan, you can pick whatever car you like. Basically, the lady only drives the cars on floor B1, and the cars on floor B2 are not driven except for maintenance every year, Jiang Shu introduced. Yifan walked into B1 and found that there were 10 cars parked here. The cheapest one was a BMW Z4, and above it were a Mercedes-Benz ML400, BMW X6, and other more expensive cars like a Porsche 911. The Maserati that Su Qingxue had driven before was also parked there. Overall, they were all high-end cars that could be seen on the road normally. However, when Yifan walked to the B2 level, she couldn't help but laugh. The most common one was a Lamborghini Huracan. And above that, a Ferrari 430, a Ferrari 458, and an Aston Martin DB9. The most shocking thing was that there was even a silver-gray Bugatti Veyron parked there. This is a car that costs about 30 million yuan in China. Aunt Jiang, why did Xiuxue buy so many cars? Yifan felt sorry for all these cars, all sitting in the underground garage gathering dust. What a waste. Auntie Jiang is also very helpless. They weren't bought by the young lady, but were all given to her by wealthy businessmen and dignitaries who chase after her. However, the young lady just transferred the money according to the market price and kept the cars. Doesn't she feel that the money is a waste? Yifan asked. Who says it isn't? But the money is earned by the young lady herself, and she doesn't mind spending it. We can't control it, Auntie Jiang said with a smile. Yifan nodded. Indeed, according to the market value of Jinxiu Group, Su Qingshue's annual salary plus dividends is estimated to be over 100 million. These cars worth tens of millions are nothing in her eyes. Yifan finally decided not to pick those supercars considering practicality and chose a relatively ordinary Mercedes-Benz ML400 to take Aunt Jiang to the nearby Metro supermarket. Looking at Aunt Jiang sitting in the back seat of the car with a satisfied look on her face in the rearview mirror, Yifan couldn't help but feel that she was probably also hoping that Su Qingshuo would put down her work and accompany her to the supermarket. Mobile users, please browse to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 0011 Welcome Home. In a seaside mansion in Huahai City, Zheng Junfeng sat on the living room sofa with a gloomy face. Just now, not only did his bodyguard get beaten up by Su Lingshan, but the hitman he hired at a high price even returned the commission and the penalty fee, and also told him that Yifan told him to stop playing these petty tricks and to compete in a fair and square manner. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to Zheng Junfeng. This humiliation made him want to go crazy. Junfeng, calm down, a little obstacle, it's no big deal. A middle-aged man in a suit, with an imposing air and a cold expression, walked down the stairs. This person was Zhang Hongji, the current head of the Zhang family. Zheng Junfeng took a deep breath and turned back, saying, "Father, are we just going to let this go? Just let that little bug get the better of us. I just received news that brat Yi has moved into Su Qingshue's house." Zheng Junfeng's eyes were full of hatred when he mentioned Yifan. Don't call him a brat. This Yifan, I think he's got some skills. Zheng Hongji said. Him? I've already checked him out. He's a poor guy living in a rental housing, doing all the hard labor. He has no money and no background, so what's the big deal? Zheng Junfeng said disdainfully. Zheng Hongji snorted and said, if he really is so useless, why did the hitman you hired refuse to complete the commission by returning the liquidated damages? Zheng Junfeng was silent. He, too, was baffled by this. Zheng Hongji looked at the Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist. It's almost time. Ma Lao should be here soon. You come with me to greet him. Ma Lao? Zheng Junfeng was puzzled when he heard this. Father, are you talking about Ma Jinkuan, the former top assassin of the White Shark Gang? Didn't he retire from the underworld? Zheng Hongji sneered, who in the underworld can really wash their hands of it? They're just raising their own value to make more money. With our friendship with the White Shark Gang, what's so difficult about asking Ma Jinkuan to come out of retirement? Besides, the underground gangs in Huahai are now in a three-way standoff, and the White Shark Gang needs our Zhang family's financial support even more. Zheng Junfeng was overjoyed, clapping his hands and saying, that's great. I heard that Ma Lao's eagle claw technique can even pierce through iron plates, and he has never missed a target in more than 30 years. He is in a completely different league from the hitman I hired. Now Su Qingshuo and Yifan are dead for sure. Listen carefully, my son. Su Qingshuo is a talent. Killing her will certainly bring a lot of benefits, but as long as there is a chance to get Su Qingshuo, we cannot give up. Try every means possible to make that woman submit to us. As for the man she's found, even if he's a bit capable, he's not a threat to our Zhang family. Don't take it too seriously. Zheng Hongji's face was grim. I understand, father. I will find a way to continue to pressure Jinxiu Group and the Su family. In the end, I will make that woman climb into my bed with tears in her eyes, and then I will play her to death, and see how she can still pretend to be that high and mighty goddess in front of me. Zheng Junfeng laughed viciously. Aunt Jiang, I'm home. At 6 p.m., Su Qingshuo pushed open the door and returned home, her pale face slightly tired. She habitually kicked off her high heels, took off her jacket, and then, like a collapsed building, collapsed onto the wide leather sofa. After stretching, she leaned over to get the remote control for the TV. Ah! Su Qingshuo exclaimed, because she suddenly saw a somewhat dirty face grinning at her. Xiao Shui, you're back? Yifan was holding a screwdriver in his hand, his upper body shirtless, crouching next to the sofa, his gaze aimed at Su Qingshue's chest. After the woman took off her jacket, there was only a white shirt underneath, and the pale pink underwear bra could be seen in the light, with its two plump and round snowballs, which were especially enticing because they were squished against the sofa. The breasts are very pretty, Yifan thought to himself. The key is the tight buttocks below, a pair of long, beautiful legs, and the whole woman lying on the sofa, exuding an amazing languid sexiness. Su Qingxue suddenly remembered that there was an extra person in the house, and her face instantly became rosy, flushing to her ears. Pervert! Su Qingxue turned around and kicked Yifan's face with both feet. Yifan hurriedly dodged and rolled onto the carpet, innocently saying, Shue, what are you doing? I can't even welcome you home? Where are you looking? Su Qingxue clutched her arms tightly against her chest, her face pale with anger. And why aren't you wearing any clothes? Yifan explained seriously, of course I have to look at you when I'm talking to you, it's a matter of respect. As for me taking off my shirt, it's the same reason I take off my shoes when I come home with you, it's just a habit. This is my home. You can't take it off. Put it on. Su Qingxue is usually calm and rarely shouts like this, but she was really irritated. She only regretted that she had misjudged him at first and had believed that he was a decent and good man. Yifan had to get up and take the t-shirt and put it on himself. Su Qingxue turned her head away, not wanting to look at him again, but she couldn't help blushing and her heart pounding when she caught a glimpse of Yifan's muscles in the corner of her eye. It was the first time she had noticed that a man's body could be so beautifully sculpted, with just the right amount of angles and curves. It wasn't particularly strong, but it was very delicate, with every muscle arranged just right, as if it were a work of sculpture. Could it be that this guy also works out? Su Qingxue muttered to herself, but immediately shook her head. What nonsense is she thinking? Seeing that Yifan was already dressed, she went over to get the remote control and planned to turn on the TV. But just as she was about to press the power button, Su Qingxue realized that something was wrong again, and her pretty face opened up a little confused. What have you done to my TV? Su Qingxue was shocked to see that the giant 3D high-definition TV in her living room had been disassembled. Yifan waved the screwdriver in his hand and laughed. Oh, I was just watching the TV broadcast, and the picture quality was a bit blurry, so I was going to fix it. It's almost done, so just wait a minute. Su Qingxue felt like she was about to lose control of her emotions, so she took a deep breath to calm herself down a little, and said, Do you know how much this TV costs? 10,000? Yifan thought about it. Add 1. Su Qingxue said. 11,000? Su Qingxue bit her silver teeth, it's 110,000. Idiot. Yifan drew a cold breath and said with a sigh, I was wondering, this TV looks pretty advanced, but it's so expensive. A little blur, and you took it apart, can you even put it back together now? Do you even understand the principles involved? Su Qingxue kept on questioning. Yifan laughed indolently, it looks like it's just a matter of putting it back together, it won't take long. Watching this, Su Qingxue felt like she was suffering from cerebral congestion. Zhang Shang, the maid in the kitchen, heard the shouting outside and slipped out to take a look. Miss, what are you arguing with Yifan about? Why do you always argue as soon as you get home? Zhang Shang asked curiously. Auntie Jiang. How can you let him do such nonsense? He's taken apart all the televisions in the house. Complained Su Qingxue. Hey, what's the big deal? Auntie Jiang laughed. Miss, just let Yifan have a go. If it doesn't work, we can always call the manufacturer's repairman. With a smile, she added, Yifan, hurry up, dinner's almost ready. Yifan nodded and said cheerfully, okay, it'll be done in 5 minutes at most. Su Qingxue looked at the peaceful scene of the old and young and was a little puzzled. Didn't Aunt Jiang just meet Yifan? Why are they so affectionate already? Seeing Yifan holding his screwdriver again, turning at the panel of the TV set, Su Qingxue wanted to throw the remote control over there. Stop it. Are you going to pay for the damage? No, you have to trust your man. Yifan was very confident. You shameless. Su Qingxue felt helpless, but when she looked over at Aunt Jiang in the kitchen, the old lady was beaming with joy, as if she was enjoying listening to their bickering. Aunt Jiang, say something. This guy is just here to cause trouble. Aunt Jiang covered her mouth and giggled. I'm an old woman, I can't get involved in your young couple's business. I'll go fry some more food, you two go back to what you were doing. We are not a little. Seeing that Aunt Jiang had just run into the kitchen, Su Qingxue blushed, but she couldn't say that they were fake boyfriend and girlfriend. She depressedly undid the hairpin in her hair and tousled her hair, as if this was the only way to vent some of her negative emotions. As Aunt Jiang served the dishes one after the other, Yifan also put the TV back together. Su Qingxue quickly picked up the remote control and tried to turn on the TV, but no matter how many times she pressed the buttons, the TV didn't respond at all. Yifan! Look what you've done! Su Qingxue was completely furious. It wasn't that she cared about the 100,000 or so, she could earn that back in an hour, it was just that Yifan messing around in her house made her feel dissatisfied. Mobile users, please browse to read, for a better reading experience. Chapter 0012 Miss has good taste. Yifan looked at the woman with a puzzled expression. Xiao Shui, are you running a fever? She said, reaching out to touch Su Qingxue's forehead. Su Qingxue quickly backed away, angry. What fever? Don't change the subject. You said you were awesome, right? You'll pay for the TV. Yifan sighed, turned around, walked over to the power socket next to the TV, picked up the TV plug, and waved it at Su Qingxue. Beauty, your TV doesn't need to be plugged in to turn on, does it? Auntie Jiang happened to be walking out of the kitchen and saw this scene. She burst out laughing. Su Qingxue's almond-shaped eyes widened, and after a moment, she said nonchalantly, that doesn't mean it's fixed. After that, she pressed the remote control, only to find that the TV turned on smoothly and started broadcasting. Oops, it really is. The previous small blurry lines are gone. Yifan, you really have a knack for this, Auntie Jiang praised happily. Su Qingxue froze for a moment, ran a hand through her messy hair, and glared at Yifan in annoyance. It was just a stroke of luck, and besides, there was nothing to be proud of about fixing a TV. Yifan looked helpless and smiled, saying, I'm not proud of it either. I always say I'm just watching, so don't slander me. Su Qingxue pretended not to hear, walked over to the dining table, and when she saw the table full of a dozen dishes, she blinked her beautiful eyes and said, Aunt Jiang, why did you make so much? The young lady has brought her boyfriend home, so of course I have to cook a lot to celebrate, said Aunt Jiang matter-of-factly. What's there to celebrate? If I had known he was like this, I wouldn't have let him move in, said Su Qingxue. Aunt Jiang covered her mouth and laughed. There's no such thing as regret medicine in this world. I think Yifan is quite good, and the young lady has good taste. Yifan nodded vigorously next to her, still Aunt Jiang understands him. That's because you don't know the cunning side of him, Aunt Jiang. Besides, there's no way we can finish all this, it would be such a waste. Su Qingxue frowned, and said, just do what we used to do, 4 dishes and a soup, and don't add anything extra for him. Yifan didn't care what the woman said, and first served a bowl of rice from the rice cooker to Aunt Jiang. Here, Auntie Jiang, you've worked hard. Auntie Jiang was a little taken aback. She had spent decades in the Su family, always serving others their meals, and never once had someone else served her rice. The old woman's eyes revealed a touch of emotion as she took the rice bowl, saying, this is embarrassing. Why are you embarrassed? I'm the younger generation, it's only natural to serve the elders rice. Has Xiao Shui never served you rice before? Yifan asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue suddenly realized that she hadn't really done this. Auntie Jiang had taken care of her for more than 10 years, and it seemed that she really hadn't done this. It's not that she's arrogant, it's just that Auntie Jiang usually prepares the food, and she just comes over to eat, so she doesn't think about these things. Xiao Shui, although Auntie Jiang is your nanny, you should be more filial. Besides, Auntie Jiang usually goes to the supermarket to buy food, and she takes the bus. You have so many cars, so you can take Auntie Jiang for a ride and accompany her while she shops at the supermarket. Yifan said. The more Su Qingxue listened, the more uncomfortable she felt. Although she felt guilty, she felt uncomfortable when she thought that it was Yifan who was lecturing her. None of your business. How many years have I been with Aunt Jiang? Do I need you to teach me? You only helped Aunt Jiang serve the food once. She sounded so self-important, and Su Qingxue said unconvincingly. Auntie Jiang hurriedly said, Miss, don't be angry. Yifan just said that off the cuff. I have watched you grow up. I know that you have a good heart. Su Qingxue said apologetically, Auntie Jiang, in the future, if you need to buy food, you can wait for me to come back and go together. I didn't pay attention to this before. If you wait until you get back from work to go shopping, there won't be enough time to cook. It's fine. I'm still healthy for an old person. Auntie Jiang laughed and waved her hand. I'm worried that Auntie Jiang has been tricked by this guy. He's the most capable of pretending to be honest, but he's actually very bad. He's flattering you and has an ulterior motive. Su Qingxue hadn't forgotten what Yi Fan had done during the day to take advantage of her. Shui, you can't say things like that. How did I pretend and trick you? Yi Fan looked righteous. You're a liar, Su Qingxue huffed. Seeing the two of them arguing, Aunt Jiang couldn't help but laugh. In the past, the house was quiet, but now that Yi Fan has come, even you, miss, are so agitated. It's so lively, I'm not used to it. I'm not agitated at all, Su Qingxue said to herself, but she didn't sound convinced. She didn't know why, but she just got angry whenever she saw Yi Fan. Alright, let's just eat first. If we keep arguing, the food will get cold. Aunt Jiang said, and the three of them sat down to eat. Su Qingxue, who looked depressed, seemed to have been affected by Yi Fan's words. She did not ask Zhang Sheng to help her serve the food, but served herself and ate in silence. Women are very meticulous when eating. They chew without showing their teeth and pick up food without fiddling with it, all in a very gentle manner. Yi Fan was different. He ate in large mouthfuls, and after each mouthful he would eat half a bowl of rice. Zhang Sheng, who was watching, kept telling him to eat more slowly. Before long, Su Qingxue noticed that of the dozen dishes on the table, 7 or 8 had already been emptied. She was amazed, and felt that she had never seen anyone eat so much. Yi Fan pretended not to hear, finished clearing the table, praised Zhang's cooking, then took out a cigarette, lit it, and planned to enjoy his daily life like a god. No smoking. You have to go outside to smoke. Su Qingxue looked disgusted. Yi Fan smiled apologetically, remembering that this was no longer his low-rent housing, and got up and walked outside. When he arrived outside, the heat hit him in the face, but Yi Fan didn't mind, and sat on the steps, smoking and enjoying the clouds of smoke. He hadn't even taken 2 puffs when a black Mercedes Maybach pulled up to the door. The man and woman who got out of the car were none other than Su Changping and Tong Huizhen. Behind them came their driver, less than 1.7 meters tall but with a muscular build, a sharp face and a small scar at the corner of his eyebrow. He was full of energy and clearly not your average chauffeur. When they saw Yi Fan at the door, Su Changping and Tong Huizhen both frowned in displeasure. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes but quickly waved at them. Uncle and Auntie are here, why aren't you coming to dinner? How come you're here? Su Changping asked seriously. Yi Fan said, Xiao Shui asked me to move in here, after all, we are boyfriend and girlfriend. You see, I told you, this girl has gone crazy, bringing this kind of man into the house, how can we face people after this gets out? Tong Huizhen said angrily. Suddenly, the door opened and Su Qingxue, with a cold expression on her face, stood there and said, I'm bringing my boyfriend home, not a lover, so what's there not to be seen? You girl! How dare you talk back? Is this any way to speak to your parents? Tong Huizhen shouted in a shrill voice. Su Qingxue's pretty face was frosty, not budging an inch, and she stared coldly at Tong Huizhen. Seeing the tense atmosphere at the door, Jiang Shu, who was inside, didn't bother to clear the dishes and cutlery, and went to the door to greet them politely. Is it master and mistress coming? Please come in, it's hot outside. Yes, wife, let's talk about it inside. Su Changping also looked uncomfortable, so let's go in and have a good talk with Qingxue. Tong Huizhen gave Yi Fan a cold stare and said in a strange tone, we will talk, but this is an internal matter for our family, and outsiders like him should not be present. He is my boyfriend, the man I plan to marry, not an outsider, Su Qingxue retorted. Marry? Yi Fan almost choked on a puff of smoke. This woman really dares to say anything. Tong Huizhen glared at her, you little brat, you really can say anything. I'm just stating the facts, said Su Qingxue calmly. Tong Huizhen trembled with anger, her eyes red with tears. Did you see that? She despises me as her adoptive mother. She doesn't take me as her mother seriously. Su Changping frowned deeply and sighed, stop arguing, Qingxue. We are only concerned about you, that's why we are in such a hurry to come and find you. There are some things that we didn't explain clearly during the day, and we must explain them to you. You can't keep your parents standing in the doorway talking to you, can you? Young lady, let the master and madam come in first. Auntie Jiang also persuaded. Su Qingxue listened to what Auntie Jiang said and only then turned her head and walked back into the house. Yi Fan did not rush inside. For him, it was better to smoke a few cigarettes outside than to sit together and have another fight. Tong Huijian wiped the corner of her eye and, when she entered the door, gave the driver a wink and said, Zheng Dong, wait by the door and keep a close eye on this kid. Don't let him cause trouble while we talk about things. Yes, ma'am, Zheng Dong nodded knowingly, his eyes glancing suspiciously at Yifan. Mobile users, please browse to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 0013 As a driver. When everyone else had gone back inside, only Yifan and Zheng Dong were left standing outside. Yifan took out a cigarette and handed it over, smiling and saying, have a smoke? Zheng Dong shook his head and said, thank you, but my mistress doesn't allow us servants to smoke. Really? That's a shame. Yifan saw that the other person didn't want to smoke, so he lit another cigarette for himself. Zheng Dong gave a strange smile and said, Mr. Yi, it's no fun just standing here, so why don't we find some entertainment? Oh? What kind of fun? Yifan asked with interest. Zheng Dong looked Yifan up and down. I can see that Mr. Yi is strong and healthy, and I assume you exercise a lot. I don't have any other hobbies, but I like arm wrestling, and I'd like to spar with you. Arm wrestling? That's not a good idea, I'm young after all, Yifan waved his hand. Zheng Dong said with a smile that it's okay, being young doesn't mean you have a lot of strength, a real man shouldn't refuse a little competition like this, and the boyfriend your lady is looking for shouldn't be a coward. Yifan looked reluctant, but since he had gone this far, he said, okay, I'll do it once, but I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Haha, Zheng Dong couldn't help but laugh. A cold light flashed in his eyes. I'm looking forward to it. The two of them went to a stone bench in front of the courtyard, squatted behind it, and extended their right arms towards each other. Yifan, with a cigarette in his mouth, said indistinctly, you said start. Zheng Dong's mouth curled up in a sneer. Mr. Yi, do you know what I used to do? Yifan wonders, weren't you a driver? That's right, I'm a driver now, but before, I was in the Special Assault Unit of the Northwest Military Region, so if I hurt you, don't blame me, because you made our wife angry. After saying this, Zheng Dong shouted. Let's begin. As soon as the words fell from his lips, Zheng Dong's right arm became muscular, and his strength exploded, pushing Yifan's right arm downwards. Yifan's right arm was immediately pressed down, and it looked as if it was about to hit the stone bench. This blow would have resulted in a broken bone or a serious muscle strain. However, just when Zheng Dong thought he had successfully taught Yifan a lesson, he noticed that Yifan didn't react at all. Zheng Dong was surprised to discover that Yifan's arm suddenly stopped pressing down as it approached the bottom. No matter how hard Zheng Dong tried, Yifan's hand was still 1 centimeter away from the stone bench and did not move an inch. Sigh. Yifan took a deep drag of smoke, and the white smoke sprayed into Zheng Dong's face. As a driver, your level of arm wrestling is not bad. Yifan gave a wicked smile, and suddenly applied a counter-force with his right hand, instantly pushing Zheng Dong's arm back. One could hear the crunch of 2 bones, followed by Zheng Dong's scream. Ah! My hand! Yifan let go of Zheng Dong's hand, which was already trembling and limp, stood up, and looked down at him condescendingly. I told you, I'm afraid of hurting you, do you want me to call an ambulance? Zheng Dong was sweating profusely, and he looked at Yifan with gritted teeth, his eyes filled with fear. How come you're so strong? It's not that I'm strong, it's that you're malnourished and lack calcium, Yifan grinned, turned around, and walked back into the house. By now, the atmosphere in the living room had become incredibly tense. Su Changping and Tong Huijian once again advised Su Qingxue to stop being so willful, but naturally Su Qingxue would not compromise. Qingxue, I really don't understand. What is it about Zhang Junfeng that makes him better than Yifan? Background, family background, appearance, talent, and the fact that he has been chasing you for so long shows how sincere he is. Why do you have to see the Zheng family as the villain? Su Changping was very puzzled. Do you need to ask? It's because she deliberately disagrees with us. She opposes whatever we say, so that the entire Su family listens to her and her identity as the CEO is highlighted, Tong Huijian said sarcastically. You are afraid of the Zheng family, but I am not. When Grandpa left, he asked me to take care of Jinsho Group, not to give away the family business. If you mention Zhang Junfeng to me again, then there is nothing more for us to talk about. Auntie Jiang, show her out. Su Qingxue got up from the sofa and said coldly. Yifan could not help but smile wryly as soon as she entered the door, hearing Su Qingxue shouting to send the guest away. About you, you are also my own daughter, said Su Changping, patting his chest. Su Qingxue turned her head away and snorted, I don't need you to worry about me, just don't let yourself be used as a pawn. Su Changping was furious. In your eyes, your father is really so worthless. Seeing this, Aunt Jiang hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over, saying, "Master, the young lady is just being angry, so you mustn't be angry." Su Chongping's eyes reddened, and he let out a long sigh. Turning to leave, his back said it all, he was utterly helpless. Because Zhang Dong, the chauffeur, had broken his leg, it was Su Changping himself who drove away, which made the trip even more awkward. After this incident, the atmosphere at home was a bit depressing. Su Qingxue went upstairs without saying a word, and Yifan and Aunt Jiang were left alone in the living room. Yifan asked, "Aunt Jiang, does Xiaoxue have a brother?" Aunt Jiang nodded and said, "Yes, she has a younger brother 3 years old named Su Weiming, who is still in college. However, the two siblings do not have the same mother, and they have not been close since they were young. When the patriarch died, he gave the company's shares to the young lady, so that she could secure her position as president. That's why the young master is even more resentful." Yifan nodded in understanding. In most wealthy families, the family business is passed down through the male line. But Grandpa Su handed over the Jinsho group to his granddaughter. Either Su Qingxue is too outstanding, or Su Weiming is too incompetent. Yifan suddenly remembered what happened to Fairy's sister and asked again, "Auntie Jiang, does Xiaoxue have any sisters?" "Sisters? No, Mississippi. Her birth mother died when she was 7, leaving her alone. She stayed in the orphanage until she was 10, when the great-uncle took her back to the Su family." "I've never heard of her having any sisters," said Auntie Jiang. Yifan sighed with regret. She had been thinking too much, it must have just been a resemblance. Auntie Jiang said with a sad face, "Since Master passed the company to Miss, Madam and Master have been very unhappy. Master is caught in the middle and it is hard for him too. What is this family going to do?" At that moment, from the second floor came the annoyed voice of Su Qingxue. "Yi Fan. What are those things of yours? They stink." Yifan was taken aback and quickly ran upstairs, only to find Su Qingxue standing in front of his room, holding her nose and even looking a little scared. "Xiaoxue, are you talking about my clothes?" Yifan pointed at the clothes scattered around the room and laughed apologetically. "I thought it would be a hassle to put them in the closet, so I just left them out here for convenience when I want to wear them." Su Qingxue frowned as she looked at the dirty, smelly, old clothes. "Don't you smell anything?" Su Qingxue asked. Yifan touched his chin and said seriously, "It's true, I have a strong manly scent." Su Qingxue's eyes became colder and colder, and she wanted to kick this guy off the second floor. Seeing the woman's displeased expression, Yifan said with a smile, "I did forget to wash a few things, I'm sorry." Su Qingxue ordered, "You quickly throw away all these clothes, I'll pay you, go buy some new ones." Yifan shook his head, "That won't do, these clothes can be worn after washing, it's a waste to throw them away. If you don't like the smell, I'll wash them right away. I'll pay you, you don't have to pay me back. It's not an issue of money, I've grown attached to these clothes over time, some were even gifts from old friends, I can't just throw them away." After saying this, Yifan ran into the house, packed all the clothes into a suitcase, and ran downstairs carrying the suitcase. "Aunt Jiang, where's the washing machine? I want to do the laundry." Su Qingxue was speechless, she had seen stingy people before, but she had never seen anyone as stingy as this. He didn't even want new clothes, insisting on wearing such a pile of rags. Instead, Auntie Jiang smiled downstairs and said, "Young lady, you found a good man. He's so thrifty even with his clothes, so he definitely won't change his mind about his wife." Su Qingxue bit her lips and a complex look flashed in her eyes. She said, "Auntie Jiang, ask him to come to my study after he's finished washing the clothes." Mobile users please browse to read, for a better reading experience. Chapter 0014 Not That Close. After finishing her laundry, Yifan went upstairs to Su Qingxue's study. Su Qingxue's study was very simple. The 2 rows of bookshelves were full of books of various types, but if you looked closely, the books were arranged in order by category and alphabetically. On a large office desk, there was not a speck of dust, and the documents and office supplies were neatly arranged, even the length and color of the pens were clearly categorized. It can be seen that the woman is very serious about her work, and she is pursuing perfection in every detail. Su Qingxue, sitting behind the desk, is carefully reading a document. The woman has a serious expression and an intellectual and elegant temperament. When Yifan enters the room, Su Qingxue doesn't say a word. She obviously plans to finish reading the document first. Yifan is in no hurry either. She leisurely takes a book from the shelf and looks at it. However, these books are basically management and economics books, which are boring for Yifan to read. After more than 10 minutes, Su Qingxue looked up and saw Yifan reading a book. She asked, "Do you like these books?" "Being a businessman doesn't suit me," Yifan shook her head. "By the way, what did you want to see me about?" Su Qingshua's expressionless face had a hint of coldness in her beautiful eyes like a cold pool. "Yifan, there are a few things I want you to understand." "Huh? What is it?" Yifan felt that the woman in front of her exuded an air of being unfriendly. Even though they were only 2 or 3 meters apart, it was as if they were at opposite ends of the earth. "First, we are only boyfriend and girlfriend in a contractual relationship. I am your employer, you are my contract worker. In private, when no one is around, you can call me by my name, or you can call me boss or Mr. Su, but you cannot call me Xiao Shui because we are not that close. Second, you are in my home today because I am concerned about your personal safety, and I need to put on a show for others. It is not that I want to develop a further relationship with you. Men and women are different. You cannot take off your clothes so easily, as you did today. Third, the contract will end in 3 months at the latest, and it may be terminated earlier. Don't think that I will be soft-hearted just because you are sucking up to Aunt Jiang and trying to please the old lady. Your behavior in my home today has already exceeded the boundaries of a contractual boyfriend. I hope you will behave yourself." Yifan was slightly stunned after hearing this. Undeniably, he felt a little let down. "You really think I'm sucking up to Aunt Jiang?" Yifan laughed to himself, shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I don't have any ulterior motives. You and I are from different worlds, and it's hard for us to have a future together. I know this better than anyone." Su Qingxue frowned slightly, and when she heard the words "from different worlds," she felt deeply. "I'm glad you understand. I hope you can keep your feet on the ground and not leave, causing Auntie Jiang to feel sad," said Su Qingxue. Yifan nodded, put his hands in his pockets, hesitated for a moment, and said, Qingxue, there's something I think you need to consider." "What is it?" asked Su Qingxue indifferently. Yifan said with a sincere face, "I can see that your father really cares about you, but he's been kept in the dark about a lot of things, which is why he's made the wrong judgments. After all, he is your biological father, you should tell him clearly about the company's affairs and the Zhang family's evil deeds behind his back, not." "Shut up!" Su Qingxue suddenly interrupted Yifan's words with a cold voice. The woman suddenly stood up and stared at him with cold eyes. "Do you know what happened in the past? Do you know how I grew up in this family? Who are you to manage my family's affairs? This is my private matter, no need for you, an outsider, to meddle." Saying this, Su Qingxue pointed at the door and shouted, "Get out of my house. I don't want to see you." Just then, Aunt Jiang came up with a tray of fruit and walked to the door of the study, bumping into Su Qingxue's loud rebuke. Aunt Jiang was also stunned and stood in the doorway. "What's going on? Did they have a fight?" Aunt Jiang asked worriedly. Su Qingxue seemed to have been touched her bottom line and was furious. "Aunt Jiang, stay out of it. Tell this guy to pack his bags and get out of here right now." Yifan didn't expect that talking about their father and daughter would make Su Qingxue so angry. He felt depressed and didn't want to argue with the woman anymore. He walked to the door, smiled apologetically at Aunt Jiang, and then went downstairs and out of the mansion. He couldn't take his luggage with him because all his clothes were in the washing machine. But Yifan didn't care. He couldn't possibly beg the woman to let him stay there. Even if he were in the mood he had been in a few years ago, he would probably have rushed up and given the woman a good scolding. Although he is a big-hearted person, he will still be annoyed by such a scene. After all, he only meant well. Yifan simply walked out of the residential area and took the subway to the lively Bar Street area with nightlife. He had not been to a bar for a long time. On the one hand, he wanted to save money, on the other hand, he was busy with various part-time jobs and had a pretty happy life. But today, he wanted to drink his heart out, and if he could find a pretty woman, that would be even better. Pink Lady Bar is a bar with an above-average style that attracts mostly white-collar workers, where you can drink quietly or find a little excitement. Yifan walked into the bar, went to the bar, and ordered a glass of whiskey. Just as he was looking for something in the bar to chat up the pretty women, he heard someone call his name. "Yifan? Is that you? Sister Yueying?" Yifan turned around and saw Feng Yueying sitting at a round table with a few other women also dressed in office attire. "Why are you here drinking too? I haven't seen you before." Feng Yueying seemed to have had a few drinks, her cheeks rosy and a charming smile on her face. Seeing an acquaintance, and a good-looking one at that, Yifan felt a little better. He walked over and said with a smile, "This is my first time here." A petite white-collar woman in a black uniform giggled. "Minister, is this your boyfriend? He's quite manly, so I guess the minister likes this type." "Xiao Lian, what are you talking about?" "This is one of my younger brothers," Feng Yueying said vaguely. Another white-collar woman, Xiaoying, who was wearing a white shirt and had short hair, said, "Minister Feng is blushing. Just confess your relationship, and we won't go around the company blabbing." "Hey, I didn't realize that Minister Feng had a boyfriend." "Those suitors are going to die of grief when they find out," said another white-collar worker teasingly. Feng Yueying rolled her eyes and said angrily, "You guys can tease me all you want, but wait until we get to work and see how I'll fix you." Saying this, Feng Yueying shifted her body to make room for a seat on the sofa and said, "Yifan, you can join us. You're alone anyway." Yifan had originally wanted to find a woman to go out and let loose a bit, but it was not bad to have these beautiful women to drink with, so he readily agreed. As they drank and chatted, they realized that these women were all in Feng Yueying's department, basically her henchmen, and they had a very good personal relationship. They often got together after work. Yifan asked to confirm, "Sister Yueying, does the White Shark Gang still harass you?" Feng Yueying gave a bright smile. "You may not believe it, but the leader of the White Shark Gang actually came to the company today to apologize to me. I don't know what happened, but anyway, it's over." "That's good," Yifan nodded. Xiao Lian jumped in and said, "Minister Feng, you can trust me. It must be some rich and handsome guy who secretly likes you who helped you subdue those people." "Idiot, do you think it's an idle drama? Where would there be such a good thing?" Xiaoying shook her head. There was also a trace of doubt in Feng Yueying's eyes, but after thinking about it, she seemed to have no idea of such a person, so she had to give up. Feng Yueying clinked glasses with Yifan, saying, "Come, no matter what, I toast you. Thanks to you, I was able to stay safe yesterday." As soon as these words were spoken, the group of white-collar workers all sensed the smell of gossip and rushed to ask what had happened yesterday. Naturally, Feng Yueying would not go into the details, but gave a brief account. "Oh. So it was a heroic rescue, Feng Minister, and you said Yifan was just a younger brother. We don't believe it," Xiaolian giggled. Feng Yueying's pretty face turned even more rosy as she was about to argue back when she suddenly saw a group of people walking over. Upon seeing the people coming, Feng Yueying's face instantly turned ugly, and a hint of hatred shone in her eyes. The changes in the woman were felt by everyone present, and they couldn't help but look over curiously. A young man wearing a Givenchy flower t-shirt, a Rolex watch, and a clean-looking, slender figure was walking over with 3 or 4 other men also wearing designer brands, with a carefree and arrogant smile. "Oh, I see why he looks familiar. It's my dear Ying. How have you been lately?" Feng Yueying suppressed her emotions, pretended not to hear anything, and drank her wine. Xiaolian and the other subordinates were all indignant, but they dared not say anything. Just as Yifan was wondering what was going on, the young man already pointed the finger of accusation at him. "Hey, brat, get lost quickly and give this old man your seat." The man hooked his fingers, completely ignoring Yifan. Mobile users, please browse to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 0015 Accompany my sister to a place. Yifan, of course, would not move aside. He shook the whiskey in his glass. "You can come and take it." "You little brat, do you know who I am?" "Anyone who dares to cross me here has already lost an arm or a leg," the man sneered contemptuously. "Really?" Yifan didn't take it seriously either and continued drinking. Seeing that Yifan really wouldn't budge, the man slammed the table and finally warned, "You once, don't make things difficult for yourself." Feng Yueying, who was standing nearby, finally couldn't stand it anymore. Her eyes were red with anger as she looked up and angrily shouted, "Zhou Can, that's enough. I don't want to see you. Just take your friends and go away." Zhou Can grinned evilly and said, "Ying, you finally called me by my name? Don't be so angry. I'm just here out of concern for an old friend, to offer my condolences." "No need. And we were never friends," Feng Yueying retorted. Zhou Can said flirtatiously, "So cold-hearted? I was going to give you some money. I heard that the medical expenses for your vegetative brother are quite expensive." Upon hearing this, Feng Yueying's pretty face turned pale, and she looked at Zhou Can in disbelief. Her voice trembled as she said, You still have the face to mention my brother? You beast, you animal. You will not die a good death." Feng Yueying lost control of her emotions and directly splashed the wine in the glass onto Zhou Can's face and body. "You crazy bitch." Zhou Can was covered in wine and suddenly became furious. He came up and slapped Feng Yueying. Feng Yueying let out a startled cry, thinking she was going to get hit, but she didn't expect the hand to be blocked in midair. Yi Fan used his left hand to firmly hold Zhou Chan's right wrist. Beating up on a woman is nothing. Yi Fan's voice became a little low. Let go. You brat, you're looking for death. Zhou Can was furious, and with his other hand, he punched Yi Fan in the face. But before he could hit him, Yi Fan's right hand pushed against his chest, knocking Zhou Can to the ground. Zhou Can didn't know what happened, but a huge force made him fall over, and his whole body felt like it was falling apart, and it hurt like hell. Boss! Boss, are you okay? A group of small brothers helped Zhou Can up. Feng Yueying and the other female white-collar workers were all looking panicked, and many of the guests in the bar were looking over as well. Yi Fan, you better go. You can't mess with this guy. Feng Yueying worriedly pushed Yi Fan and told the man to hurry and run. Yi Fan, however, was calm and collected, and asked in return, what would you do if I left? Me? Feng Yueying was taken aback, and a strange warmth welled up in her heart. This man, is he trying to protect her? At this moment, Zhou Can, who had just stood up, said with a hideous face, still wanna go? No way. You dare to hit me, I'm going to call my dad now and have him send someone to get you. Upon hearing this, Feng Yueying hurriedly stood up and said, Zhou Can, I'm the one who poured you wine, so if you have a problem, come at me, it has nothing to do with anyone else. Zhou Can laughed and said, Feng Yueying, you're still afraid, aren't you? There are surveillance cameras here, so this guy can't escape even if he wants to. If you want to protect him, you have to go to a hotel with me tonight and have fun. Hey, hey. Hearing the man's lewd laughter, Feng Yueying's face turned red, and she spat, shameless. Despicable. If you refuse to sleep with me, then I'll have to call my father. Zhou Can said this and took out his phone. Feng Yueying's petite body trembled, and she looked helpless. She knew very well that if Yi Fan was really targeted by the Zhou family, she would either die or suffer greatly. Yi Fan had only acted to protect her, so how could she just stand by and watch Yi Fan get hurt? Wait. Feng Yueying wanted to say yes, but the humiliation made it hard for her to say it. What do you mean? My patience is running out. Zhou Chan's fingers flicked across the screen of his phone, a mocking expression on his face. Just as Feng Yueying gritted her teeth and was about to agree, she saw Yi Fan next to her spring into action, get up and punch Zhou Can in the stomach. Oh! Zhou Can felt his stomach churning, as if his internal organs were about to explode. A sudden wave of acidity in his stomach made him vomit. But then Yi Fan followed up with a kick, sending him 3 meters away and crashing into a table, his whole body in pain as if his bones had broken. There were gasps of shock in the bar. No one expected the seemingly gentle-mannered Yi Fan to be so overbearing when she got going. The few small guys saw that Zhou Can had been beaten and hurriedly came forward to punch and kick Yi Fan. But Yi Fan didn't even look at them. With a left punch and a right kick, in a few moves, he knocked these guys to the ground, crying in pain. Yi Fan looked at Zhou Can, who was already curled up on the ground, trembling and vomiting, and calmly took out a cigarette and lit it for himself. And exhaled a puff of white smoke, saying calmly, coercing a woman into bed is no different from rape. People like you are the most despised in prison. Zhou Can vomited all over the floor, his eyes full of bloodshot and tears, shouting, I want to. I'll tell my father to arrest you. You're dead. After that, Zhou Can led a group of small fry and ran out of the bar in disgrace. Yi Fan sighed, sat back down, and said to the group of stunned women at the table, don't mind them, let's just keep drinking. Feng Yueying and the others all smiled wryly. How dare they stay and drink after what had happened? Let's go home today, said Yi Fan. Xiao Lian and the other white-collar workers all left with their bags. With everyone gone, the empty table made it awkward for Yi Fan and Feng Yueying to sit together. So the two of them also paid the bill and walked out of the bar, walking to the subway station. The warm wind blew through the hazy night streets, and the two walked side by side, quite like a couple. Feng Yueying sighed with a worried expression on her face. Yi Fan, you were so reckless. What's wrong? Yi Fan asked. That Zhou Can, his father is Zhou Haiyang, the head of one of the 3 major gangs in Huahai City, the Zizulin. Although Zizulin is very low-key, its strength is comparable to that of the White Shark Gang, and we can't beat him. Really? I just don't want you to get bullied, Yi Fan said with a smile, taking it all in stride. Feng Yueying heard this, but a strange feeling welled up in her heart. She looked at the man with a complex gaze and stopped in her tracks. Yi Fan walked a few steps forward and noticed that the woman had stopped behind her. Curious, she turned around and asked, What's wrong, Yueying? Feng Yueying pursed her plump red lips and said with a sigh, Can you accompany me and go sit by the river? The quiet and charming spring river at night runs through the entire city and flows into the sea. After buying a bag of bottled ice-cold beer at a 24-hour convenience store, the two sat on the slope by the river, looked at the river as it rushed by, and drank their beer as the boats passed by. Through Feng Yueying's narration, Yifan also learned about some of the grievances between the woman and that Zhou Can. That Zhou Can chased me for a long time 2 years ago, but I knew that he was not a good person, so I kept rejecting him. Later, he came to my house and tried to force himself on me. Just as he was about to do so, my younger brother came home, and they got into a fight. He pushed my younger brother down the stairs, causing a serious brain injury that left him in a vegetative state. A tear glistened in Feng Yueying's eyes as she whispered, because of Zhou Can's family connections, he was only detained for a few weeks and then released, while my brother has been in the nursing home for more than 2 years. Because of this incident, both of my parents have aged a lot, and they blame me for not taking care of my brother. I also feel ashamed to go back to my hometown and see them. Yifan also probably guessed what had happened, but after hearing it, she still felt a little sad. Behind the glamorous appearance of a woman, the pressure she bears alone is imaginable. Perhaps it is precisely because of the bitterness in her heart that Feng Yueying lives in the company apartment and buries herself in work. Whiskey in the bar, a few cans of beer, and the wind by the river made the alcohol go to her head. Feng Yueying's pretty face was particularly rosy, and her pair of almond-shaped eyes were sparkling and charming. Yifan, why are you being so nice to me? Feng Yueying hugged her knees, rested her head on them, and looked at the man beside her with a dazed expression in her eyes. Yifan burped and said honestly, I just did what I should do. Besides, I'm a man, so I'll be more attentive to a beautiful woman. Puff, Feng Yueying smiled sweetly and gave him a glare, you're really honest, but I still want to thank you. Yifan took out another can of beer and handed it to her. Another can? Feng Yueying pouted, I want to go to the bathroom. I drunk too much. I'll drink it then, Yifan wants to take it back. No. I want to drink it too, Feng Yueying grabbed the beer and took 2 more gulps. Yifan couldn't help but feel that women's minds are really hard to guess. Seeing that the beer was gone, he took out a cigarette and started smoking. After finishing the last can of beer, the alcohol began to take effect, and Feng Yueying was obviously feeling a little dizzy. She leaned her head on Yifan's shoulder and muttered something indistinctly. Yifan turned his head and smelled the faint fragrance from between the woman's hair. Sister Yueying, let me take you back to your apartment? After 10 seconds, Feng Yueying slowly raised her head and looked at Yifan with a hazy gaze. Dare you accompany your sister to another place? Mobile users please browse to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 0016, Stay-at-Home Woman. Yifan of course dared. Where would Yifan not dare to go? Moreover, the place Feng Yueying was talking about was just a commercial property she bought herself. Yueya Bay Community, Feng Yueying bought a house with her own money and a mortgage, 150 square meters, on the 3rd ring road of Huahai City, which was already considered a pretty good location. It's just that Feng Yueying usually lived in the apartment and rarely returned to her own home. I'm afraid that for Feng Yueying, the desolation here will remind her especially of her brother in the nursing home. She takes the elevator all the way up to the 20th floor. When she gets to the door, Feng Yueying takes out the key, but her hand trembles slightly as she opens the door. Perhaps it was the air conditioning in the subway that made Feng Yueying sober up a little from the wine, and the woman realized that the invitation was so ambiguous. What on earth was she thinking, that she actually brought the man here? You have to know that the two of them have only really become close in the past 2 days. But since she was already here, she couldn't just turn Yifan away. They were both adults, and inviting Yifan to her private house in the middle of the night already meant something. If she turned Yifan away, she would be treating her like a stranger for no reason. And then she thought of the image of Yifan standing up for her, and Feng Yueying made up her mind. Sister Yueying, what's wrong? You've got the wrong key? Yifan could tell that the woman was nervous and uneasy, and she found that quite interesting. Feng Yueying took a deep breath, opened the door, and said in a soft voice, Come in. Walking into the room, she noticed the warm-colored sofa, tables and chairs, and some landscape paintings hanging on the beige walls. After throwing her bag and taking off her jacket, Feng Yueying was left in only a thin white shirt, which looked especially attractive in the light. The alcohol made the fragrance of the woman's body spread even more strongly. Feng Yueying turned gracefully, her beautiful eyes blinking, her long eyelashes trembling, and she was indescribably charming. Yifan, are you single? She felt the need to ask. Yifan almost wanted to laugh. It seemed that Feng Yueying was really sober and was even considering these issues. I have a girlfriend, but is it fake? Yifan said. Feng Yueying just took him as a joke, gave him a blank look, and said, "Yes, it is. What does it matter if it's real or not?" Yifan shrugged his shoulders and said, "If it's real, then it's not there." After listening to this, Feng Yueying let out a sigh of relief, walked up to Yifan, raised her head, closed her eyes, and looked a little nervous. Yifan was at a loss for words as he looked at the woman, who looked like she was ready to be plucked like a flower, but was clearly also very nervous. "Sister Yueying, what are you doing?" Yifan asked playfully. Feng Yueying opened her eyes, blushing, and said with some annoyance, "You're bullying people, you know that." "Know what?" Feng Yueying bit her red lips and said angrily, "If you don't know, just forget it." And said, the woman turned to leave. But at that moment, Yifan grabbed Feng Yueying's shoulders and turned the woman's entire body back, while holding the woman's back with the other hand, and at the same time leaned down and kissed the two cold lips. Well. Feng Yueying had not yet had time to exclaim before she found herself being kissed by Yifan. A pair of bright eyes fluttered, looking at the man up close, and her delicate body trembled slightly. "Wait a minute." Feng Yueying gave a sharp shudder when Yifan's hand touched her. Yifan stopped and asked, a little breathlessly, "What's wrong?" Feng Yueying's face was rosy, and she stammered, "I want to go to the bathroom first." Yifan smiled, "Can't hold it in?" "Yes." Feng Yueying wanted to crawl under the sofa, this was so embarrassing. Yifan didn't say anything, got up from the woman, and said, "Go." Feng Yueying quickly got up and, fleeing, ran into the bathroom and closed the door. Once she was inside, Feng Yueying leaned against the door and slowly collapsed. Her heart was pounding and she subconsciously touched her lips, which still seemed to smell of the man. "This Yifan may seem honest, but he's got some serious skills," Feng Yueying thought to herself, becoming more and more curious about the man's background. However, as her mind became calmer, Feng Yueying also became apprehensive. After she went out, how was she going to continue the conversation? To be honest, she was still a traditional and conservative woman. If she hadn't been stimulated tonight, and if Yifan hadn't helped her twice and given her a great sense of security, she wouldn't have invited Yifan to her home so rashly. Of course, it wasn't that she disliked Yifan, it was just that she felt that their relationship hadn't reached that point yet. 5 minutes later, Feng Yueying hesitantly walked back into the living room. She was worried, but saw that Yifan had already taken off her clothes and was lying on the sofa, snoring. Feng Yueying was stunned for a moment, then she let out a sigh of relief. Since the man was asleep, there was nothing to worry about. "Idiot, you're not afraid of catching a cold." Feng Yueying smiled and shook her head, took an air conditioning quilt from the bedroom, and covered it over Yifan, being careful not to wake the man. After a long day, she was also tired. Tomorrow was the weekend, so she didn't need to go to work. Feng Yueying decided to take another shower in the morning and went to bed in the bedroom. She fell asleep soon after. What the woman didn't know was that after she fell asleep, Yifan in the living room opened his eyes with a helpless look on his face. Yifan was naturally pretending to sleep because he noticed that Feng Yueying seemed to be a novice. Both her skills and her reactions as a woman clearly showed that she was inexperienced. Fortunately, Feng Yueying went to the bathroom. This gave Yifan a chance to calm down, so he simply pretended to be asleep and let sleeping take care of itself. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the living room. Yifan smelled an attractive fragrance and opened his eyes to find a graceful figure wearing a loose-fitting white t-shirt, an apron, and long, black hair, preparing breakfast in the kitchen. The woman was wearing an orange pair of shorts, and as she stood there with her legs together, they swayed with her body, looking particularly attractive. Yifan's gaze was slightly fixed. A beautiful homely woman, a warm little nest, this faint feeling of home made him yearn for it a little. Just as well, Feng Yueying turned around to get a plate, and when she saw Yifan staring at her, a hint of shyness and joy appeared on her unmade-up face. "You woke up without saying a word, why are you secretly staring at me?" "Ying, you're so beautiful," Yifan blurted out. Feng Yueying's face flushed instantly. "What did you just call me?" Yifan grinned, "We've kissed and touched, so it's not too much to call you Ying." Feng Yueying didn't know what to say, because she didn't reject it in her heart, so she had to say, "Go wash your face and brush your teeth, it's time for breakfast." Mobile users please browse to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 0017 You're Not Worthy to Know. Yifan went into the bathroom and found that towels and a toothbrush had been prepared for him, and he secretly felt that it was really good to have a woman taking care of him. After washing up, he went to the dining table in the living room, where there was a large plate of fried rice with eggs and a bowl of seaweed soup. Yifan couldn't help but be taken aback. Feng Yueying thought that the man found the breakfast simple and laughed a little embarrassedly, saying, "We don't live here full-time, so there aren't many ingredients. Next time I'll buy some food and cook something delicious for you to try. I really can cook." Yi Fan shook his head quickly. "I didn't mean that. It's just that I haven't had breakfast in someone's home for a long time, and it feels a bit strange." Feng Yueying was silent for a long time, feeling very uncomfortable. Then she smiled gently. "You can come to me, I'll cook for you." Yi Fan couldn't help but smile playfully when he heard this. "Are you saying you want to live with me?" "I didn't mean that." Feng Yueying blushed, cursing herself for being so stupid for suddenly saying such a thing. Just as the two sat down to have breakfast, they heard the doorbell ring. Feng Yueying wondered why someone would be here so early in the morning, and went to the door to look through the peephole, but her face paled. "Open the door. Open the fucking door. We know Yi Fan is in there." A loud voice shouted outside. Feng Yueying was full of anxiety, but there was nothing she could do. Turning back, she asked, "What should we do?" "It's the thugs from Ziju Forest who have come for you." It must be that Zhou Can told his father something. After eating a couple of mouthfuls, Yi Fan took out her mobile phone slowly and sent a text message. After sending the message, Yi Fan got up and said, "Don't worry, just open the door. You don't know, they are particularly ruthless, and they have connections with the police. If they take you away, you will definitely suffer a lot." Feng Yueying was so anxious that her eyes were filled with tears. She blamed herself, saying, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so impulsive yesterday." Yi Fan walked over to the woman and said, "Silly, you haven't done anything wrong, so why are you blaming yourself?" After saying this, Yi Fan ignored Feng Yueying, who was staring at him blankly, and directly opened the door. At the door stood 4 men, tall and muscular, wearing black shirts. The leader had purple hair and ear studs. "You must be Yi Fan. You thought we wouldn't find you if you hid in a women's lair? You've got some nerve, beating up our young master." Yi Fan shrugged. It didn't take any guts to beat him up. "Hey, brat, you've got a mouth on you. Since you've got so much nerve, why don't you go out and have some fun with your buddies?" The man with purple hair said, crooking his mouth. Yi Fan had already made up his mind. He didn't want to cause any bloody scenes in front of Feng Yueying either, so he nodded. "No problem, where are we going?" "Ha, you really don't know when to die. Since you want to die so badly, just come with us." With that, 2 thugs came up and pushed Yi Fan towards the elevator. The man with the purple hair turned back and threatened Feng Yueying, "Bitch, if you dare to call the police, you know the consequences." Feng Yueying stood helplessly at the door. She suddenly realized that she was really useless, and 2 lines of tears fell silently. When Yi Fan was pushed into the elevator, Feng Yueying gritted her teeth. She knew that reporting to the police was probably useless, and she would also be in danger, but she couldn't just watch Yi Fan being taken away. So she took out her phone and called the police. Half an hour later, Yi Fan was taken away in a van to a nightclub. It was the morning, and the store was empty, with hardly anyone in it. Yi Fan entered the ballroom on the first floor and found that there were already more than 20 tough thugs gathered here, and a middle-aged, fat man was standing with Zhou Can. Zhou Can immediately revealed an excited and hideous smile when he saw Yi Fan. "Dad. This is the guy who beat me up last night. He called me a rapist." Zhou Haiyang had dark skin, a jadeite ring on his hand, a cigar in his mouth, and although short, he had a fierce air about him. "Do you know me?" Zhou Haiyang asked, puffing on his cigarette. Yi Fan shook his head. He didn't. "Which gang are you from, or which family?" Zhou Haiyang asked again. "No gang, no family," Yi Fan thought of the words from the martial arts novels. Zhou Haiyang laughed. "Then do you have a grudge with our Purple Bamboo Grove or our Zhou family?" Yi Fan said, "I only met your son yesterday, so where's the grudge?" Zhou Haiyang's face suddenly turned dark. "In that case, you little brat, you're looking for death." Zhou Can, who was standing nearby, couldn't wait any longer and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Pin him to the ground and beat him up. Leave his balls alone, I want to kick his balls to pieces." "Yes, young master." A group of thugs charged forward menacingly, all eager to be the first to please their boss. But just then, a flying knife came like lightning, with a sharp sound, flying towards the center of the ballroom. A roller light was cut off by the flying knife and fell from the air, smashing hard. Clang! A loud explosion startled the group of thugs, who didn't know what had happened. Zhou Haiyang, who recognized the owner of the flying knife, instantly turned pale and looked towards the door. The chairman. What? The chairman is here. The group of subordinates were also shocked and respectfully greeted him. Ning Zimo simply stood on the doorstep, as if she had turned the entire spacious hall into one centered on her. She was the queen here, and no one could resist. But obviously, the queen had left in a hurry today, so she was dressed very casually. A loose-fitting gray sleeveless dress, paired with black open-toed sandals, her hair casually let loose, but her graceful demeanor made this simple outfit look surprisingly stunning. Behind Ning Zimo, only Zhao Zhong followed, and Zhao Zhong's expression was extremely serious. President, why did you suddenly come over without giving me any advance notice? Zhou Haiyang grinned, feeling a little uneasy. Ning Zimo coldly glanced at them father and son, then walked directly to the middle of the dance floor in front of Yifan. A flash of deep self-reproach and shame crossed the woman's eyes, and her voice lacked conviction as she lowered her head and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't think this would happen." The president of the Zizhu forest, the underground queen of Huahai, with a deep background, and Ning Zimo, who is said to have mysterious and noble blood, is actually bowing her head and apologizing to a poor kid from nowhere. But the next scene left everyone even more speechless. Yifan extended a finger and gently hooked up Ning Zimo's chin, as if he were a king pampering his concubine. "Sister Ning, why are you apologizing to me? I'm the one who beat up the son of your family's head of the Zhou clan, and they didn't do anything to me." Ning Zimo asked anxiously, "Are you really not angry with me?" Yifan shook his head with a smile. "Do you think if I were really angry, I would have sent you a text message?" Hearing this, Ning Zimo let out a sigh of relief, but she immediately turned her head and stared at the father and son of the Zhou clan with cold eyes. It was these guys who had damaged her image in Yifan's heart. "I have said many times, the people of Zizhu Forest dare to do evil behind my back, I will punish severely." Ning Zimo's words were full of majesty. Zhou Haiyang saw his son trembling beside him, and he smiled stiffly as he walked up to him. "President, I really didn't know you knew this, you brother. If I had known it was family, there wouldn't have been any misunderstandings." "Who is your brother?" Yi Fan replied indifferently. Zhou Haiyang had no choice but to smile and ask, "President, I really didn't know that this Mr. Yi knew you. Would you mind introducing us?" Ning Zimo said expressionlessly, "You are not worthy to know." In fact, even Ning Zimo herself was not sure about Yi Fan's background. She was just very clear that this man could never be settled in this small place of Huahai. "Yi Fan, what are you going to do to end this matter?" Ning Zimo asked the man carefully. Mobile users, please browse to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 0018, That Kind of Woman. Yi Fan said casually, "Don't bother, just don't let me see these two father and son in the future." Hearing this, Ning Zimo frowned and nodded, muttering, "I see." Zhou Haiyang looked embarrassed and said with a stifled voice, "President, Mr. Yi, if I have offended you, please forgive me. How about I treat you to a nice meal as an apology?" Suddenly, Ning Zimo smiled, but her beautiful smile carried a touch of coldness. "Uncle Zhou, you are an old man in the club. When my grandfather was still alive, you were already the head of the family. Originally, with your qualifications, even if you betray me, I will give you a way out." Hearing this, Zhou Haiyang's hair stood on end, and he exclaimed in alarm, "President! What do you mean? You want to kill me?" The other Zhou family members were also panicked and couldn't believe it. Just because Zhou Haiyang and his son had offended Yifan, they were going to kill an old and senior member of the Zhou family like Zhou Haiyang. Ning Zimo sighed, "There's no other way. I dare not let Yifan do it personally, as that would be an even greater disrespect to you. I'll ask Zhao to do it quickly, so it won't hurt much." Zhou Haiyang staggered backwards, sweating profusely and his face pale, and said, "No way." "Why? I have worked hard for the purple bamboo forest. Why would you want to kill me because of some brat who came out of nowhere?" "Ning Zimo, are you crazy? I am your senior. Dad, I'm scared. I don't want to die." Joken was scared and ran over, hugging Zhou Haiyang and crying bitterly. Zhou Haiyang looked fierce and said, "Don't be afraid, son. We're all here, and they can't do anything to us. When we get out, we'll gather the other gang members and tell them that this woman is crazy. Let's see what she does." Zhou Haiyang shouted, "Come here, everyone. Block them all and protect us as we retreat." A group of Zhou's henchmen hesitated for a moment, but a few of them still ran out to try to cover their master's retreat. But at that moment, there were two rustling sounds, and two flying daggers went straight into the eyebrows of the two thugs. The two thugs immediately fell to the ground, unable to close their eyes in death. Ning Zimo was holding several willow leaf flying daggers in her hand, which she had taken from somewhere. She said coldly, "This is the Ziju forest. Who exactly is the person you are loyal to?" This domineering move completely shocked everyone. The group of thugs all knelt on the ground, shouting for the boss to spare their lives. "You." Zhou Haiyang's face turned ashen, unable to believe that all of his subordinates had already submitted to Ning Zimo. Suddenly, a faint voice came from behind Zhou Haiyang. "Zhou, I'm sorry." A bloody hand pierced straight through Zhou Haiyang's chest. Zhao Xiaobing had arrived behind Zhou Haiyang at some point. On his right hand, he was wearing 5 metal finger cots, which were extremely sharp. While piercing Zhou Haiyang's body, they also crushed his heart. "Dad!" Zhouken screamed, and was so scared that he fainted directly. When Zhao Xiaobing was about to kill Zhouken as well, Yifan stepped in and stopped him. "Zhao Xiaobing, don't kill this guy, just kick his balls to pieces, then strip him naked and throw him out on the street," Yifan said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhao shook the blood and flesh in his hands, smiled, nodded, and agreed. "No issue, brother Fan, you're in charge." The group of thugs nearby all looked at Zhouken with sad eyes, and they had even said they were going to kick Yifan's balls, but in the end, their own balls were about to be kicked. Just then, on the dead Zhou Haiyang's body, his phone rang. Ning Zimo picked up his phone and turned on the speaker mode. "Hello, Master Zhou?" "A woman named Feng Yueying called the police and said she wanted to arrest you. I've helped you suppress the matter, so you deal with the woman yourself." "Hello? Did you hear that?" Ning Zimo slammed the phone down and said with a hint of resentment, "So you're doing this for that woman again?" Yifan was stunned, and when he came to his senses, he laughed. "Coincidence? Nothing more than a coincidence." "I understand, you don't need to explain." Ning Zimo, however, looked lost and sad, and turned around and walked out the door. Yifan was speechless. What kind of drama was this? But no matter if a woman was really sad or just putting on an act, he always had to go and comfort her. Yifan hurriedly followed her out, and got into a Mercedes S600 where Ning Zimo was sitting. The car still had bulletproof glass and the engine had been tuned, so the configuration was quite extraordinary. "Sister Ning, don't be like this. Ying and I are not as complicated as you think," Yifan said. "Ying? You're already calling her Ying?" Ning Zimo leaned her head against the window glass and said sadly, "So you've always had someone else in your heart. No wonder I can't get into your heart no matter what I do." Yifan couldn't help but laugh and sigh, "You can't get into my heart because you're already in my heart." Ning Zimo finally looked up, a sweet smile playing at the corner of her mouth. "Of course it's true, otherwise why would I send you a text message? I solved this group of guys by myself, didn't I do it to save face for you as the president? If I single-handedly eliminated one of your Ziju forest gangs, how could you still have any authority in the gang? How would you explain it to the gang members?" Yifan said. Ning Zimo thought about it and it made sense, but she was still unsatisfied and asked expectantly, "Who was more beautiful, me or Feng Yueying?" Yifan answered without hesitation, "Of course it's you, Sister Ning. You're a goddess." Ning Zimo was even happier, but she said, "You're just trying to please me. I'm prettier than her, so why don't you call me by my name? I'm the same age as her." "What? You even investigated my age? Sister Ning, why are you like this?" Yifan was almost impressed by this woman. Ning Zimo also felt a little embarrassed and muttered, "Who told you to always treat me indifferently? I want to see which vixen can take you away." "I didn't treat you indifferently." Just what?" Ning Zimo asked anxiously. "It's just that I'm not very ambitious and just want to work part-time, make some money, and live a stable life. It's not a good fit for me to be with you," Yifan confessed. Ning Zimo's expression suddenly changed. Her anxious expression turned cold and angry. Pointing at the car door, she shouted, "Get out!" Yifan was startled. He scratched his head, wondering how he had offended the woman. "Sister Ning, did I say something wrong? Get out!" Ning Zimo shouted again. Yifan had no choice but to get out of the car. But he was still puzzled. "Sister Ning, why are you angry? So in your eyes, Ning Zimo is the kind of woman who approaches you for your benefit. Yifan, you really disappoint me." Ning Zimo's eyes brimmed with tears as she slammed the car door shut. Yifan stood outside the car door, unable to say a word. Of course, he didn't mean it that way, but what he had done seemed to suggest otherwise. Xiao Zhao washed his hands from somewhere and quickly ran into the car. Realizing that his boss had an argument with Yifan, he didn't dare to say a word. He smiled apologetically at Yifan and hurriedly drove away. Yifan stood on the roadside, scratching his hair in annoyance. Ning Zimo was in a bad mood, so he didn't want to jinx himself. He took out his phone and wanted to call Feng Yueying to tell the woman that he was safe, but then he remembered that he had never saved Feng Yueying's phone number. He had to walk to the nearby subway station and prepare to return to Feng Yueying's place. However, as soon as Yifan walked into the underground station, he felt a pair of eyes looking at him from behind. Yifan squinted his eyes, but there was no change in his actions, and he continued to take the subway with a normal expression. However, when there was one stop left before Uaya Bay Community, Yifan exited the station early. After walking down a small, deserted street, Yifan turned a corner and came to a dark alley with no one around. Making sure that there was no one around, Yifan stopped. "Come out, don't you get bored following me all the time in such a timid manner?" Yifan said with a helpless expression as he took out a cigarette and lit it for himself. After a while, the originally empty alley did indeed have another figure hesitantly walking in. Mobile users, please browse to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 0019 Ganesha. Inside the number 6 mansion in Bailu County. It was the weekend, so Su Qingxue didn't go to work. She sat in the downstairs dining room, eating a fruit platter for breakfast while watching the morning news. Auntie Jiang took out some dried clothes and, looking at the clothes Yifan had left at home, the old woman sighed. "Young lady, Yifan was thrown out by you last night and didn't come back all night. He didn't even bring any luggage with him, so he probably didn't sleep in the street, right?" Su Qingxue froze for a moment, frowned and said, "He really didn't come back?" "Yes, I saw that the room was empty in the morning. I hope nothing happened. Young lady, why don't you give him a call and ask? He's a big guy, and it's not winter outside, so nothing's happened to him. He's probably gone back to his own place to sleep." Su Qingxue didn't want to take the initiative to call him. Auntie Jiang hesitated for a moment, and with a pained expression on her face, she said, "Miss, don't mind if I'm a nosy old woman, but Yifan mentioned your husband's father last night, and it actually has something to do with his own experiences." Su Qingxue looked at Jiang Shu suspiciously. What did she mean? "Miss, think about it. Yifan's parents died when he was young, he grew up and lived alone, he must really long to have biological parents. He saw that you and Master were arguing and didn't get along, it must have been hard on him. He wanted to have a father, but he never had the chance to argue with one," Jiang Shu said sadly. Su Qingxue's eyes widened, and after a moment of loss, she said, "Auntie Jiang, you're saying that he's an orphan?" Auntie Jiang was puzzled. "What? You didn't know?" Su Qingxue bit her lower lip, and a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. She thought back to what Yifan had said last night, and suddenly understood something. "I'll give her a call and ask," Su Qingxue said, picking up her phone. She added, "Just so you know, this is because you told me to call, Auntie Jiang, so it's got nothing to do with me." Upon hearing this, Auntie Jiang laughed and covered her mouth, narrowing her eyes and saying, "Yes, that's what I meant. You are really a generous person, young lady." It was only then that Su Qingxue cleared her throat and dialed the number. The call was connected after a short while, and Su Qingxue asked as softly as she could, "Where are you?" "Outside," Yifan replied coldly. "Of course I know you're outside. I asked where you are now," Su Qingxue snapped. Yifan, however, asked in return, "What's the matter?" Su Qingxue frowned. She wanted to ask where her man had slept last night, but Yifan's indifferent tone made her give up on the idea. "It's nothing, I was just asking. If it's nothing, I'll hang up first." Without waiting for Su Qingxue to say anything else, Yifan hung up the phone. The woman's pretty face slowly turned cold. She slammed the phone down on the table, picked up a fork and thrust it forcefully into a piece of cantaloupe, as if she had a grudge against the melon. "Aunt Jiang, don't worry about him, just let him be." The old woman on the side was full of helplessness. If she had known, she would have rather not made the call. In the alley, Yifan put the phone back in his pants pocket, took a drag on his cigarette, and scanned the dark-skinned, skinny man in front of him with his eyes. This man was dressed in ordinary street clothes, with a plait in his hair and a cap on his head. From the contours of his face, you could tell that he was not Chinese. "How did Mr. Yi find me?" The man spoke English with a hint of confusion in his eyes. He considered his stalking skills to be top-notch, and yet he had been discovered after only a short period of time. Yifan exhaled a puff of smoke and said expressionlessly, "You? It's you guys. You changed stockies 3 times in total, counting you, a woman, and 2 men. Your accent is from the Samar region of the Philippines. If I'm not mistaken about the tattoo on the back of your hand and the eagle ring on your hand, you are bounty hunters from the B-level organization Monkey Eating Eagle. The man with the braid half opened his mouth, and after a moment of stunned silence, he smiled tightly. It seems that Mr. Yi is indeed extraordinary, no wonder he and Dr. G.A. Isha became friends. Isha, Yifan basically guessed the other person's intentions, and said in a deep voice, I don't care what you monkey eagle eaters want, you shouldn't have found me here. Mendo smiled and said, our organization is searching for Dr. Isha all over the world. In Ganesha's laboratory, there is a piece of information with an address in Huahai City, which is the apartment where you live. An address that Ganesha would specifically write down must be someone he cares about very much. Mr. Yi, do you know where Ganesha is? Yi Fan frowned. This elephant-nosed guy actually left such a clue behind. I hope the monkey-eating eagle didn't pass on this information. He's already dead, which is no secret, Yi Fan said. Mendo was taken aback, and after thinking for a moment, he said, that's true, but he is Ganesha, so anything is possible. I repeat. Gasha is dead. Yi Fan's tone grew a little more severe, and his gaze colder. Mendo subconsciously gulped, an invisible pressure making him feel his body start to stiffen. Who the hell is this guy? Mendo's heart began to pound. After all, bounty hunters who teeter on the line between life and death are very sensitive to crises. Then may I ask, does Mr. Yi know where Dr. Elephant left KH before he died? Mendo plucked up his courage and asked tentatively. Yi Fan said indifferently, something no one has ever seen before, just a vague rumor. Really? Some rumors say that Dr. Xiang left his inheritance in the care of a mysterious friend. Mendo looked carefully at Yi Fan's eyes and expression, trying to see something. However, Yi Fan's face was expressionless, just a little impatient. I've made myself clear, I'll give you 5 seconds to get lost. Mendo was shocked, his heart skipped a beat, and he turned his head and immediately spread his legs, fleeing in all directions. In the blink of an eye, Mendo, who was walking like the wind, had already run far out of the neighborhood. Yi Fan finished smoking a cigarette and stubbed it out. A look of vicissitude and helplessness flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself, Elephant Trunk, you said you were dead and gone, and you still left me with all this shit. Yi Fan shook his head and sighed. Although he had thought that sooner or later someone would find him, he didn't expect it to be so soon, and it was only because someone had left an address that it had happened. He had originally wanted to quietly be a nobody, make a little money and live a comfortable life, but now it seemed that this wish might be dashed. Keeping a low profile won't solve the issue, is it that I am just a firefly in the dark? Yi Fan thought to himself with self-deprecation. He himself was not afraid of getting involved in some disputes again, but he was afraid that some unscrupulous outlaws would target the people around him, so he could not help but feel a little worried. Thinking about all kinds of things, Yi Fan continued walking towards Feng Yueying's house. 2 blocks away, in a white car, Mendu and 2 other bounty hunters who hunted monkey-eating eagles discussed their situation with worried expressions. What do you mean? He spotted us a long time ago? A woman in fancy clothes asked. This person looks very ordinary, could it be that he was bluffing to scare you? A fat man speculated. Mendes shook his head and smiled bitterly, no way, this guy is definitely a master. Standing in front of him, I didn't even dare to breathe, and I almost couldn't speak. Clearly, he was full of flaws standing there, but I just felt that I couldn't defeat him at all. I have a hunch that if I dare to make a move, I will never be able to come back. Both companions drew a cold breath, and the woman didn't quite believe it. No way, how could it be that scary? Your strength is considered among the top 5 in our organization. The fat man, however, snorted, so what if you're in the top 5? Although we, the Monkey Eagle Eaters, are a B-class organization, we still have a place in the underworld. But this is China, a place where dragons and tigers hide, so it's best to be cautious. Mendo and the woman nodded. Indeed, it was more difficult for them to sneak into China unnoticed, so they couldn't afford to be careless. The fat man continued, I believe Mendo's words. Anyone who can befriend Ganesha is no ordinary person, they must be a master. Should we just give up? We finally found KH's information. The head of the group trusted us and let us come here to carry out this mission. If we let someone else handle it, where would that leave our pride? We are bounty hunters, licking blood from the blade and fishing for money in the frying pan. We can't just give up on such a big cake just because the other party might be a master. The woman was unwilling to accept this. Mendo rubbed his chin and muttered, although he may be better than us, he is after all a member of society, and there may be many constraints around him. Just now I heard him talking on the phone with a woman. Maybe we can investigate the people around him. The woman and the fat man nodded in unison when they heard this. Mobile users, please browse to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 0020, Identity Revealed. Yifan returned to Feng Yueying's residence in Crescent Bay and rang the doorbell. Soon, Feng Yueying opened the door. Seeing Yifan standing there safely, the woman was both happy and surprised. Yifan, they didn't do anything to you, did they? Are you hurt? Yifan twirled around and spread her hands, smiling. Do I look like I'm hurt? Feng Yueying let out a long sigh of relief, patting her chest. Come in quickly and tell me what happened. I was worried sick at home, and after reporting the crime, I didn't know if it would backfire. Yifan felt a wave of warmth in her heart. Feng Yueying had actually taken a risk by reporting the incident to the police. After entering the living room and sitting on the sofa, Yifan casually made up an excuse, saying that the police had indeed helped, and after warning the father and son Zhou, they had let them go. If she really told Feng Yueying about the bloody incident, she was afraid that Feng Yueying would be scared, and Yifan didn't think it was necessary. Really? I thought the police were useless. It seems that the security in Huahai is quite good. Feng Yueying said with concern. Yifan, don't be so impulsive in the future. I know you're a bit skilled and good at fighting, but some things will pass if you just endure them a little. There are a lot of desperate people in society, and there's no need to get into conflicts with them. Yifan looked at the woman with a smile. Ying, you care about me so much, are you in love with me? Feng Yueying suddenly blushed, picked up a sofa pillow and threw it at him, exasperated. What are you thinking? You're in danger because you're protecting me. Isn't it normal for me to care about you a little? Yifan grabbed Feng Yueying's soft hands and pulled her from the other side of the sofa to his chest. Without waiting for the woman to speak, Yifan already kissed her heavily. Feng Yueying felt that she was already acting strangely, and it was a little hard to suppress. After all, at her age, she had never had any experience with men and women, and it was rare. However, the traditional and conservative personality deep inside still allowed Feng Yueying to maintain the last shred of sanity. She gently pushed Yifan away, her beautiful eyes sparkling with tears, and said softly and movingly, Yifan, don't do this yet. We have known each other for a while, but after all, we don't know much about each other. At least we need to have a proper relationship. Yifan also stopped what she was doing. She felt a little sorry in her heart. It was true that Feng Yueying was not one of those women she had played with while abroad. To those women, sex was just entertainment, like singing and dancing. But Feng Yueying was different. She felt that sex was a very sacred and solemn ritual, and she could not easily give up her virginity. I'm sorry, Yueying, I was too rash. I won't do it again. Yifan let the woman go. Seeing Yifan respect her thoughts made Feng Yueying feel very satisfied. After all, it meant that Yifan cared about her. Feng Yueying's beautiful eyes twinkled as she reached out and embraced Yifan's neck. As long as you treat me well, I will be yours sooner or later. Can we give each other some time? Hiss. Yifan drew in a cold breath, struck in the heart by this sudden sweet response. This woman looks intellectual and dignified, but she has the potential to be a vixen. After saying this, Feng Yueying became shy again and quickly got up to straighten her clothes. She said, okay, now that you're safe back, I feel at ease too. Next time I have time, I'll go buy some delicious food and make some of my specialties for you to try. Yifan wanted to cuddle with the woman some more and wondered, why next time? Isn't today the weekend? We could eat together at noon. Feng Yueying said apologetically, it is the weekend, but my boss needs to see me urgently. I was worried about you, but now that you're fine, I have to go out quickly. Oh, I see. Well, I'll go too. Yifan remembered that Su Qingxue had called him, and since his tool bag was also at Bailu County, he should go back and sort it out. Even if he was kicked out, he couldn't lose his dinner tools. Feng Yueying had a red Audi S3, which happened to be parked on the Crescent Bay side. The car was exquisite and petite, and the price was moderate, which was very much in line with Feng Yueying's temperament as a company executive. However, she usually lived in an apartment close to the company and didn't drive much. The woman wanted to give Yifan a ride, but Yifan took the subway very easily, so she didn't insist. They just exchanged phone numbers with each other for easy contact some other day. After half an hour on the subway and a short walk, Yifan arrived at Bailu County 6 once again. After ringing the doorbell, Aunt Jiang immediately opened the door. The old woman's face showed a happy smile. Yifan, you're finally back. I was so worried about you, come in. Yifan looked at the sincerely happy Aunt Jiang and felt a little ashamed. It seems that the old woman had taken him in as one of her own. He really should have called to put her mind at ease. But just as she was about to enter the door, she heard a familiar female voice inside, asking a question. Yifan? Why are you here? Yifan was taken aback, looked up and saw Feng Yueying sitting on the sofa. Yifan was a little confused, and then she remembered what the woman had said earlier, that her boss wanted to talk to her about something. So, this boss was Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue, with a cold expression on her face, sat quietly there, drinking black tea. A few thoughts flashed in her pair of watery eyes, and she asked calmly, Director Feng, do you know Yifan? Although Feng Yueying was puzzled, she answered truthfully, yes, we've known each other for a while. Before, I was almost taken hostage by the White Shark gang in the apartment, and it was Yifan who helped me. Feng Yueying didn't dare to say that they had just left her place. After all, the relationship between the two was quite ambiguous, and it wasn't convenient to say. Oh? Su Qingxue did not expect that Yifan was the man who had saved Feng Yueying, and she could not help but be a little surprised. How did you two meet? President Su, you don't know? He is the plumber we hire at Jinshu apartment. He is very good at fixing things. Feng Yueying did not forget to praise the man. But when these words fell into Su Qingxue's ears, the woman suddenly felt like she had been taken in again. No wonder this guy has a toolkit at home, and no wonder he can fix the TV. It turns out that his identity is not just a tutor. Yifan, on the other hand, was smiling innocently and pretending that nothing was wrong. Feng Yueying, on the contrary, asked curiously, Su, do you want Yifan to repair any electrical appliances? Actually, Yifan, was thinking about how to explain this, but I don't know how to say it. Su Qingxue also felt a headache. In fact, she didn't want too many people to know about this, because she had only signed a 3-month contract with Yifan. After this special period, they would have nothing to do with each other. Therefore, this boyfriend-girlfriend relationship only needs to be made known to those who need to know, and many subordinates in the company actually do not need to know. To put it bluntly, it is also embarrassing to tell others that she has found a man to pretend to be her boyfriend, and it may even become a joke and a stain. Su Qingxue remained calm and said after thinking for a while, Minister Feng, let's go to my study and talk first. There are some materials that you need to take a look at again. After all, Feng Yueying is also a strong woman in the workplace, and work comes first. She nodded and said, okay, let's go upstairs. After the two women went upstairs, Yifan let out a sigh of relief. He ran to the kitchen, asked Aunt Jiang for 2 glasses of ice water, and gulped them down before he felt a little better. Aunt Jiang looked at him with deep meaning in her eyes, and there was something special about the look that made Yifan feel very awkward. Mobile users, please browse to read a better reading experience. Chapter 0021 got screwed. Fortunately, Auntie Jiang soon smiled slightly and asked, Yifan, you're finally back. Miss cares about you and called you, but you hung up without saying anything clearly. Yifan blinked when she heard this. What? Ling she cares about me? Auntie Jiang, don't tease me, she just kicked me out last night. It's true, Miss doesn't know your background, so after I told her, she naturally understood your good intentions. Auntie Jiang can't wait for the two of you to make up. Yifan then understood, thinking to herself, this girl has a sharp tongue but a kind heart. In that case, she doesn't need to move out anymore. After more than an hour, Feng Yueying came downstairs and said goodbye to Aunt Jiang in the kitchen. Yifan was watching TV and saw the woman about to go straight out the door, so she hurriedly followed her. Ying, let me explain. Yifan stopped Feng Yueying and stopped her from going to the garage. Feng Yueying looked cold and indifferent, and sighed. What do you have to say? It's not what you think. Feng Yueying just wanted to explain, but then she thought, that would mean revealing the content of the contract, and what would she say to Su Qingxue? Feng Yueying remained silent, but a mischievous smile slowly appeared on her face. Yifan sensed something was wrong and wondered, Ying, do you already know? Feng Yueying gave Yifan a look, and said, you were trying to surprise me, weren't you? What's there to hide? Everyone in the company will know on Monday when you go to work. How long are you going to hide it for? Huh? Yifan looked confused. What on earth was going on? At that moment, Su Qingxue came downstairs and shouted in a cold voice, Yifan, come to my study. Feng Yueying patted Yi Fan on the shoulder and said, "Go quickly, Yi Tezu, the boss is calling you." Special assistant? Yi Fan was about to burst into tears. What the hell is this? Feng Yueying looked at her lady's watch and said anxiously, "I have to hurry to the high-speed railway station. President Su asked me to go on a business trip right away. I'll see you at the company later. Bye." After saying that, Feng Yueying gave a smile and went to the garage. Yi Fan was confused. She walked upstairs in silence and went into the study. After closing the door to the study, Yi Fan scratched her hair and said softly, "Qingxue, what did you say to Yueying?" Su Qingxue sat behind the desk, printing something out, and replied indifferently, "I told her that you and I were friends from the orphanage, and we only recently recognized each other. Since you don't have a job, I'm recruiting you as my special assistant. Since the place you live in is so bad and your family needs a man to help Aunt Jiang with the work, I'm letting you live here." Yi Fan's mouth twitched. She believed all that? Feng Yueying was my senior at university, and her work ability and loyalty were beyond doubt. Apart from being shrewd at work, she was relatively simple in life. As long as what I said wasn't too outrageous, she would believe it. Su Qingxue obviously knew Feng Yueying's character very well. Yi Fan felt bad. Aren't you taking advantage of her trust in you and deceiving her? So what if I lied to her? Do you want the whole company to know that we are fake boyfriend and girlfriend? Do you want to make this relationship official? Besides, what does it have to do with you if I lie to her? What harm will it do to her?" Su Qingxue asked in return. Yi Fan was speechless. Just now, she felt that this woman was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, but now she felt that she was cold and heartless. Instead of worrying about others, you should just sign the contract yourself. Su Qingxue handed Yi Fan a document. Yi Fan glanced at it and saw that it was a temporary worker contract. "You really want me to be a special assistant? I already told your senior that I would do it, so I naturally have to keep my word. Besides, it could be dangerous wherever you go right now, so our company is relatively the safest place for you. And you lied to me before, saying that you were a tutor, but now you're a plumber. God knows what other part-time jobs you'll take on. I just called you, and you answered so reluctantly. You might as well just stay at the company, so that if there are any issues, I don't have to go looking for you all over the world." Su Qingxue's cold eyes still held a strong sense of dissatisfaction. Yi Fan felt embarrassed and touched the back of his head, smiling sheepishly. "Qingxue, I really had something that I couldn't answer in the morning." Su Qingxue slammed her hand on the table and pointed at the contract. "I don't want to hear your explanations, and I don't care what you do. Sign the contract, right now, right now." Shocked by the imposing manner of this iceberg female CEO, Yi Fan quickly picked up the pen, but then thought again that it wasn't right, shaking his head and saying, "No, I don't even know what I can do in the company. Monthly salary 50,000. I'll sign it." Yi Fan wrote like lightning, quickly getting the signature on each piece of paper done, and handed the contract to Su Qingxue with a smile. 50,000 a month, 150,000 in 3 months, and the key is that after 3 months, I'll be free. I'm not going to pass up this opportunity. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, looked disappointed. This man actually had good qualifications, was quick-witted, and spoke French. With a little training, he might be a talent, but unfortunately, his shortcomings were also obvious. He was too easily bought off with money. "President Su, starting today, I will be your special assistant and part-time boyfriend." Yi Fan gave a happy salute. Su Qingxue's mouth curled up in a strange smile. "I forgot to tell you, my assistant's salary starts at 100,000 a month. Ah? Aren't you cheating people?" Yi Fan suddenly felt his heart bleeding. Su Qingxue snorted lightly, put the contract away, and looked at him with a little contempt. "Dealing with a man like you who never says a word of truth, this is called an eye for an eye. Behave yourself in the future. The liquidated damages are 1 million. Yi Fan felt a sense of gloom, and he really underestimated this woman's tactics. The next day, Yi Fan wanted to go to a residential area to repair an air conditioner, but he was stopped by Su Qingxue and forced to stay at home and read company materials, so that he could familiarize himself with the company's basic operations and situation. Yi Fan had no choice. He had signed 2 copies of the contract, so for the next 3 months, he had to listen to the orders of his boss's girlfriend. In the evening, Yi Fan remembered that the bicycle was still at the old apartment, so he brought it to Bailu County again. However, no one wanted it on the street because it looked so old-fashioned and had rust in many places. When he entered the gate, the security guard stopped him. Fortunately, Aunt Jiang went over and saw that she was really an acquaintance of the resident, so she let him bring the bicycle home. Su Qingxue, who learned of this incident, was once again full of anger. She didn't know what was going on in this man's head. He was selling something that was worth a dozen yuan as scrap metal, and he was so stingy. Yi Fan didn't care about all that. He had ridden the bike for more than a year, and he had personally shopped at the flea market to get it. He had feelings for it, so how could he just throw it away? On Monday morning, Yi Fan went to work for the first time. He put on a set of shirt and trousers that Su Qingxue had given him, tied a tie, and stepped into leather shoes. He looked quite the part. Su Qingxue had also obtained a driver's license from somewhere, and directly made Yi Fan his chauffeur. Yi Fan couldn't help but feel that money could buy anything. Nowadays, it's so difficult to pass the driver's license test, yet Su Qingxue was able to get him one so easily. Driving the black Lexus LX 570 through the morning congestion of the city hub, Yi Fan couldn't help yawning as he held the steering wheel. This speed was no better than his old bike. Looking in the rearview mirror, he saw Su Qingxue sitting in the back of the car, working on her Apple laptop. It seemed that there was no formal meeting, so Su Qingxue was dressed rather casually today, in a light blue strapless dress. Her black hair fell over her shoulders, highlighting her fair skin. The white pleated skirt below just reached her knees, revealing a pair of white, translucent calves with no flaws. How could this woman's body be born with such perfect proportions, and how could her skin be so delicate? Beep beep. The horn of a car sounded from behind. Su Qingxue frowned, and when she looked up, she happened to see a pair of lecherous eyes staring at her in the rearview mirror. Yi Fan. What are you looking at? The light turned green. Yi Fan hurriedly started the car, blushing. The 2 minutes of red light had passed in the blink of an eye, and she had been so engrossed in watching it. What were you just looking at? Su Qingxue's eyes were full of murderous intent. Mobile users, please browse to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 0022 Morning Meeting at the Company. I didn't look at anything. I got up early and was dozing off. Yi Fan pretended that nothing had happened. Su Qingxue despised her for a moment, bit her silver teeth, and read, "Liar with a mouthful of lies, stingy iron rooster, greedy and lustful, after all, he is a man, can you finally be a little promising?" Yi Fan was told that she was worthless, of course she refused, arguing, "Who said that? I lied to you about some things, but where am I an iron rooster? Who doesn't like money? And it's precisely because I'm a man that I love to look at beautiful women. How dare you argue? I won't mention what happened yesterday with your bike, but look at this," Su Qingxue said, taking a bag from the back seat of the car. Inside was the clothes Yi Fan had changed into the other day in the garage, which she had forgotten to take out of the car. "You can't even bear to throw away these rubbish clothes, and you even asked Aunt Jiang to wash and iron them for you. Are you really so stingy? Even the clothes you wear to work were prepared for you by me, and you have the nerve to argue with me?" Su Qingxue threw the bag back on the back seat, afraid that the old clothes would give off a strange smell. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Yi Fan muttered to himself, "Such a pretty girl, but she really doesn't mince words. I don't mind wearing those old clothes to work, but you're the one who asked me to wear these new clothes, aren't you?" But he didn't dare to say anything more. After all, there is no reasoning with women. Arriving at the Jinsho building, Yi Fan drove into the underground garage and parked in the CEO parking space. Before getting out of the car, Su Qingxue warned, "Remember the 2 requirements at the company." "Got it. Don't reveal our relationship when you call me CEO," Yi Fan gave an OK sign. After confirming, the two got out of the car. Not walking for a few steps, there was a special VIP elevator used by senior company executives. A young white-collar woman was waiting there early. She looked to be in her early 20s or 30s, wearing a black OL uniform, a white blouse, and silver-rimmed glasses. She had a pretty face but a composed expression. The white-collar woman was carrying a briefcase. When she saw Su Qingxue approaching, she immediately bowed respectfully. "Good morning, President Su." Su Qingxue nodded and glanced back at Yi Fan. "She is Chenya, my #1 special assistant. You can learn a lot from her." Yi Fan smiled and reached out to Chenya. "Hello, my name is Yi Fan, nice to meet you." Chenya hesitated for a moment, but still shook hands with Yi Fan briefly, but didn't look at him directly, obviously not taking him seriously. Yi Fan thought to himself, no wonder she can be Su Qingxue's #1 special assistant, she really is cold. Shenya, on the other hand, quickly opened a tablet in her hands, clicked on a file, and reported, President Su, today is the 7th, 9th, 13th, 18th, 26th, and 34th. After listening to Chenya's report of a series of more than 10 numbers, Yifan was at a loss and didn't know what she was talking about. Su Qingxue remained silent, walked to the front of the elevator, opened the door, and got in. The moment she stepped into the elevator, Su Qingxue's demeanor and temperament became markedly more serious and cold, and a powerful sense of oppression from the superior came naturally. Yifan couldn't help but swallow. This woman was in a work mode. How was she like a different person, so different from the Su Qingxue at home lying on the sofa, eating fruit and watching TV? Next, Su Qingxue pressed a series of numbers on the elevator buttons, 7, 9, 13. Yifan noticed that these numbers were all reported by Chenya, and they were all floors? The key point is that Su Qingxue only listened once and memorized all the numbers. So, Miss Su, isn't your office on the 66th floor? Why did you stop at so many floors? Yifan had already read the information on the Jinsho group, so she knew what each floor was for. Chenya, who was standing next to him, answered for Su Qingxue, this is General Manager Su's routine morning meeting. Solving some issues on the way to the office can save a lot of time for the company's employees going up and down, and improve work efficiency. Just as Chenya finished explaining, the elevator reached the 7th floor. Chenya held down the button to open the elevator, and the doors stayed open. At the elevator door, an investment department manager in a suit was already waiting, ready to hand Su Qingxue a document. President Su, the raw material newly developed by DL Chemical Company can replace the old synthetic rubber technology in many fields, greatly reducing the production cost of rubber products on the market by 45%. We unanimously passed at the meeting that we should increase the DL company's stock to 3%, the manager quickly reported. Su Qingxue flipped through it for a few seconds, but then threw the report straight out of the elevator, saying coldly, sell all the DL company's stocks we have. The manager was taken aback and thought he had heard wrong. Ah? General Su, why? Sell when the price is going up? Their raw materials will become unsaleable, so their stock price will soon plummet. Seeing that the manager still looked puzzled, Su Qingxue frowned and said, can't you see the recent personnel changes at DL? The logistics department has increased the number of staff and hired people to manage the warehouse. What do you think is the reason? The manager suddenly understood. Because their production line has already been overproducing, it has caused an increase in pressure on the warehouse? President Su is so wise. Why didn't I think of that? Before the manager could flatter her more, Su Qingxue signaled Chenya next to her with her eyes. Chenya understood, immediately closed the elevator, and continued to rise to the 9th floor. The elevator opened, and this time a middle-aged woman supervisor handed over a document. President Su, the Tai Hong Group is unwilling to transfer the land in the west of the city, saying that an additional 20 million is required. Su Qingxue didn't say a word, took a red pen and wrote a few big words on the document, add 50 million. The female supervisor immediately thought that Su Qingxue had misread it. Su, they only want to add 20 million. Do as I say, and then find me for final approval after the other party agrees, Su Qingxue said. The female supervisor's mouth hung open, a look of bewilderment on her face, but she could only nod. The elevator door closed again, and Yifan, who was standing behind the woman, was dumbfounded. President Su, did you hear it wrong? All they want is an additional 20 million, why are you offering 50 million? That's 30 million for nothing. Su Qingxue simply ignored him, because the elevator had already reached the 13th floor. Another document was handed in, and Su Qingxue once again signed it in a few words. In this way, floor after floor, Su Qingxue's pauses at each floor did not exceed 2 minutes, and every decision was extremely decisive. These executives, even if they didn't quite understand, obediently nodded and went to execute. It was as if they firmly believed that as long as they followed Su Qingxue's commands, they would never make a mistake. These middle and senior management of the company, aged from their 30s to 50s, showed absolute trust in this young woman in her 20s. Yifan, who was standing behind, couldn't help but wonder, is this girl really that amazing? You need to know that Jinsho Group is one of the top 10 companies in Huahai, a well-known company in all of China that is involved in a wide range of businesses. In addition to its main businesses of venture capital, luxury goods, the fashion industry, real estate, and high-end hotels, it is also involved in industries such as education, e-commerce, winemaking, auto parts, advertising, and engineering. In other words, as president, Su Qingxue must have a certain level of research in all of these industries in order to oversee the big picture. After finishing up a dozen tasks in a row, almost half an hour had passed, and the three of them finally arrived on the 66th floor. They entered a large president's office, three sides of which were floor-to-ceiling tempered glass windows, even reinforced with bulletproof glass. From here, you can overlook the scenery of Huahai City, as if the entire city is at your feet. The other furnishings, apart from some simple green potted plants, are nothing special, simple and neat cool colors, which perfectly complement Su Qingshue's temperament. Su Qingxue sat in her own president's chair, while Chenya next to her began to take out some of the information she needed to review in the morning, and handed some organized documents to her superior. Yifan stood nearby, a little bored, so he had to sit on the sofa and play Snake on his old mobile phone. Su Qingxue looked up at him and said, "Chenya, show him the information on Tai Hong Group." Chenya froze for a moment after hearing this, but she immediately pulled up the information from the tablet and handed it to Yifan. "What's this for?" Yifan wondered. Mobile users, please browse to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 0023, 180. Su Qingxue said indifferently, "Aren't you curious why I want to spend an extra 30 million on that plot of land?" Yifan nodded. This really puzzled him. "You have half an hour to find out the reason from the Tai Hong Group's investigation data. If you can find it out, I will arrange an independent office for you," said Su Qingxue. Upon hearing this, Yifan blinked. An independent office? Does it have a computer in there? If there is a computer, he can play games, and playing games can make money for power leveling. Of course there is, Su Qingxue said with certainty. Yifan beamed happily, took the tablet computer, and quickly looked through it. Su Qingxue didn't bother with him at all. In her opinion, it was pretty good to be able to find a far-fetched reason in 20 minutes, and even Chenya, who had been with her for 3 years, probably wouldn't figure out the reason until after she entered the office. However, she didn't expect Yifan to let out an "oh" after less than 5 minutes. Su Qingxue looked up in surprise. "What's wrong?" Chenya frowned and looked over, not to disturb Su's own from working. No, Yifan waved his hand and laughed, "I just found a reason." "So fast?" Su Qingxue warned, "I'll only give you one chance, so think carefully before you speak." Chenya was unconvinced. With such a short time, it was impossible to read all the information and find the key reason. Yifan stood up, returned the tablet to Chenya, and said with a smile, "Tai Hong Group seems very stable, but their capital chain actually has hidden dangers. If the land cannot be sold quickly and the money obtained, they will likely go bankrupt." Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue couldn't help but narrow her eyes, a hint of sharpness flashing across them. In such a short time, this man was able to discern the hidden information about the capital chain from the data. His reading speed alone was astonishing, not to mention his comprehension. Chenya was also shocked. She couldn't imagine that this guy had really finished reading the data. Yifan continued smoothly, "President Su, I have to say that this is a very clever move. If you add another 20 million, they will definitely sell immediately. But if you increase the price by 50 million, they will start to suspect that there is something fishy going on. Why are you willing to spend so much money on this land? Could it be that there is really some huge profit to be made from this land? If so, they will definitely start to wonder if they have overlooked something or if they have missed some important information. And no other company will buy at such an outrageous price. As a result, they will delay the crucial sale time. When they really intend to sell the land to you for an additional 50 million, you just have to refuse, and they will be completely at a loss. In the end, they will have to accept the original price, and they won't even make an additional 20 million, because they will have run out of time to find another buyer." When Yifan spoke out this series of inferences, a satisfied look appeared in Su Qingxue's bright eyes. She was right to think so. Although this man is a bit lecherous and stingy, he is still very quick-witted and should learn things quickly. With proper training, he may just be able to accomplish something. Chenya, who was standing nearby, was a little dumbfounded. She seemed to have underestimated the new assistant her boss had hired. Well, of course, how could Su Qingxue really hire a useless person as an assistant? Chenya naturally attributed the credit to her boss. Yifan, on the other hand, couldn't help but sigh and say, "President Su, if this really works, the people at Tai Hong Group are going to hate you. It's so devious, it's going to be a bloodbath for them. All's fair in love and war. Since they were the ones who were greedy in the first place, it's not my fault if I'm ruthless. Moreover, if they were smart enough, they would have come to me immediately and agreed to sell the land. They fell for my trap because they were greedy and had a guilty conscience," said Su Qingxue with a look of innocence. Yifan shrugged and had to admit one thing, "President Su, you are indeed very clever. Most people would not have thought of doing the opposite. I think you are not bad either. At least you were able to figure it out in 5 minutes, said Su Qingxue, giving a rare compliment. Yifan smiled happily when she heard the praise, but she still had to be polite. No, just a so. Don't be so conceited. Our President Su was a member of the Par Society. Don't think you're so great just because you're a little clever. Chenya said proudly from the side, holding her head high as if it were her own glory. Yifan was really a little surprised when she heard this, and blinked, saying, President Su is a member of the Par Society? Chenya exclaimed in surprise. You know quite a bit, you even know about the Peking Intelligence Club. That's right, our general manager Su has an IQ of 180, she's a bona fide genius. Why do you think everyone in the company trusts her so much? The Peking Intelligence Club is one of the world's top high IQ organizations. It is said to have fewer than 50 members, and the threshold for joining is an IQ of at least 175. Everyone is a genius among geniuses, and you can't just join if you're rich and powerful. Yifan thought of more than that. As far as he knew, most geniuses with an IQ of 180 or above were often exceptionally talented in certain areas, such as scientific research, creative work, and business. However, at the same time, other aspects of their brains were often mediocre, or even weaker than ordinary people. Of course, there is also the possibility that these geniuses are eccentric in life, that is, they are considered outcasts by ordinary people. Thinking of Su Qingxue's cold temperament in life, her relationship with her family, and the blank in her love life, Yifan suddenly understood a lot. Su Qingxue's expression was cold and fierce. She glanced at Chenya and said in a cold voice, Don't ever mention the Biaoji Club again. Chenya's face turned white. She realized that she had blabbered and quickly nodded in agreement, her expression still very tense. In fact, many senior executives in the company knew that Su Qingxue was a rare member of the Biaozaxing Club, but no one dared to mention it in ordinary times. It was said that when the old chairman of the board chose to take Su Qingxue, his illegitimate granddaughter, back home, apart from the fact that she was his blood relative, it was also because of her intelligence, which she had shown at a young age. Many people believe that if Su Qingxue hadn't been so smart, if she hadn't been a rare genius, she might not have been able to return to the Su family to claim her relatives, let alone become the president. This kind of thing is somewhat cruel to a girl, and even the glorious title of member of the Biaozaxing Society brings a touch of sadness to her. You can go now, Chenya, and take him to the office. Su Qingxue's mood was obviously bad. Yifan couldn't wait to play on the computer either, so she ran out first. Following Chenya, they went to an isolated office on the same floor, and sure enough, there was a computer inside. Yifan was very happy, and at the same time, he asked curiously, Assistant Chen, if I don't answer the issue, where will you guys send me? Chenya's eyes revealed a hint of teasing. From the beginning, this was the office you were assigned to, regardless of whether you could answer the issue correctly or not. Yifan's smile froze there. Damn it, he had been tricked by Su Qingxue again. She must have an IQ of 180 when it comes to tricking people. Yifan was very tolerant. Previously, when he played games, he would either go to an internet cafe or go to Mumumu's house and play as her tutor. This time, he had an office and a computer with decent performance. Yifan couldn't wait to show off his skills. Just as Yifan was starting up the computer, Chenya placed a thick stack of documents on Yifan's desk. What is it? Yifan glanced at the cover, which was entirely in French. President Su said you speak French, so this is the work you need to complete in the next 3 days. Translate it according to the format, print it out and give it to me. My office is next to yours, Chenya said in a very formulaic tone. Yifan blinked and realized that this was the evaluation material for a French company, which recorded the company's business situation last year. But obviously, a lot of thought had gone into getting this information, and it was important that it not be leaked, which was why no other translation company had been found. So I really do have work to do? Yifan couldn't help but mutter, it seems that Su Qingxue had already thought of this. Nonsense, did I hire you to just sit around? Our company doesn't support slackers. Chenya finished, snorted, and then turned her head and walked away directly. Yes. Yifan nodded with a smile, but as soon as Chenya left, she locked the office door behind her. She returned to her computer and started downloading games. For mobile users, please view the reading version for a better reading experience. Chapter 0024. Is that really you? It's no wonder it's a big company, the internet speed is really fast. Yifan pushed the stack of documents to be translated aside and busily logged into QQ again. As soon as she logged in, she was about to see if there was any high-paying power leveling work, but a friend called Princess Moo started shaking the window violently. "Teacher, you're finally online. Come to my house and help me level up in King of Glory." This Princess Moo is Yifan's student, Moo Moo Moo. Yifan leaned back in her chair, lit a cigarette and typed, "Classmate, the teacher is at work. You have 1 month until the start of the semester, so you should study hard first. 500 yuan. Help me get back to diamond first. I have pocket money now." Moo 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 immediately sent a message. Seeing the words pocket money, Yifan's face lit up with a smile, and she typed a line of words briskly. "Since you are so motivated, the teacher will help you." "Hee hee, when are you coming to my house, Miss Yi?" Moo 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 asked happily. Yifan replied, "I'm at the office right now, and there's a computer here, so I can help you level up without having to go to your house." "What? You found a job? Which company?" Moo 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 asked eagerly. "Jinshou Group," Yifan said proudly. "Liar. The threshold for Jinshou Group is graduating from a key university, and there are also layers of screening. Don't you even have a primary school diploma?" Yifan flicked his cigarette but, noticing that there was no ashtray nearby, so he flicked the ashes directly onto the table. "Your teacher, who is good-looking, has conquered the boss of Jinshou and become his special assistant directly," Yifan said. Moo 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 sent several laughing emojis in a row. "Nuts, delusional, is it because you saw Su Qingshua's beautiful photo and masturbated too much that you have hallucinations? Let me tell you a harsh reality. Many people at Quanhua Si call her a female devil behind her back. She is notorious for being a cold fish who will stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Many people call her an emotionless money-making machine." Yifan frowned and replied, "Is it really that exaggerated? We'll talk about it when the machine arrives." "How do you know?" This princess is after all a celebrity in the upper class of Hua Hai, and Su Qingxue is a business tycoon. There's no shortage of news like this." Yifan was silent for a while, exhaled a puff of smoke, and more or less believed it in her heart. But at the same time, she felt sorry for Su Qingxue. Although she had brought huge profits to the company, she herself was hated and cursed by many people. In the end, after Yifan's repeated reiterations, Moo Moo accepted the reality helplessly and agreed to let Yifan do the online training. Yifan now earns a good salary, but making money while playing games has always been something he likes to do, so he was happy to take the 500 yuan job. However, before playing games, Yifan planned to finish translating the materials for these 3 days first, so as not to get docked by Su Qingxue. He flipped through the thick materials and after scanning them a few times, he found that it wasn't that difficult French, all of it was commonly used words in business, and there were no difficult scientific research terms, so translating it was completely effortless. Yifan looked at the French document while using both hands to type blindly on the keyboard at the same time, entering the translated information. Yifan finished the 3-day task in just over 2 hours, taking a break to make a cup of coffee and go to the bathroom. After completing the task assigned by Su Qingxue, Yifan started playing games. Unconsciously, it was already 11 a.m. Yifan had just finished a game when Chenya's voice came from outside the office. "Yifan! Open the door! Why did you lock it?" Yifan quickly closed the game and ran over to open the door. "Oh, Assistant Chen, what can I do for you?" Chenya walked into the office, smelling the strong smell of smoke and seeing a table full of messy cigarette butts and ashes, her face darkened. "Who allowed you to smoke in the office?" Yifan scratched his head. "No one told me I couldn't." Chenya glared at him and said, "Next time, go smoke on the 55th floor in the smoking room." Yifan readily agreed, but didn't take it seriously. He thought, I have to run up more than 10 floors to smoke a few cigarettes, is that even worth it? Chenya glanced at the computer screen and sneered, "Where have you hidden all your games? Why aren't you playing anymore? Continue playing." Yifan was momentarily stunned. He should have hidden all the game icons well, so how did Chenya know? It seemed that Chenya could tell Yifan's surprise. She said disdainfully, "What do you think the technical department of Jinshou is for? We know exactly when there is abnormal traffic on employees' computers and when game files are downloaded. Don't you think we really don't know if you play games in the office?" Yifan wanted to cry but had no tears. This was too harsh. They even monitored employees' computers? He had never been a white-collar worker before and had no idea that there was such a thing. "I will report this to President Su. You don't work hard, but play games. According to company regulations, 20% of your salary will be deducted." Chenya finished speaking and shook her head, ready to leave. Yi Fan heard 20%, which is 10,000 yuan. How can this be? He hurriedly shouted, wait. I've finished my work, you can't deduct my salary, I don't have anything else to do. Chenya turned around and sneered, what are you talking about? You finished the 3-day translation task? Yes, Yi Fan picked up a printed document and handed it to Chenya, saying, you don't believe me? I just haven't had time to give it to you yet. Chenya initially thought Yi Fan was talking nonsense, but then she remembered how Yi Fan had passed Su Qingshua's test that morning, and her heart began to beat faster. This was the workload that had been assigned to him for 3 days according to the requirements of a professional translator. Could it really have been finished in just one morning? Chenya hesitantly took the document, looked it over briefly, and the more she looked, the more she frowned. How is it that it seems like the translation is really done? But this is really unbelievable, so Chenya ran to the computer, opened a French translation software, and began to randomly select some words to confirm the translation. After selecting a few dozen words and finding that they were all translated very accurately, Chenya's expression became a little stiff. She pushed up her glasses, her gaze a little puzzled and a little surprised, and she took a few careful looks at Yi Fan. How did you do that? Chenya felt incredible. Does this guy not need to look up information or think when translating? You have to be able to speak French as well as your mother tongue to do that, right? In theory, even for a Chinese business document, you have to rack your brain to figure it out. Yi Fan said with a relaxed air, is that difficult? I just read it and translated it. Oh, by the way, there's a word in this document that they may have misspelled at the French company. I marked it out and corrected it directly. You can confirm it. Chenya felt like her brain wasn't quite working. This guy even found a French word mistake? She asked a little dazedly, where? It's on page 7, where they write about the color of the vicuna's fur. It's brown, but they want to use tawny. These two are not the same color, you see if that's the case, Yi Fan said. Chenya took a deep breath, looked at Li Fan with a complex gaze, and said in silence for a while, it's already lunchtime, go down and eat, I will give the material to Su Zong. Yi Fan was indeed hungry, but still anxiously asked, Assistant Chen, what about my salary? Forget about it this time, but if you play games again, I'll deduct it from your salary. Chenya snorted and walked out like the wind. Yi Fan was in a great mood when he heard that the money would not be deducted. Assistant Chen, it's already noon, aren't you going to eat with President Su? Chenya said without looking back, I'm dieting, and President Su doesn't eat lunch at the company, so just mind your own business. Yi Fan thought to himself, you're already at the airport and you're still dieting, if you lose any more weight you'll become a basin. However, he didn't care about Chenya, but he was a little distressed that Su Qingxue didn't even eat lunch at work. Especially after hearing what Mumu said, he felt even more sorry for women. It's one thing for this woman to work hard, but how can she not even eat? Auntie Jiang at home definitely doesn't know about this, or she would be worried sick. With these thoughts in her heart, Yi Fan took the elevator downstairs and arrived at Jinqiu's staff cafeteria. As a listed company, the treatment of employees is naturally needless to say, and the restaurant is also elegant. It adopts a combination of Chinese and Western buffets, allowing employees to choose what to eat themselves. Yi Fan loaded a plate full of food and looked around. Jinqiu Group is almost entirely female employees. Although there are many beautiful women, he also wanted to find a location where beautiful girls are concentrated. Since he was already here, he might as well take a look. At that moment, a female voice suddenly called out to him from behind. Yi Fan? Is that really you? Mobile users please browse to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 0025 Do you want the truth? Yi Fan turned around and saw Lu Shelian and Yu Yingying, two female white-collar workers from the sales department, whom he had met at the bar before, also looking for seats with trays in their hands. Seeing someone he knew, Yi Fan naturally felt happy to say hello. Hello, is Sister Yu Ying not here? Wow, is your sister Yu Ying the only person in your eyes? Lu Shelian pretended to be jealous. Yi Fan nodded seriously, yes. The two women froze for a moment, then both burst out laughing. Director Feng is still on a business trip and hasn't returned yet, but we heard from the director that you have become the second assistant to our CEO. You are so amazing, and we will need your help in the future. Yu Yingying said with a smile. Yi Fan smiled bitterly to herself. She was only a temporary worker for 3 months, so who was she going to help? She said, I don't know how long I can do this for. I might get fired in a while. You must be quite good if you have caught the eye of our boss Su, who is very strict when it comes to judging people, Yu Yingying said seriously. Oh, never mind that for now, we will all be working for the same company in the future, so there will be plenty of opportunities to chat. Let's find a seat first, they are almost all taken, said Lu Xiulian. Yifan glanced around and noticed that not far away, by the window, there was a table that was quite empty, with only one woman sitting there eating. The catch was that he knew the woman, she was Su Lingshan, the captain of the security team. Let's go there, Yifan thought. Su Lingshan is quite pretty, and compared to all the other. Want the truth? Nonsense. There's an egg on your plate, Yifan said seriously. There's no egg on my plate. You're lying. Su Lingshan was furious, slamming her hand on the table. This startled the people around her, who thought to themselves, has that guy gone crazy, daring to flirt with the tiger lady? Yifan picked up a fried chicken leg and took a bite, saying, Captain Su, you really had the nerve to eat it yourself and forget about it? Die. Pervert. You think I don't know? If you don't tell the truth, I'll poke out your dog's eyes today. Su Lingshan picked up the fork in her hand and said aggressively. Yifan would never admit it, sighing, I'm such an honest person, why don't you believe me? Then what do you think I was looking at? How dare you argue? Do you really think I'm bluffing? Su Lingshan felt like teaching the man a lesson, so she stabbed the fork in her hand straight at Yifan's eye. Many people who saw this scene turned their heads away directly, unable to bear to look any longer. It was really terrifying. However, Yifan did not move an inch, sitting there smiling, and watched as the silver fork came within less than a centimeter of his eye, but he didn't even bat an eyelid. Of course, Su Lingshan could never stab a fork into a man's eye, but if someone was intimidated by such a sudden move, they would definitely be too embarrassed to dodge, and would look pretty pathetic. Even the people watching nearby felt their hearts race to their throats, feeling that it was too suspenseful. Yifan was not scared, and she looked at her so calmly that it made Su Lingshan feel embarrassed instead. Captain Su, everyone is watching, it's not good to play so exciting, Yifan laughed to himself. Even if this woman put a gun to his head, he would not be the least bit afraid. What is a fork? However, Su Lingshan's intimidating actions made Yifan feel dissatisfied. I was just admiring the beauty, why such a big grudge? Su Lingshan's hand holding the fork trembled for a while, and she wondered in her heart, why did this guy suddenly become so brave? Although she was very dissatisfied, Su Lingshan could only reluctantly give up. You've got some guts, I'll let you off today, but if you dare to look around with those dog eyes again, I'll beat the hell out of you. Yifan smiled with an innocent look on his face and said, Captain Su, can I ask you something? What? Su Lingshan snapped. Are you a D or an F? After reacting to what this issue was, Su Lingshan's eyes were full of murderous intent, and she yelled, son of a bitch. You really were peeking at my words. Before she could finish, Su Lingshan realized that the situation was not good. How could she shout this in public? Sure enough, dozens of pairs of eyes in the restaurant, all with strange looks, looked over. Su Lingshan's face was red with anger, burning to her ears, and she stamped her feet in anger. She had never been so humiliated in the company. Yifan, come out with me. Su Lingshan didn't want to get physical in the restaurant. I haven't finished eating yet, Yifan shook his head. You. Su Lingshan noticed that many people were snickering, so she gritted her silver teeth and directly used a military grappling technique with one hand, grabbing Yifan's collar. However, Yifan suddenly leaned back, just avoiding the move. Su Lingshan just thought he was lucky, and once again went around the table, reaching for Yifan's shoulder with one hand. Chapter 0026 for Dignity. Yifan remained calm, kicking the stool next to her a few centimeters. Su Lingshan was just about to exert her strength, but she was hit there by the knee, her hamstring went numb, and she fell straight down. Ah! Su Lingshan exclaimed in alarm. She had not noticed Yifan's actions at all, and at the moment she fell, she thought she had been too careless and had hit the stool. Just as Su Lingshan was worried that she would fall in a very embarrassing way, a strong arm embraced her. Yifan's arm seemed to naturally cross Su Lingshan's chest first, before supporting the woman upright. Su Lingshan was shocked by the touch, her delicate body trembling slightly. She clasped her hands over her chest and cursed, pervert. You touched me? Say it, Captain Su, what did I touch you with? Yifan asked mischievously. Su Lingshan couldn't say it. Yifan said innocently, Captain Su, you came to hit me, but you almost tripped. I helped you up, but you still cursed at me. This is so unfair. How come I feel like it's going to snow soon? Su Lingshan noticed that more and more people were looking over, and she didn't want to stay for even a moment longer. She gave Yifan a fierce glare. Just you wait, Yi. Sooner or later, I'll make you regret everything you did today. Su Lingshan angrily left these words and turned her head, quickly running out of the restaurant. A group of people from the company looked at Yi Fan in shock. It was the first time they had seen Su Lingshan being controlled by a man. At this time, 4 men in security uniforms walked up to Yi Fan. The man in charge had a crew cut, a mole on his chin, and a dark face with a smile. He patted Yi Fan on the shoulder. "Buddy, that's awesome. You've subdued the she-devil. You must be Yi Fan, Mr. Su's new special assistant, right?" Yi Fan had no interest in the man, so she casually replied, "Yes, what is it?" "Hee, I'm the captain of the security team. My name is Jiang Chao, and the 3 behind me are all brothers in the security team." Jiang Chao was very sociable, and took Yi Fan's hand and shook it. "Captain of the security team? Isn't that Captain Su? Why are you also a captain?" Yi Fan was curious. Several female employees in the restaurant laughed. "Ha, they're the water-carrying team. Aren't they the toilet-cleaning team?" Giggle. Hearing these comments, several male security guards couldn't help but lower their heads, embarrassed. Jiang Chao rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. "Our company's security team is divided into a male team and a female team. The female team is led and trained by Captain Su and is mainly responsible for security. Our male team is responsible for taking care of the working environment of the employees." Yi Fan listened to the discussion of the people around her for a while, and after thinking about it, she finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the Jinsho group was dominated by women, and even the security team was led by women. Su Lingshan had trained a group of extraordinary female security guards who were proficient in Taekwondo and Sanda, and their fighting ability had steadily surpassed that of a group of male security guards like Jiang Chao. As a result, male security guards like Jiang Chao have no status at all. They are not allowed to train, patrol, or guard the CEO, and they can only help the company carry water buckets for the water dispenser, take out the trash, and even clean the men's bathroom. The most respectable job they can get is being a janitor. Yi Fan quite admires these male colleagues. For the excellent benefits of the Jinsho group, they can really be flexible. "Captain Jiang, do you need me for something?" Yi Fan had almost finished eating and was ready to leave. Jiang Chao hurriedly stopped him and asked hopefully, "Yi Tezu, there aren't many men in our company, and even fewer young men. We should unite and fight for our own interests together, right?" "What are you getting at?" Yi Fan blinked. "Haha, I'll get straight to the point then. I saw that you were unafraid in a crisis just now and dared to confront Captain Su head-on, so you have great potential. So, I want to ask you to join our company's basketball team and go to the Huahai Industrial and Commercial Basketball Tournament together." Jiang Chao clenched his fists. Yi Fan frowned. "A basketball team? Does the company even have something like that?" "Yes, basically every respectable company in Huahai has a basketball team, but our company is special. It's run by women, there are very few men, and the company doesn't take it seriously, so basically we always come in last. But this year is different, it's the Olympic year. The government is promoting sports for all, so it's paying a lot of attention to this business basketball tournament. President Su has spoken, demanding that we show some results. If we come in last again, we'll lose face in front of the provincial and municipal leaders, and they'll just disband the basketball team and not let us compete. It's a difficult task, but it's the only chance for our handsome male colleagues to show off. If we get results, we'll be heroes." Yi Fan shrugged, saying that he wasn't interested in playing basketball or anything like that, and waved his hand, saying, "I'm an assistant, not a security guard. As long as you're a male employee of the company, that's fine." Jiang Chao quickly said. Yi Fan had to pretend to say, "I don't know how to play, forget it." "You don't? It's okay if you don't know how to play, we'll teach you." Jiang Chao took Yi Fan's hand, pleading with a sad face, "Just join us for now, basketball isn't hard to learn." Yi Fan wondered, "Are you guys that short of people? How many people are on the basketball team right now?" Jiang Chao's face stiffened, and he glanced at the 3 security guards behind him. "Don't tell me there are only 4 of you? I thought you needed 5 people to play basketball." Yi Fan felt sad. Last month, one of the guys couldn't stand the oppression of the tyrant's mother, and after sweeping the toilets for 3 months, he resigned in humiliation. "I've been looking for someone for the whole company, but no one dares to join for fear of being humiliated by the tyrant Su. Yi, you're the only one who's brave enough to stand up to the tyrant." "Stop, stop, stop." Yi Fan told him to stop, saying, "I'm really not interested in playing basketball. You find someone else." After saying that, Yifan turned his head and walked away. Behind him, Jiang Chao, who looked depressed, and the other 3 male security guards were listlessly mocked by the female employees as they walked by. "Brother Chao, just give up. We really can't find anyone," said one of the security guards. "It's a pity about the entry prize. In previous years, we could at least get 1,000 yuan," said another security guard regretfully. There was a long, sad sigh. Just as the 4 of them felt their status in the company was about to decline again, with no chance of ever getting back up, Yifan, who had just walked away, suddenly returned to them. Yifan's eyes were shining, and she had a friendly smile on her face as she asked, "Did you say there was a prize for that competition?" Jiang Chao and the others were taken aback, and they nodded vigorously. "Yes, there is a prize. The Chamber of Commerce and the government organized it together, and the teams that participate will get a minimum of 5,000 or 6,000 yuan as a participation prize." Yifan narrowed her eyes. "And what about the championship? Last year it seemed to be 500,000 yuan, and I heard that this year it will be 600,000 yuan, right?" Jiang Chao thought for a moment and said, "The prize money doesn't need to be handed over to the company?" Yifan asked. Jiang Chao shook his head. "Why would it need to be handed over? I don't know about other companies, but our company definitely won't do that. President Su is very generous, he only rewards, he never withholds bonuses. It's just a pity that we're not doing well, we're at the bottom every year." Yifan's smile grew even wider, and she patted Jiang Chao on the shoulder. "Captain Jiang, for the sake of the dignity of the men in the company, I have decided to sacrifice the little self for the greater good, and fight with you all." The 4 of them were so moved that tears were about to fall, and they immediately hugged each other, happily starting to high-five each other. Yifan left his mobile phone number with them, and after agreeing on a schedule for practice and the competition, he planned to go back to the office first. But before that, Yifan also took a lunchbox and put in some fresh fruit. He hadn't forgotten that Su Qingxue hadn't eaten lunch yet. Even if a woman doesn't eat, she should always eat some fruit, because hunger is bad for the body. Back on the top floor, Yifan went straight to the CEO's office. He knocked on the door, and Su Qingxue's clear, cold voice came from inside. "Come in." Yifan pushed the door open and found the woman sitting in front of the computer, looking at the screen while taking notes on her hand. There was also a large pile of data spread out on the desk, making her look quite busy. "Put the report on the desk and leave first." Su Qingxue thought it was Chenya and didn't even raise her head. It wasn't until Yifan put a lunchbox of fruit on the table that the woman frowned and looked up. "Why is it you? I heard Chenya say that you don't eat lunch, which is not good." "Have some fruit," Yifan grinned. Su Qingxue looked displeased. "I've already eaten, and what I eat is none of your business." "Already eaten?" Yifan looked around and found a pile of empty plastic packaging in the trash can, a dozen or so, about 300 or 400 milliliters in volume. Mobile users, please browse to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 0027, The President's Lunch. Yifan froze for a moment, and in disbelief, she said, "This is gum syrup? You're taking this for lunch?" Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of surprise, and she put down the pen in her hand and asked, "You even know the English name for gum syrup? It seems that your English is pretty good too. Have you taken the TEM8 exam?" Yifan had no interest in discussing foreign language proficiency, and sighed, "Are you crazy? Even if you want to supplement the sugar your brain needs, you still have to eat proper food. What is the point of you drinking syrup? Food affects the blood supply and oxygen supply to the brain. My working hours are precious and I can't waste them dozing off. Besides, you have no right to tell me what to do. Get your identity straight." Su Qingxue replied frostily. Yifan suddenly realized that the woman in front of him was not only a workaholic, but also a masochist. He suddenly remembered what Mumu had said, a money-making machine. It was not scary that other people saw Su Qingxue as a machine, but Su Qingxue herself seemed to regard herself as a machine. She obtained energy like a machine, rather than enjoying food like a human being. A complex color flashed in Yifan's eyes, and in his mind, he couldn't help but recall a period of his life. He was also a machine once, and it wasn't a good feeling. Shaking his head, Yifan pushed the fruit lunchbox in front of Su Qingxue and said in an exceptionally gentle tone, "Have some fruit, don't let your stomach go empty." Su Qingxue's gaze froze for a moment. She didn't know why, but listening to the man's voice and looking at his expression made her feel particularly strange. It was as if for a moment, Yifan was not the Yifan she knew. "If you don't eat, you can take it away." Su Qingxue was very stubborn. Yifan let out a light laugh, took out his phone, and started to make a call. What are you going to do? Su Qingxue frowned, having a bad feeling. I'm going to call and tell my Aunt Zhang that you don't even eat lunch at the office, just like the gas in your car, and you only drink sweet soup, Yifan said. Su Qingxue was anxious. Aunt Zhang was the old nanny who had watched her grow up, and one of the few elders she cared about. If Auntie Zhang finds out about this, the old lady will definitely be very sad. No phone calls. Put the phone down. Su Qingxue slammed the table and stopped her. Yifan gave a wicked smile. He knew that women were not really heartless. He continued to blackmail her, saying, unless you finish this box of fruit, I'll call. If Auntie Zhang finds out about this, I'm afraid you won't be able to make me pay either. You're shameless. Despicable. Su Qingxue was furious, her pretty face puffing up a little. Yifan shrugged his shoulders, unafraid of the boiling water, saying whatever you want. What do you care if I eat or not? Why do you care about that? Su Qingxue was puzzled. Yifan didn't think much about it, blurting out, seeing you go hungry makes me feel bad. There was a moment of silence in the office, and Su Qingxue looked at the man with bright, sparkling eyes, as if she had never expected such an answer. After a full 10 seconds, the woman snorted, pursed her lips, and her eyes darted around, saying, who would believe you, a liar with no sense of decency. Yifan also laughed, self-deprecatingly touched his neck, and said, it's not that you ask so much, it's embarrassing. Anyway, are you going to eat it or not? Su Qingxue let out a breath, took the lunchbox, and said, I'll eat it, I'm so sick of this. Hey, that's a good girl. I'll go over there on the sofa and watch you eat. Yifan was about to turn around and sit down, but then she heard Su Qingxue's expression of distress again. What's wrong? Su Qingxue pointed at the grapes in the lunchbox and said, I don't like grapes. Why not? Grapes are good, they have glucose and amino acids, which help fight fatigue and strengthen the stomach, Yifan asked. Su Qingxue's gaze avoided Yifan's, and she said, seemingly embarrassed, I don't want to peel the skin. Yifan couldn't help but twitch her mouth corners twice, muttering, so you're that lazy? Su Qingxue refused, frowning and saying, what are you talking about? I'm not eating the grapes, so what's it to you? Yifan didn't want to argue with a woman over such a trivial issue, so she walked over to her and picked up a grape, saying, look, you don't need to peel these grapes, just squeeze them and suck them. After saying this, Yifan demonstrated by squeezing a grape into his mouth, leaving only a layer of skin. Su Qingxue said disdainfully, this way of eating is so ugly, I don't want it. You care about how you eat a grape? What's the big deal, young lady? Yifan had heard of such a thing for the first time. Su Qingxue didn't back down at all, I don't care, I'm not eating it anyway. Yifan had no choice but to sigh and take out a small bunch of grapes from the lunchbox. Su Qingxue then picked up the toothpick and started eating the remaining fruits and vegetables such as cantaloupe, watermelon, and cherry tomatoes. Yifan took a glass from the water dispenser, sat down on the sofa, and peeled the grapes one by one and put them in the glass. His hand speed was very fast, and in a few moments, a small bunch of grapes had been peeled, and they were quite attractive with their green color. Su Qingxue was buried in her fruit, trying to finish quickly so she could get back to work. But she didn't expect to suddenly find a glass of grapes on the table in front of her. The woman looked up and looked at Yifan, her expression a little surprised. What are you doing? You were too lazy to peel them, so I did it for you. You can just eat them. You're not too lazy to spit out the grape seeds, are you? Yifan asked. Su Qingxue looked at the man suspiciously. What is your real intention? Why do you want me to eat the grapes? Yifan couldn't help laughing and crying. Su Qingshan, you're paranoid, aren't you? I just think that these grapes are quite fresh today, and it's a pity if you don't eat them. Why do you think so complicatedly? Do you want me to say that I've added medicine to these grapes, and you'll only believe me if you eat them and become burning with desire? Of course not, but you're very suspicious. Su Qingshan wanted to see something in Yifan. Yifan was at his wits' end with this woman. Suit yourself. I just think that eating some grapes is good for your health, so if you don't want to eat them, that's fine. After saying this, Yifan went over to the coffee table and used a paper towel to wipe his hands. Su Qingxue looked at the plump grapes in the cup and then at Yifan, who was wiping his hands, and a strange feeling spread through her heart. It seemed that after her mother passed away, she had never eaten grapes again, and even Aunt Zhang had never thought to help her peel the grapes. She picked up a grape that had already been peeled and put it in her mouth. It was a little sour and a little sweet. Yi Fan looked back at the woman and saw that she was already eating. She lifted the corner of her mouth a little, sat on the sofa, and silently watched the woman finish eating little by little. After Su Qingxue had almost finished eating, it seemed that she remembered something and said, "I read the document you translated from the French company. It is more accurate than the translation company we previously used, and the grammar is also very fluent. Your French should be at C2, right?" Yi Fan wondered, "What is C2? You don't know?" Su Qingxue said strangely, "Didn't you take the DLF certificate? C2 is the highest level of French in general. French is generally considered difficult to learn for French people, and it is not easy to reach C2. Yi Fan shook his head. "I have all studied the wild way. When I was abroad, I naturally learned it by chatting with some French people. I haven't studied it professionally." "You've been abroad? Studied abroad?" Su Qingxue felt the need to get to know Yi Fan again. A lot of this guy's circumstances were fundamentally different from when he submitted his resume materials online. He was adopted as a child and went abroad, didn't like going to school, and fought all the time. Later, he worked around, and when he couldn't make any money, he came back. "But if you insist on calling me a turtle, then I guess I can be considered one," Yi Fan casually made up an excuse. Su Qingxue looked suspiciously at the man. She always felt that Yi Fan was fooling her. How could a man who was fluent in French and English go and work as an appliance repairman, working outdoors in the sun and wind, and looking for part-time jobs? Either he didn't mean to, or he had other plans. But Su Qingxue couldn't find any evidence at the moment, and it was pointless to ask any more questions. They had almost finished the fruit, and it was getting a bit sweet. Su Qingxue got up and walked over to the water dispenser, wanting a cup of warm water. Yi Fan saw this and got up, saying, "Want some water? I'll get you some." "No need, I'll get it myself." Su Qingxue didn't want to be taken care of by this man. Yi Fan didn't mind, and sat back down on the sofa. However, when he saw Su Qingxue bend over to get the cup and fill it, causing the hem of her skirt to rise up, revealing a patch of snow-white skin underneath, he immediately became agitated. Mobile users, please browse to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 0028, Let me ask you something. Yi Fan was curious. What would the view under the skirt of such an iceberg female CEO be like? Unwittingly, Yi Fan leaned sideways and fell backwards, looking from a distance, from the bottom up, from an oblique angle. Since the office had floor-to-ceiling windows on 3 sides, and the water dispenser was also in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, the images in the office could be reflected in the windows at this time. Although it wasn't very clear, Su Qingxue had always been on the alert, and subconsciously glanced out of the floor-to-ceiling windows, just in time to see that the man behind her was leaning over, his mouth open, staring at her. With wide eyes. "Ah!" Su Qingxue exclaimed, straightened up, pressed her skirt with her hand, and turned around. Her cold eyes fixed on the man, and she was ready to kill him. "Pervert!" Su Qingxue cursed. What lady celebrity, what iceberg beauty, she couldn't care about her demeanor anymore. Yi Fan had already recovered to his normal sitting position in a flash, and looked innocent as he asked, "What's wrong, Ms. Su? Why are you cursing me?" At that moment, Yi Fan felt like he could win an Oscar for Best Actor. "Have you never seen a woman before in your life? Are you crazy?" Su Qingxue was so angry that her eyes were red, and she had never seen such a shameless man. Yi Fan said pitifully, "General Su, if you're going to scold me, you have to tell me why. I've never met such a brazen man." "You were just peeping." Yi Fan continued to play dumb. "What did I peek at? I was just admiring the view of Huahai City." "You probably misunderstood. You're still arguing." Su Qingxue turned around, put a cup of steaming hot water in it, and rushed to Yi Fan's face. "What are you doing, Mr. Su?" Yi Fan looked puzzled. "I'll pour the hot water in your eyes right now and turn you blind." Su Qingxue held a cup of hot water and was going to severely punish the scoundrel. Yi Fan said firmly, "Mr. Su, you really misunderstood me. If I have to go blind to make you happy, then I'll just run away. You still want to escape." Su Qingxue was so emotional that her hand trembled, and she accidentally spilled the hot water. Seeing that the hot water was about to splash onto Su Qingxue's own white and tender arm, Yi Fan suddenly reached out. In a flash of lightning, Yi Fan's hand blocked all the hot water. Su Qingxue was startled, staring blankly at the man. When she came back to her senses, she hurriedly put down the cup and asked, "Are you okay?" Yi Fan grinned and shook the water off his arm, saying, "I'm thick-skinned, so this temperature of water is fine." Su Qingxue looked at Yi Fan's arm and saw that it didn't seem to have been burned, so she felt a little more at ease. She didn't expect that Yi Fan would come to her rescue in such a desperate moment, and she was a little moved. It was hard for her to be angry with a man anymore. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it," Su Qingxue whispered, not daring to look at the man. Yi Fan gave a simple smile. "What's the big deal? I couldn't let a beautiful woman get burned. As long as you don't misunderstand me, that's all I care about." Seeing Yi Fan's calm and honest demeanor, even Su Qingxue herself began to doubt whether she had wrongly accused the man. "You really weren't peeping?" Su Qingxue hesitated, frowning and asking. Yi Fan sighed. "Su, since you don't believe me, there's nothing more I can explain. I'll go back to the office first." With that, Yi Fan walked out of the office, leaving Su Qingxue in the office, thinking. When Yi Fan was about to leave the door, he cleared his throat and said, "Su Zong, before I go, I want to ask you something." Su Qingxue froze for a moment, thinking it was an issue related to work, and nodded. "Ask away." Yi Fan asked seriously, "Do you like the pink fabric or the little strawberries on it?" After asking this, Yi Fan immediately closed the door and slipped away. In the office, Su Qingxue almost simultaneously picked up her water glass and smashed it against the office door. Clang! A loud crash. "Yi Fan!" Su Qingxue screamed, her whole pretty face flaming red. She felt that she had been stupid to think she could cultivate this man, and her good impression of Yi Fan just now had definitely been an illusion. This guy is a pervert. A sex maniac. A beast. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, who had slipped back to his office, lit a cigarette with pleasure, tapped his legs, and smiled happily in his seat. If the people in the company knew that the iceberg female president in their eyes was wearing a girlish pink cotton underwear with little strawberries all over it to work, I wonder what they would think. Humming a little tune, Yi Fan started the computer and fiddled with the programs inside. If he wants to play games, he has to avoid the company's network monitoring, so he has to set something up. Just as he was busy, Shinya, the assistant, walked in again, carrying a large pile of information, almost like a small mountain. "All this information has to be translated into French and English, and it has to be done today," Shinya said coldly. Yi Fan's jaw almost dropped to the ground. "No way, Assistant Chen, so much in one day." President Su said, "Since you are so capable, those who can do more should do more, and your talent should not go to waste." Shenya pushed up her glasses on her nose with a hint of smugness. She could probably guess that Yi Fan had offended Su Qingxue. She had heard Su Qingxue shouting in the office from the next room. Of course, she didn't just see it as an issue at work. Little did she know that her boss was making a man look like a baby panda. Revenge, utter revenge. Yi Fan felt bitter, but she had to bow her head under the roof, fearing that her wages would be docked, so she had to work. If she had known, she would have kept her mouth shut and just pretended not to see it. It was too late for Yi Fan to regret it. Yi Fan's face turned green. This was not work, it was torture. She had to find a way to escape from this misery, but she was reluctant to think about having her wages docked. Finally, it was time to go home. Chunya pushed open the office door and said, "You can go home now. You need to go to the underground garage first, start the car, turn on the air conditioning, and wait for President Su." Yi Fan couldn't wait to get out of this hellhole. He took the elevator to the underground garage. He was about to turn on the air conditioning in his car when he noticed Su Lingshan, dressed in her uniform, waiting for him with a majestic air, her eyes narrowed and her hands on her chest. "You scum, you've finally come down," Su Lingshan sneered. Yi Fan pretended to be dumb and smiled. "Captain Su, you're off work too?" "Ha, bye." "Who's saying bye to you?" Su Lingshan walked up to Yi Fan and stopped her, saying, "You don't think that what happened this morning is just going to be forgotten, do you?" Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, "What happened this morning? I don't remember anything." "You despicable, sleazy man, you did it and you won't admit it. You made me lose face in front of so many people. If I don't make you cry today, my name isn't Su Lingshan." With that, Su Lingshan swung her long leg up sharply, as fast as lightning, and swung it at Yi Fan's leg bend. Yi Fan took a step back and avoided it without saying a word. "Captain Su, if you keep this up, I'm going to get angry. A good man doesn't fight with a woman, I'm a decent and good man." "You're not a good man? You're a coward. Rat. Come and hit me if you've got the guts, you coward," Su Lingshan said, and then she was about to attack again. Coincidentally, the elevator doors opened and Su Qingxue walked out. Seeing this, Su Qingxue froze for a moment, frowning. Ling Shan, what's going on? Miss Su Lingxue didn't flinch, boldly saying, I seriously doubt this man's integrity. He was in the restaurant at lunch, staring at me with lecherous eyes, causing me to make a fool of myself. I was about to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, it will distort the company's culture. Yifan thought to herself, this woman really dares to speak, and hurriedly defended herself. I didn't, Mr. Su, don't believe her nonsense. I was just sitting across from her at the table. I told her she was pretty, and she got angry. Who can you reason with? Unfortunately, at this moment, Su Qingxue happened to share the same feelings as Su Lingshan. She was seething with hatred for Yifan. She never imagined that this man not only spied on her, but also didn't let the female security guards in the company off the hook. For a moment, Su Qingxue felt like joining forces with her enemy. This kind of bad man deserves to be punished, so that he can control his evil eyes. Su Qingxue nodded immediately when she thought about this. If that's the case, I won't get in the way of your personal grudges. Just don't let him go to the hospital, I have to go to work tomorrow. Ah? Yifan gasped in shock. The most poisonous woman's heart, this is okay. Everyone, remember to like it. Mobile users please browse to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 0029 Don't Cry. Su Lingshan had been itching to get started for a long time. Her heroic eyebrows rose, and she looked at Yifan teasingly, saying, Don't worry, Mr. Su, I know what to do. Su Qingxue thought again, although no one is here for the time being, it wouldn't look good if an employee passes by and sees the security team leader beating the assistant to the president. So she said, Wait a minute, let's go to the security training room on the second floor. It'll be like a sparring session. Sparring? Yifan looked miserable. Is this really necessary? President Su, what grudge is this? Su Qingxue thought that the man was scared and was pleased with herself. With a poker face, she said, I heard from Director Feng that you helped her drive away the White Shark gang at Jinshu Apartments before. I think you should be able to handle yourself a little, so I'd like to see for myself. Him? Drive away the White Shark gang? Su Lingshan scoffed. He went back to his rented apartment to get his luggage that day, and when he saw a group of thugs, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. If it weren't for me, he would have been beaten half to death. I don't believe it. Su Qingxue looked at Yifan even more disdainfully when she heard about this. No matter what, she would go and have a practice to find out. Yifan had no choice. She couldn't run away first. Reluctantly, she followed the two women up to the second floor. Jinshu Group is mostly made up of women, and they need special protection, so the security training is very strict. Although most of the security guards are women, they are all either retired military personnel or special police, or have a background in martial arts. These strong women train here, and the facilities are naturally very good. There is everything you need for various types of sanda, taekwondo, boxing, and traditional martial arts. Half of the entire second floor is dedicated to the daily training of the security guards. It's off-peak hours, so there aren't many people around. Su Lingshan forced Yifan to stand on a boxing ring and strike a fighting stance. This stance accentuated her well-proportioned figure and full bust, but also made her look valiant and full of momentum. Are you serious? Yifan looked troubled. Don't worry, I'll loosen all your joints, but it won't kill you, Su Lingshan said. Yifan grinned, okay, but let's be careful, Captain Su, because there's no telling what might happen in a fight. You coward, you should be more worried about yourself. As soon as Su Lingshan finished speaking, she charged forward with a straight punch, aiming for Yifan's shoulder joint. But at that moment, Yifan crouched down at just the right speed and slipped past Su Lingshan's punch. At the same time, Yifan's left hand, unknown to anyone, snuck around. Ah! Su Lingshan let out a cry of surprise, feeling a hand touch the front left side of her body. You scoundrel! Su Lingshan snapped, looking at Yifan with murderous intent. Yifan hid in the corner of the ring, looking innocent. Captain Su, why are you scolding me again? You touched me. Touched? Hey, you can hit me, but I can't even touch you? You might as well let me die on the ring after eating arsenic. Nonsense, I mean you touched me there. Su Lingshan's face turned red. Where is there? Yifan pretended not to understand, secretly happy. Of course, he couldn't really touch her, that would be too much. A little punishment for this fierce female security guard would be fine. Su Qingxue, who was watching from the audience, had no idea what was going on. Yi Fan had acted too quickly and from a hidden angle, so she couldn't see clearly either. Su Lingshan was at a loss for words and had to continue rushing over, this time using her long legs and kicking Yi Fan straight in the crotch. Damn it, I only touched her a little, and this woman wants me to be childless. This is too harsh. Yi Fan muttered to herself, but her body was quick. She saw that she was about to be kicked, so she moved sideways just in time, then leaned forward. Su Lingshan kicked out, only to discover that the figure had disappeared. She turned her head and saw that Yi Fan was already behind her. How did this guy escape so quickly? Su Lingshan was surprised. But she was so angry at the moment that she didn't bother to care too much. She turned around and made several consecutive fighting moves, her fists were fierce and her blows even more swift. Yi Fan pretended to be very nervous, running around the ring, looking very flustered, but in fact, it was just like a leisurely stroll, and she was not touched at all. Su Lingshan chased after her, back and forth dozens of times, but she got tired first. Yi, don't be such a coward. Running around, are you a mouse? If you're a man, let's fight like men. Su Lingshan gritted her teeth. Yi Fan spread his hands and laughed. Captain Su, you're asking the impossible. I don't know any formal kung fu. I can only run. Don't you have any self-respect as a man? Su Lingshan shouted. Even Su Qingxue in the audience couldn't stand it anymore. This guy can hide really well. She spoke up, Yi Fan, can't you be brave? Yi Fan shook his head. No, being brave won't feed you. I'm afraid that if something happens, it would be terrible to be childless. You coward, I'll fight you to the death. Su Lingshan was furious and rushed up to deliver another round of long boxing. Unfortunately, in Yi Fan's eyes, a woman's boxing style was not only weak, but also extremely slow. Yi Fan dodged every time in advance, just like a slippery loach, and he could never be caught. Su Lingshan gradually realized that this guy definitely had something hidden, otherwise how could an ordinary person have such stamina and not even breathe heavily after running for so long? What was even more detestable was that this guy was just pretending and completely refusing to show his strength. This made Su Lingshan feel even more humiliated. After missing again, Su Lingshan had a plan. She suddenly knelt down on the boxing platform, covering her pretty face with her hands and sobbing. The woman's cries were pitiful and helpless, as if she were a young wife abandoned by her man. It saddened those who saw it and brought tears to those who heard it. Yi Fan was embarrassed. He was depressed and thought, sparring with a woman is pointless. If you can't beat her, just cry. How is that supposed to work? The point is, Su Qingxue had never seen Yi Fan beat Su Lingshan either. On the contrary, Su Lingshan had always been very brave, and Yi Fan had just been dodging. But as a woman, Su Qingxue naturally helped Su Lingshan and loudly rebuked Yi Fan. Yi Fan, apologize to Lingshan at once. You're a man, don't you know when to stop? Yi Fan felt aggrieved. He hadn't even hit her once. But Yi Fan was also afraid of women crying, so he had to walk up to Su Lingshan, crouch down, and comfort her. Captain Su, don't cry, I was wrong, okay? I didn't wait for Yi Fan to finish speaking when Su Lingshan suddenly slapped Yi Fan on the left side of his face. After a crisp sound, Su Lingshan punched Yi Fan in the stomach again. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Captain Su, please spare my life. Su Lingshan snorted, stood up, and let out some air. You dirty bastard, you coward, I let you hide. Su Qingxue frowned under the stands. It turns out that Su Lingshan was deliberately showing weakness and looking for an opportunity to sneak attack Yi Fan. Thinking about it, Su Qingxue immediately shook her head, cursing herself for thinking about that guy. Who asked him to ogle women like that? Finally managing to knock Yi Fan down, Su Lingshan felt no joy or sense of accomplishment. She knew full well that she had actually lost. The more she looked at this man, the more extraordinary he seemed. Perhaps Su Qingxue had also noticed this, which was why she had hired him as an assistant. Su Lingshan thought to herself, and walked off the ring. Miss Su, I'm off work now, see you. Su Qingxue nodded, well, you've worked hard. Soon, Su Lingshan left the training room, and Yi Fan was still lying on the ring, looking half dead. Su Qingxue looked at him with cold eyes for a while, and said, Are you done yet? Get up if you're not dead. Yi Fan said weakly, Snow, I think I've got internal injuries. Don't pretend, if you don't get up I'll drive back myself. Su Qingxue said impatiently. Yi Fan turned his head and looked at the woman with a pleading expression, saying, I need my girlfriend to kiss me to get up. Su Qingxue froze for a moment, then bit her thin lips, and a blush appeared on her face. But she didn't get angry. Instead, her eyes twinkled as she asked, "Where do you want to be kissed?" Mobile users, please browse to read, for a better reading experience. Chapter 0030, here. Yi Fan was overjoyed, thinking to himself, is there really a benefit? Quickly, he used his finger to tap his own lips. Here. Su Qingxue took a deep breath, her eyes growing even colder. She looked left and right, and directly picked up a dumbbell weighing more than 10 caddies from the side, as if to smash it towards Yi Fan's mouth. I'll kiss your big head to hell. Yi Fan was scared and quickly scrambled to his feet. He naturally couldn't do anything, and just now he had deliberately let Su Lingshan hit him twice, otherwise there would be no way to end the day. Don't get excited. It was just a joke. Su Qingxue had a look of anticipation on her face, holding the dumbbell and lecturing, if you gossip again, I'll dock your salary. Yi Fan hurriedly got off the ring and smiled, saying, Miss Su, please calm down, I'll go get the car right away. He didn't want to lose a small amount of money for no reason because of this trivial matter. Translating materials is hard work, and it's not easy to go to work. There was some traffic on the way home from work, and an hour later, the two returned to their home in Bailu County. Aunt Jiang had already prepared a table full of dishes. After seeing Yi Fan's appetite, she had no more concerns, and there were 7 or 8 dishes at a glance. Yi Fan, how did you feel on your first day of work? Aunt Jiang asked with concern at the dinner table. Yi Fan was about to say that she had been abused all day, but under the table, Su Qingxue gave him a kick, warning him with her eyes not to say anything. Yi Fan had to laugh, it was pretty good, not to mention the feast for the eyes. This was a double entendre that made Su Qingxue, sitting opposite, so angry that she wanted to throw her rice bowl at him. Just as things were getting along nicely, a phone call came through. Aunt Jiang picked up the phone quickly and found it was Su Changping calling, so she handed the phone to Su Qingxue. Miss, it's your father on the phone. Su Qingxue frowned, but still took the phone and asked in a cold tone, Dad, what's up? Shue, I've thought about it and come to the conclusion that it's not quite appropriate for you to acquire the Feek software company in Huahai. The company's stock price has been rising, and it would cost more than 4 billion yuan to acquire it. You're making such a big move, how can you just decide on your own without asking the uncles of the company more? Your uncles Zhu and Wang are all very anxious, Su Changping said with worry. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue's face immediately fell. This plan has already been approved by the shareholders' meeting. The shareholders' meeting approved it, but that's because many people blindly trust you and are unfamiliar with the industry. You have to know that several major directors haven't given their nod yet, Su Changping said. Su Qingxue snorted, why didn't they oppose me during the meeting at the company during the day? My child, they didn't oppose you during the day because they wanted to spare your face. These uncles all founded Jinsha with your grandfather, and they are all afraid that you will go down the wrong path by being arbitrary and ruin the company. Dad, although you are one of the major shareholders of the company, you have no position in the company. I won't talk to you about this matter anymore. If they want to talk, they can talk to me directly. Su Qingxue said without mercy. Su Changping was also irritated by being ignored like this, and he increased his tone, fine. The full board of directors will be convened tomorrow, and you will convince us with real evidence. If you don't convince us with real evidence, don't blame the board of directors for enforcing the impeachment clause and voting to remove you as president. If things continue like this, you'll be lawless and out of control. After just a few words, the conflict between the father and daughter had intensified. Yi Fan, who was standing nearby, felt speechless, and Aunt Jiang was even more worried. Yi Fan guessed that the two uncles mentioned on the phone were the company's 2 vice presidents, Zhu Wanguo and Wang Liren. Although Su Qingxue had taken the CEO position with her outstanding talent after taking office, some of the older people still had a lot of power in the company and it would be difficult to replace them all at once. After all, there were only a few people like Feng Yueying who were young enough to become the company's top executives. Therefore, although it may seem that Su Qingxue has all the power in the company, when it comes to important decisions, there is often internal conflict. Su Qingxue is not afraid of this. Board of directors, let's meet in the company conference room tomorrow morning. After saying this, she hung up the phone immediately. Zhang Shang, who was standing nearby, sighed with regret, Miss, why do you have to be like this? You don't have to get so angry even when you're just talking about work. Zhang Shang, just leave it alone. Su Qingxue stood up and said, I'm full. Yi Fan blinked, so soon? You've only eaten half a bowl of rice. Su Qingxue paid him no mind at all, frowned, and walked back to the study on the second floor with a worried look on her face. Yi Fan, don't persuade her. Whenever Miss has work-related worries, she doesn't want to eat anything. Auntie Jiang shook her head, full of concern. Yi Fan thought to herself, he's not really involved in the running of the company anyway, and he's not interested in getting involved, so she just continued eating on her own. That night, in a private club by the Qingshan Lake, the Zhang family father and son were drinking with two men in their 50s by the lake. Four waitresses in sexy strapless dresses with bare thighs were by the men's sides, pouring wine and attending to their other needs. President Zhu, President Wang, Su Qingxue, are you really planning to acquire Feek? Zheng Hongji asked with a smile. Xu Wanghua, with thinning hair, was embracing a young girl while his hand was taking advantage of the situation. Hearing the question, he sneered, it's true, the shareholders' meeting has passed it, but the board of directors will meet tomorrow. Old Wang, I, and a few other brothers, along with the kid Su Changping, plan to vote against it no matter what Su Qingxue says. Oh, did Su Changping agree? Zheng Hongji asked. Wang Liren laughed, that kid is a pushover, he doesn't know anything, and if we the elders say something, he'll believe it. Anyway, Su Qingxue won't take him seriously, and as his father, he doesn't feel good about it either. Zheng Hongji took a sip of wine and narrowed his eyes. At the board meeting tomorrow, Su Qingxue will definitely present some reasons and information for acquiring Feek, so I'll trouble you two to pass on the information. Don't worry, Chairman Zhang, after all this time working together, this goes without saying. And we will definitely stop Su Qingxue, we won't let her acquire the company without a fight. Xu Wanguan nodded in understanding. Wang Liren also nodded, saying, that's right, we're waiting for the day when Zhang Xiao marries Su Qingxue, so that the two companies can join forces. Damn it, Jinxiu, which we old friends built together, must not fall into the hands of a little girl. Zheng Junfeng, on the other hand, raised his glass and laughed, thank you, President Zhu and President Wang, for your care. I would like to toast you both. When the time comes for us to merge with Jinxiu, your shares in Jinxiu Group will definitely not disappoint you. Zhu Wanquan and Wang Liren beamed. Needless to say, we know the Zhang family's generosity, which is worlds apart from that heartless girl Su Qingxue. After saying this, the four of them clinked their glasses together and drank in one go. Zheng Hongji gave a sign with his eyes to a waitress in the back. The waitress with charming Feng Huang eyes immediately put her arms around Zhu Wangua's neck and said coquettishly, President Zhu, it's so late, I'm afraid to go home alone, can you give me a ride later? Xu Wangua's drunken face showed a wicked smile as he stroked the waitress's hand and said, no issue, where is your home? If it's far, shall we go back earlier? He. Oops, Mr. Zhu, you're so naughty. The waitress complained in a sweet voice, but she was already leaning against Zhu Wangua's chest. On the other side, Wang Liren could no longer hold back either, and he was hugging the young girl and touching and kissing her. Zheng Hongji and Zhang Junfeng, father and son, glanced at each other and both revealed cold, evil smiles. The next day, as soon as Yi Fan arrived at the office, she set up the computer program so that her computer could not be monitored by the company's technical department. At the same time, Yi Fan also figured out that there was no end to work, so she deliberately slowed down a bit, played games first, and completed the work tasks on the last day, so that she could have 2 days of fun. Yi Fan was proud of her cleverness and wit, and played games until lunchtime, just in time to go down for lunch. When she arrived in the cafeteria, Yi Fan took a large plate of food and found Su Lingshan, who was sitting alone at a window seat. Because of what happened yesterday, many of the company employees who were eating lunch knew that Yi Fan was Mr. Su's new assistant. Many people couldn't help but anticipate what kind of passionate collision Captain Su and Assistant Yi would have today. Yi Fan sat down opposite Su Lingshan with a smile on his face. Good afternoon, Captain Su. Mobile users please browse to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 0031, No need for you to lecture me. Su Lingshan raised her eyes and ignored him. This scene took many of the employees by surprise. Had Captain Su been taken down by Special Assistant Yi? No more resistance? At this moment, Yi Fan saw that the woman had Italian sausage on her plate, so he took some as well, and couldn't help but ask with a smile, Captain Su, you like sausage too? Why don't I let you have some of mine too? Once the words were out, the original intention was to be polite, but no matter how you listen, it sounds a bit strange. Sure enough, Su Lingshan's face flushed, and her gaze fixed on Yi Fan, obviously feeling that the man was doing it on purpose. Yi Fan said awkwardly, I meant the one in my plate, not mine. The more he tried to cover it up, the worse it got, and the employees from nearby companies all laughed secretly, covering their mouths. If you don't say anything, no one will think you're dumb. Su Lingshan's eyebrows jumped, but in the end she still held back her temper. Many employees were surprised that the hot-tempered Su Lingshan could hold her temper. If any other man dared to speak to her like that, she would have beaten him up. Assistant Yi is awesome. Yi Fan let out a small "oh," and then just started eating. Of course, his eyes couldn't help but glance at Su Lingshan's chest. Unfortunately, with yesterday's experience, Su Lingshan had buttoned up her collar, so there was nothing to see. After 3 minutes, Su Lingshan saw that Yi Fan was not saying a word, his gaze wandering, and pretended to ask casually, "Where did you learn your kung fu?" Yi Fan pretended not to hear anything and continued to chew on a piece of steak. Su Lingshan saw that the man ignored her and finally couldn't help but slap the table and yell, "Hey, I'm asking you a question." Yi Fan innocently replied, "Captain Su, you told me not to speak, so why are you asking me again?" "I'm in a difficult situation." Su Lingshan gritted her teeth in anger. The man was clearly deliberately refusing to answer. She didn't want to embarrass herself, so she snorted, picked up her tray and left directly. Yi Fan's eyes flashed with a playful smile, and he turned his head to look out the window. He couldn't help but feel that going to work and teasing female colleagues was actually quite enjoyable. When he returned to the top floor, Yi Fan brought a box of fruit, just like yesterday, but this time he didn't bring any grapes, instead he brought some strawberries. When he arrived at Su Qingshue's office, he was about to go in, but he heard a heated argument inside. "Vice President Zhu, Vice President Wang, you tell me, what reason is there to lead the opposition? You are deliberately singing counterpoints to me." Su Qingshue's voice was cold and angry. "Hey, Ms. Su, you're still young, and the market is very deep. You were clearly impulsive with this acquisition," Zhuan Zhang said. "Impulsive? I think you don't want me to take the company to the next level, and you're afraid that your position in the company won't be secure. Why don't you just tell me how many shares you want before you're willing to stop working against me?" Su Qingxue questioned. Wang Liren anxiously exclaimed, "President Su, we are all old hands who have built the company step by step with the late chairman. We love Splendid more than anyone else. You can't say things like that. I don't want to hear any more of your empty, meaningless words. I'll give you 3 days. If you don't make your people change their minds, watch out, they'll all be fired from the company. Now, both of you, get out." Su Qingxue gave the order to leave. Xu Wanguo's voice trembled with anger. "How can you do this to us? We are your elders. There are only superiors and subordinates in the company, not generations." Su Qingxue replied coldly. "Such a great President Su, Zhu, let's not argue, let's go." Wang Liren angrily patted the sofa. Soon, Zhu Wanguo and Wang Liren stormed out of the office. When they saw Yi Fan standing at the door, the two old vice presidents naturally didn't look good, and they glared at Yi Fan fiercely. Yi Fan sighed, but since it had nothing to do with him, he just went into the office. Su Qingxue was standing there with a frosty expression on her face, and when she saw Yi Fan come in, she asked in a displeased tone, "What are you doing here again?" Yi Fan walked over and handed her the fruit lunchbox, smiling and saying, "Have some fruit, calm down, and don't ruin your health for work." Su Qingxue's face was expressionless, and after looking at the fruit, she said indifferently, "I'm not hungry right now, you can take it away. At least have a few bites. I've already brought it." Yi Fan was taken aback and looked confused. "I don't need it," said Su Qingxue. "Such good fruit, what a waste," said Yi Fan. Su Qingxue turned around and walked back to her desk. "I have a lot to do, you eat it yourself." Yi Fan frowned. "You're going to have gum syrup for lunch again? If you keep this up, I'll call Aunt Jiang and tell her." Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue turned around impatiently and said, "Are you annoying? What business is it of yours whether I eat or not? We are just in a contractual relationship, not really boyfriend and girlfriend, so why do you care so much about me? And, you're a man, and you keep threatening me with Aunt Jiang. Can you have some backbone?" Yi Fan looked at the woman quietly for a while, smiled calmly, and then placed the fruit lunchbox on the desk. "I told you to take it away." Su Qingshan frowned. Yi Fan was unmoved and said indifferently, "You're right, I'm just a contract worker, I don't need to care about your health, even if you get stomach problems or stomach cancer, it's got nothing to do with me. But it's my freedom to give you things to eat, I'll put the fruit there, you can eat it if you like it, or throw it away if you don't, it's up to you to decide." "You. Oh, and one more thing." Yi Fan interrupted again before the woman could speak. "Aunt Jiang is an elderly member of your family who watched you grow up, not me. I was only by your side for 3 months. After 3 months, whether I'm with you or with Aunt Jiang, it's got nothing to do with me. So, I've never wanted to threaten you with her, and it has nothing to do with my backbone. I'm just reminding you that it's fine to be willful and lose your temper, but you should consider the people who care about you. After hearing this, Su Qingxue froze for a moment, and then nibbled her lower lip lightly. There's no need for you to lecture me. There was a hint of defiance in the woman's face. Yi Fan didn't say anything more, and simply turned around and walked out of the office, closing the door behind her. After the office had quieted down, Su Qingxue hesitated for a moment, walked back to her desk, and sat down. She pulled open a drawer and was about to take out the treacle inside, but then paused. To consider the words of the person who cared about her. Yi Fan, as if they were echoing in her ears, and the loving smile of Aunt Zhang also appeared before her eyes. Su Qingxue let out a breath, closed the drawer, and took the lunchbox full of fruit over. When she opened it, she found that almost half of it was strawberries. Naturally, she understood why, and her pretty face flushed again. Pervert! Su Qingxue muttered under her breath, picked up a strawberry, and stuffed it in her mouth. It was sweet and sour, and tasted good. She wanted to finish eating quickly so that she could get back to work, so she stuffed a few pieces of watermelon and cantaloupe into her mouth. For a while, Su Qingxue's cheeks were all puffed up, as if her whole face had become a few pounds rounder. Just then, the office door suddenly opened. Yi Fan stood in the doorway with a smile on her face, her eyes mischievously looking at the woman. Mobile users, please browse to read, for a better reading experience. Chapter 0032. What do you want? Well. Su Qingxue let out a soft cry, quickly covering her mouth, but she really couldn't hold back. Her mouth was full of fruit, and she couldn't swallow it all at once. Her face was round like a bun, and some juice was dripping from the corner of her mouth. And Su Qingxue's big, clear, bright eyes were wider than usual with nervousness and surprise, and they were dark and full of panic and shock. Seeing the woman reveal such a cute and adorable look, Yi Fan laughed even more happily. This is what a young girl in her 20s should look like. Haha, I knew it, my dear Xiaoxue is still kind and sensible. Eat slowly, don't choke, I'll take a picture of you first. Saying this, Yi Fan took out his phone and wanted to take a picture of the woman. Su Qingxue was about to go crazy. This bad guy was still standing guard outside the door? Could it be that he had guessed that she would eat the fruit? How could there be such a despicable person in the world? If he left evidence of her appearance, her image would be completely ruined. Su Qingxue covered her face with her hands, quickly eating all the fruit before slapping the table, her face flushed with anger, shouting, "What are you taking pictures of? I'll have your wages. Get out of here now." Yi Fan looked aggrieved, shaking his elderly cell phone. President Su, I don't even have a camera function on this phone, I was just joking. Su Qingxue then remembered that the guy used a phone that came with a free phone credit. She thought about her earlier outburst, but she was still blushing. She didn't know why she always lost control of her emotions in front of this man. She brushed her hair, cleared her throat, wiped her mouth with a tissue, and once again resumed her posture as an iceberg beauty. If you dare to do this again, I will definitely dock your salary. Su Qingxue gave a dignified look befitting a boss. Yi Fan grinned, nodded to show that he understood, waved at the woman, and said, "Yes, I'll go first, bye." After the man had gone out, Su Qingxue slumped in her seat with a sense of relief. She thought about the scene just now, and she was both angry and wanted to laugh. In particular, when Yi Fan walked back in through the door, she looked so panicked that she knew she looked stupid without even looking at herself. But when she thought about it, it was quite funny. Unintentionally, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Su Qingxue's mouth. For a moment, it was as if a snow lotus was quietly blooming on the top of a snow-capped mountain that had been frozen for 1,000 years, like an independent fairy from another world, otherworldly and refined. Unfortunately, no one saw this scene. While playing games in the afternoon, Yi Fan received a call from Jiang Chao, the male security team leader and the company's basketball team player. Jiang Chao said that the game was about to start and that he had to hurry to training. There was a gym near the company, so he asked Yi Fan to go practice with him. Yi Fan naturally didn't want to go, but Jiang Chao sounded so pitiful, begging like a child, that Yi Fan felt quite sorry for the guy and agreed. When it was time to go off duty, Yi Fan had to tell Su Qingxue that he had to take leave, and that he could not go home with her that night. Su Qingxue didn't bother to ask what Yi Fan had to do, and she just drove home by herself. This made Yi Fan feel helpless. It seemed that in the eyes of women, he was still such an insignificant figure. For some reason, even though he knew that he and Su Qingxue would not have a future together, Yi Fan still felt bad when he learned this reality. He followed Jiang Chao and the other 3 security guards to the basketball court at the sports center. For the first time in his life, Yifan touched a basketball. However, it wasn't as if Yifan didn't know how to play basketball. For him, this sport was simply an issue of whether or not he wanted to play. "Brother Fan, what position do you want to play?" "Position? Does it matter?" Yifan said indifferently, "Isn't basketball just about throwing the ball into the hoop and the team with the most points wins?" That's what he said, but... Before Jiang Chao could say anything, Yifan suddenly threw the basketball in his hand towards the hoop in the distance. The 2 of them stood in the middle of the court, and the basketball sailed through a high parabola, skimming past the half-court line and dropping into the basket with a thud. A long-distance three-pointer, all in one go. Jiang Chao and his teammates opened their mouths wide, thinking they were hallucinating. When they came back to their senses, they exclaimed, "Holy shit! This is too accurate." "Brother Fan, you said you couldn't play basketball." Yifan narrowed his eyes, as if he had overdone it. Maybe he should consider how to act weaker, otherwise people would definitely find something wrong with him. So Yifan threw a few more three-pointers, but this time, his shooting percentage dropped to 50%. Even so, Jiang Chao and the others treated him like an idol, calling him Brother Fan over and over again. In their opinion, with Yifan, they finally seemed to be able to stop being the worst. After training for more than an hour, Yifan looked at the time and realized that it was too late to go home for dinner. So she agreed to go out for a barbecue with the 4 security guards nearby, accompanied by ice-cold beer, which was just the right temperature for the summer. Yifan hadn't shared a table with so many men for a long time. Smoking cigarettes and bragging, she felt quite good. She considered that even if she left Jinshu in the future, she should really find a company to work for and get to know some colleagues. Just as Yifan had drunk a few beers and was going to the toilet with a sudden urge to urinate, the phone rang. Yifan looked at the number and saw that it was Aunt Jiang calling, so she picked up the phone immediately and asked, "Aunt Jiang, I'm eating out today, is there anything the matter?" Aunt Jiang asked anxiously, "Eating out? Is that young lady eating out too?" "Shui? She hasn't gone home yet?" Yifan froze for a moment. "Yes, isn't she with you?" "I can't get through to the young lady either, what on earth is going on?" Aunt Jiang asked anxiously. Yifan frowned. "Auntie Jiang, don't worry, I'll give it a try and let you know if I get any news." With a bad feeling in her heart, Yifan dialed Su Qingshua's phone number. Unexpectedly, the phone connected as soon as he dialed. "Qingxue, where are you? Why did Auntie Jiang say you didn't go home?" Yifan asked. The voice on the other end of the line made Yifan's face instantly turn dark. "Mr. Yi, it seems that this beautiful lady really has an unusual relationship with you." Yifan recognized the voice as that of the Golden Eagle bounty hunter, Mendo, who had originally followed her but been discovered. "Do you know what you are doing?" Yifan's voice was cold to the bone. Mendo on the other end of the phone subconsciously swallowed. Even over the phone, this man was able to instill fear in him. If it weren't for the AKH of the elephant god's temptation, they wouldn't have taken such a risk and plucked feathers from a tiger's head. But since they have come this far, Menduo of course has to be a little tougher, so he said, "Mr. Yi, of course we know that what we are doing will anger you. But there is an old Chinese saying, if you don't enter the tiger's lair, you won't get the tiger cub. Even if you really are a strong person, we have to give it a try." Yifan narrowed his eyes and said, "Go ahead, what do you want?" Everyone, remember to download all chapters, click like, join the book circle. The more people who support, the longer the free time. Mobile users please browse to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 0033 It's useless. Very simple, hand over KH, or tell us where Ganesha is, and we will immediately release the lady, said Mendo. Yifan didn't waste any more words and directly asked, "Where is the trading location?" Mendu's tone became urgent. "Sure enough. You have Ak, don't you?" Yifan answered. Mendu immediately said in address, "Mr. Yi, we will only give you 3 hours. If the time limit is exceeded, I'm afraid you will never be able to see this lady again." Yifan wrote it down and hung up. He strode out of the barbecue restaurant. Jiang Chao and the others thought he was going to continue eating, but they saw Yifan run straight out. "Hey, Brother Fan! Brother Fan, where are you going?" Jiang Chao and the others shouted. "You guys eat, I have an emergency." Yifan shouted, and immediately hailed a taxi and left, leaving the 4 security guards looking at each other. Halfway there, Yifan didn't forget to call the old nanny at home. Aunt Zhang, I've already contacted Shoshua, I'm going to bring her home. Aunt Zhang was silent for a while, didn't ask anything more, and just said, then I'll wait for you guys to come back at home. No issue, Yifan solemnly promised, and hung up the phone. The location that Mendo mentioned was an island located on the east side of Huanghai City. The area is mainly focused on fishing and tourism, and is connected to the city by a sea bridge. Many citizens usually go there for vacations. Because it was the fishing moratorium period, the area around the fishing port was deserted. Outside a warehouse where the fishermen stored their miscellaneous goods, the Lexus SUV was parked. Inside the warehouse, a strong fishy smell filled the air. On a chair, Su Qingxue had her hands and feet tied, unable to move at all. Although her bangs in front of her forehead were in disarray and she looked very disheveled, the woman did not yell or scream, but looked at the one woman and two men in front of her with a cold expression. On the way home earlier, it was one of those women who stopped her car, acting like a foreigner who wanted to ask for directions. As a result, as soon as she opened the window, she was enchanted by a strong fragrance and lost consciousness. When she woke up again, Su Qingxue realized that she had been tied up in this warehouse. What exactly is your purpose? If you want money, you should let me call my family, Su Qingxue asked in English. The female bounty hunter with dark skin and colorful flower barrettes in her hair giggled and said, "You're still so calm after being kidnapped, this lady has a very good psychological quality." Do you expect me to cry and scream again? Su Qingxue asked in return. Mendo chuckled lightly, "Lady, my companion Caressa was just joking, no harm meant. We just want to know what your relationship is with that Mr. Yi, what his identity is, and where he comes from." Yi Fan? Su Qingxue was surprised. Could it be that these people weren't after her, but after Yi Fan? The key point was that they were asking about her relationship with Yi Fan. Why did they want to know this? Su Qingxue couldn't help but think, could it be that Zhang Junfeng and the others had sent kidnappers to abduct her and find out the truth? Upon thinking of this, Su Qingxue felt even more that this was the case, so she answered directly, "He is my boyfriend, a tutor." Boyfriend? Oh, so it's a romantic relationship. No wonder he cares so much about you, even willing to hand over a KH. He really loves you very much, Menduo said, stroking his chin. Anka? What do you mean? Su Qingxue could only hear the pronunciation of Anka, but she didn't understand what kind of word it was. Carissa, on the other hand, looked displeased. Tutor? Someone who can detect our stalking would be a tutor. Don't joke around. Woman, you'd better tell the truth. With that, Carissa took out a small silver knife and placed it under Su Qingxue's face, as if he was going to cut open those plump, white cheeks at any moment. Su Qingxue's pretty face finally showed a hint of panic. Although she usually didn't particularly care about her appearance, what woman didn't love beauty? If she were disfigured, she would ultimately be very painful. I'm telling the truth, if you don't believe me, just ask him, Su Qingxue gritted her silver teeth, her heart racing, but she still stared at Caressa with a fixed gaze. Mendu reached out and stopped the female hunter. Hey, Caressa, maybe Mr. Yi really does work as a tutor in his spare time. It's not unusual for someone like him to have a few fake identities to hide behind. Fake identities? Su Qingxue frowned. After listening to what they had said, Yi Fan did seem a bit strange. Could it be that he was really hiding some kind of ulterior identity? Madam, have you heard Mr. Yi mention anything about a KH? Menda stared intently into Su Qingxue's eyes, afraid of missing a detail. But Su Qingxue had no idea at all and asked in return, "You keep saying Enka Enka, what exactly is it?" Menda sighed. "It seems you really don't know anything." It's true. How could he casually reveal such an important thing, even to his lover? Listening to the focus of these people's conversation, it seemed that it was not about themselves and Yifan at all, and Su Qingxue began to doubt. Are you really not people sent by the Zheng family? Although Su Qingxue felt that this issue was very silly, she still wanted to ask. Zheng family? What family is that? We are bounty hunters who eat monkey hawks, said Mendo with a proud face. Although Su Qingxue didn't quite understand, she began to believe that these people really had nothing to do with the Zheng family, and she was wrong. The fat hunter said, Mendo, I think we should tie this woman to the boat. Later, regardless of whether we get the KH, we'll take her with us, and that way we can avoid a head-on confrontation. Nori, you make a lot of sense, and I'll leave this to you. Mendu nodded. Su Qingxue immediately became anxious upon hearing this. Does she have to be unjustly arrested just because she was mistaken for Yifan's real girlfriend? The key is, will Yifan really come to save her? Judging from the criminal methods of these three bandits, and the fact that they are concealing knives on their bodies, you can tell that they are not playing around. Especially that fat guy, he's got a pistol stuck in his waistband. This is going to get someone killed. Yifan is the kind of guy who either takes advantage of girls or thinks about making money. He was dodging and ducking during his previous fight with Su Lingshan, and he was afraid to attack head-on. How dare this coward come here and risk his life to save me? Wait a minute. You've got it all wrong. Arresting me is useless for finding whatever Anka you're looking for. So Qingxue said. Oh? Why do you say that? Mendu asked, puzzled. Su Qingxue let out a light sigh and said, he and I haven't known each other for long, and he's very timid. He must be very afraid of you, and he won't risk anything for me. This plan of yours is completely pointless. After hearing these words, the three hunters all laughed, obviously finding them ridiculous. Menda shook his head and replied, Lady, do you think we would believe these words of yours at this point? Mr. Yi would be afraid of us? Ah, that's a real joke. Why not believe it? Do you really know Yifan that well? Su Qingshan felt strange. Mobile users, please browse to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 0034 Hammer. Corey Shue sneered, Woman, do you take us for idiots? We called while you were unconscious, and your boyfriend is already on his way over, he should be here soon. He cares a lot about your safety. What? He's already here? How is that possible? Su Qingshue's eyes widened in shock, could it be that she really had wronged him? Thinking about Yifan meeting these three thugs, Su Qingxue became worried again. Could it be that this man is really so reckless? At least if he's smart, he'll call the police. I hope he doesn't do anything stupid. It's not really Yifan's fault. He's usually scared when it comes to salary deductions, and he looks like a total loser. It's fine for a man to have no backbone, but he also stalks her underwear and peeps at her legs in the rearview mirror. A decent man would never do that. On second thought, Yifan does occasionally seem serious and reliable, and he also has heartwarming qualities. Su Qingxue doesn't deny this, otherwise she would have long since been unable to stand Yifan. But overall, the impression this man gives her is really not good. The occasional flashes of brilliance are not enough to change the entire image. Just as Su Qingxue was confused and couldn't tell which one was the real Yifan, there was a knock on the warehouse door. He's here. Menduo turned his head and said, Nali, take this woman on board. I'll go talk to him about the deal. Seeing that the fat hunter was about to come over and grab her, Su Qingxue stubbornly wriggled her body, unwilling to give in so easily. Don't touch me. Go away. Su Qingxue resisted. Bitch, taste this. Koratia suddenly came in front of her and shot a spray from a small jar. After inhaling a strange fragrance, Su Qingxue once again felt dizzy, and she began to lose strength all over, passing out. Just then, there was a loud clang. The large iron door of the warehouse was violently shaken open by a huge force. The rusty large lock in the middle of the door, along with the metal fittings on the door, fell directly to the ground, and it didn't even do much. After the door panel fell, a cloud of dust rose, and behind it appeared the figure of a man, Yifan. He had his hands in his pockets, a cigarette in his mouth, and silently retracted a kicked-out foot. The three hunters, Mendo, Caressa and Nali, were all shocked. Although the iron door of the warehouse was not impregnable, it was at least a few 100 pounds of iron, and it was still locked. This man actually used just one kick to destroy the door, without even breaking a sweat. Yifan strode slowly into the warehouse. Each step seemed light, but it was like a thunderbolt striking a drum, shaking the hearts of the three hunters. It was as if the shadow of a demon had instantly enveloped the entire warehouse, with pairs of eerie, blood-red eyes staring at the three of them from all directions. Both Caressa and Nali understood why Mendo had fled back in such panic. It turned out that this man's aura was so terrifying. I remember telling you not to come looking for me. It seems that you didn't understand what I meant. Yifan spat out the butt of his cigarette and took a step closer to the three hunters. Caressa quickly held the silver knife in her hand across Su Qingshue's neck and shouted murderously, Stop! If you dare to come any closer, I'll kill her. Yifan, however, as if she hadn't heard a word, continued walking forward, her expression unchanged, as if she were taking a leisurely stroll. But Yifan's eyes were growing ever colder, sending shivers down the trio's spines. Stared at by these eyes, the three men were sweating profusely. The fat man, Nali, drew a Colt pistol from his waistband and aimed it at Yi Fan. "Don't move. If you come any closer, I'll shoot," Nali shouted. Yi Fan, however, let out a derisive laugh and fired. "Didn't you have to turn on the safety first?" Nali was startled and realized that he had been so panicked that he had forgotten to turn on the safety. This kind of elementary mistake was definitely not something he would normally make. Although he hastily turned on the safety, Nali's face kept flapping and his hands began to tremble. The sense of oppression this man brought to them was just too strong. Mendo was, after all, the strongest, and he spoke up, "Mr. Yi, what we want is a KH, as long as you hand it over, we can ensure that this Miss Su will be fine." Yi Fan said expressionlessly, "I don't have a KH at all." "What?" The three of them looked at each other, thinking they had heard wrong. "Then do you know where Ganesha is?" Mendo asked again. Yi Fan continued walking, and when he heard the issue, he shook his head, as he was now less than 10 meters away from the three men. Mendo's face turned red and white, and knowing that he had been deceived, he was naturally furious. "Mr. Yi, you are underestimating us too much. Do you really think that we dare not kill this woman?" As he spoke, Caresa's knife came even closer to Su Qingshue's throat, while Nali's gun was trained on Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan stopped about 6 or 7 meters away from the three of them and replied indifferently, "Since you dare to arrest someone, you certainly dare to kill. Then you should cooperate with us and not try any tricks." Caressa sneered. Yi Fan's mouth curled up slightly. "Just because you dare doesn't mean you can actually do it." The three of them were a little confused by these words. But in the next second, an overwhelming sense of pressure and a strong, suffocating murderous intent enveloped them. Yi Fan's figure charged at them. When the three of them reacted and realized that Yi Fan was going to fight them, they subconsciously took defensive measures. Nali pulled the trigger and shot at Yi Fan's body. Bang bang bang. The bullets cut through the air with a scorching temperature, but the strange thing was that each bullet just happened to miss Yi Fan, and they all missed. Seeing that his companion was unable to shoot Yi Fan, Caressa's silver knife was about to fiercely swipe at Su Qingshue's neck, but he found that a hand had already firmly seized her wrist. Yi Fan had appeared next to Caressa without him knowing when. The three hunters were shocked, and they watched Yi Fan, who had teleported in an instant, with wide eyes. What kind of explosive power was required to cover a distance of several meters in the blink of an eye and interrupt Caressa's movements? Ka. With a crisp sound, Caressa had not yet recovered from the state of shock when the bone in her wrist was crushed. "Ah!" Caressa screamed in a shrill voice, dropping the knife in her hand. Yi Fan grabbed the limp hand directly, took a step back, turned around, swung her arm, and threw Caressa like a sandbag. This force was unstoppable. Caressa was like a human hammer, tracing a parabola before slamming into the concrete warehouse wall with a dull thud. The violent impact caused the female hunter to instantly lose her life, with an unknown number of bones broken and internal organs injured all over her body. After leaving a pool of blood on the wall, she slid to the ground and fell. Mobile users, please browse to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 0035, Divine Punishment. "Corey!" The fat man, Nali, exclaimed. The gun in his hand had already run out of bullets, so he pulled a serrated dagger from behind his waist and stabbed Yi Fan in the back. But Yi Fan seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. After taking a sideways step to avoid the sneak attack, he turned around and performed a roundhouse kick. "Ah!" Nali screamed. Hit in the chest by this kick, the nearly 2-meter-tall burly body actually lifted off the ground and flew backwards 4 or 5 meters. He spat out a mouthful of thick blood. The ribs in his chest had pierced his heart and lungs, and in the midst of intense pain, he soon lost his life as well. In less than 3 seconds, both Caressa and Nali had been killed, and they didn't even understand how Yi Fan had made his move. The only remaining person, Mendo, was going crazy. The man in front of him was ridiculously strong, perverted, and inhuman. They were the elite of the B-level organization, the Monkey Eagle, not just ordinary soldiers or special police, they were even stronger than special forces. But under Yi Fan's command, they were like 3-year-olds, with no room for resistance. Although Mendo was full of fear, his instinct for survival gave him strength he didn't know he had. He drew a dagger from his waist and stabbed it straight at Yi Fan's neck. This was the blind spot in Yi Fan's vision. Mendo had already exploded his potential, so this stab was as fast as a startled swallow, far exceeding his usual strength. As he watched the dagger about to pierce Yi Fan's throat, Yi Fan's left hand was already placed in front of the dagger. 2 fingers precisely and unmistakably caught the blade of the dagger. No matter how hard Mendo thrust forward, he could not push the dagger an inch further, no matter how hard he tried. Just 2 fingers, and they were like steel-reinforced concrete. Yifan turned his head, his eyes as deep as an abyss, with a cold, desolate murderous intent like the wilderness. Mendo only saw this gaze for an instant, and he let out a scream of terror, let go of the dagger, and collapsed to the ground in a heap. What kind of eyes are these? What kind of person would have eyes like this that would scare you even in your dreams? Mendo's face turned pale, and he trembled as he asked, "Who exactly are you?" Yifan's mouth curled up into a cruel smile, and with a divine wrath voice, he spoke these 2 emotionless words, and the entire warehouse fell deathly silent, as if every sound could be heard. After a short moment of blankness, Mendo's mind suddenly woke up, and he realized everything behind these words. No, it can't be. Are you Mendo? He had already become self-conscious and delirious, and due to the extreme shock, there was even a water stain on his pants, which scared the shit out of him. He only had one thought in his mind: is the monkey-eating eagle about to be eliminated from the world? Sir. Mendo thought about the significance of the man he represented, and without caring about the embarrassment of still urinating his pants, he fell to the ground. Little man really didn't expect that the address left by Lord Ganesha would lead to you. If we knew that you were his friend, we wouldn't dare to follow you even if you gave us the monkey eagle 1,000 guts. Please, for the sake of the price we have paid, don't take it out on our entire organization. Mendo could no longer think about saving his own life. He just wanted the man in front of him to spare his organization from disappearing from the face of the earth. Yifan had by now calmed his aura, and his eyes had become peaceful, as if he had become an ordinary young city man again. If your people don't come to me, I'm not interested in dealing with you either, Yifan said indifferently. Yes. Compared to you, we at the Monkey Eagle are nothing but ants. Mendo, whose face was pale with sweat, asked with a trembling lip, Sir, please allow me to tell our leader that if he knows that you are the resident of that apartment, our entire Monkey Eagle will never dare to offend you in the slightest. Yifan did not say anything else, but just looked at Mendo expressionlessly. Mendo stared blankly for a moment, and then finally gave a self-deprecating laugh. Right, if your excellency is hiding your identity, how would an outsider know that you are in Huahai? Yifan threw the dagger back at Mendo. If this guy still had any brains, he would know what choice to make. He didn't bother with Mendo anymore, turned around, picked up the unconscious Su Qingxue, and walked towards the warehouse. As he watched the man's back as he walked away, Mendo picked up the dagger and aimed it at his heart. Only by killing himself would he stand a chance of preventing the Monkey Eagle from being eradicated. However, he was still in his prime, and it was ultimately unacceptable for him to sacrifice himself like that. At this thought, Mendo's evil thoughts grew, and looking at Yifan, who was embracing a woman with both hands, his gaze sharpened, and he threw the dagger directly at Yifan's back as if it were a flying knife. But at that moment, Yifan suddenly lightly threw the woman in his arms into the air. As Su Qingxue's body soared into the air, Yifan performed a spin landing on one foot. As the dagger was about to hit him, Yifan's hand caught it directly and then threw it back. After Yifan performed this action, his body just turned back, and with a catch of both hands, he once again embraced the falling Su Qingxue. The entire movement was done in one go, like a graceful waltz spin. Yifan strode out of the warehouse. Behind him, Mender, whose forehead had been pierced by the dagger, collapsed in a pool of blood. Su Qingxue woke up confusedly and found herself lying in the back seat of her car. She suddenly remembered what had happened earlier and sat up straight with a start, only to realize that Yifan was driving. Light Snow, you're awake? Are you still dizzy? Yifan turned his head and gave the woman a hearty smile. Su Qingxue's eyes flickered as she confirmed that she was safe and then asked, You saved me? Sort of, but you don't need to be too grateful, after all, this incident started because of me, Yifan said. Su Qingxue fell silent, her emotions mixed. This man really risked his life to save her. How did you save me? Su Qingxue had already fallen asleep and didn't even see how Yifan entered the warehouse. She was eager to know the details. Yifan had already thought of an excuse. It was nothing. I went and beat up those 3 guys, and then they ran away, and I rescued you. Don't try to lie to me. Those guys had knives and guns. You were unarmed, and you were able to defeat them all by yourself. Su Qingxue was a little angry. This man was simply trying to brush her off. Yifan continued to laugh and said, Qingxue, you've misunderstood. Those people were actually cowards, and they were just trying to scare you. The gun was fake too, it was just a toy gun. Okay, even if the weapons were fake. Then let me ask you, what is Anka? Su Qingxue looked at the man with sharp eyes. Mobile users, please browse to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 0036 I don't feel well. Yi Fan's gaze froze slightly before he smiled and asked in return, what Anka? Seeing that the man was still pretending to be stupid, Su Qingxue was so angry that her silver teeth were clenching. Who the hell are you? Are your identities as a tutor and a maintenance worker all fake? Hearing the woman's barrage of questions, Yi Fan sighed. With Su Qingxue's IQ of 180, even if she was a bit slow in life and relationships, it was really hard to fob her off when it came to crucial matters. However, if things go on like this, if the woman knows too much, there may be danger. Yi Fan felt that he really should think more about the woman and avoid any accidents. After the car pulled into a street, Yi Fan pulled over and said, let's get out and eat. After we eat, I promise to give you an explanation, okay? Su Qingxue then noticed that they hadn't gone home, but were in an old town street full of small restaurants. Why did they come here? A trace of nostalgia appeared in Su Qingxue's eyes. Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh and cry. Su, beautiful lady, it's almost 10 o'clock, it's a lot of trouble to go home for dinner, and you have to ask Aunt Zhang to reheat the food again. Just consider it an opportunity for me to apologize and make amends. Please have dinner with me, aren't you hungry too? Su Qingxue suddenly remembered Aunt Zhang when she heard this and hurriedly said, right, does Aunt Zhang know about me? I called her and told her that you and I are going on a date, no issues. Yi Fan winked. Date your head. Who wants to go on a date with you? Su Qingxue glared at the man in return, but Yi Fan's attentiveness made her quite satisfied. She was indeed hungry, touched her empty stomach, and got out of the car. Come, there's a good sour fish restaurant here. I'll take you there. I used to play online games in the internet cafes around here and often came here to eat. Yi Fan waved at the woman. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, felt an urge to beat the man to death. Power leveling? How many professions have you actually done? Yi Fan's Han smiled faintly, thinking to herself, if the woman knew that she was taking the 50,000 yuan salary she had given her and still helping Mumu with the game playing, she would go crazy. It was past the dinner hour, but not yet time for a late-night snack, so the restaurant was deserted. The two walked into a restaurant called Yule Pickled Fish, and found a quiet little table by the window to sit at. Although the environment here was not very hygienic and the air was filled with a greasy smell, Su Qingxue did not seem to mind. In fact, she felt quite at ease. However, several waiters in the restaurant and some passers-by who walked past, when they saw Su Qingxue's appearance, all had a hard time taking their eyes off her, clearly amazed. Fortunately, Su Qingxue was also used to being watched in this way. When she usually went shopping in the mall, she was often asked to take photos with people, and she had even encountered many talent scouts. Yi Fan quickly ordered a large portion of sour fish, and then 2 plates of stir-fried vegetables, which came to less than 200 yuan in total. This meal is on me, hee, Yi Fan said with a hearty smile, looking very pleased with himself. Su Qingxue, however, did not smile at all, looking at him coldly. You said you wanted to explain what happened just now, so go ahead now. Yi Fan shrugged, don't be in such a hurry, it's not often that we get a chance to hang out, come on, have a drink first. As she spoke, Yi Fan poured a cup of free barley tea for Su Qingxue and handed it to the woman. Su Qingxue let out a breath. She was indeed thirsty and tired. After drinking 2 cups of tea in one go, she looked out at the street outside the restaurant, lost in thought. Yi Fan had looked up Su Qingxue's information, so she understood very well why the woman was lost in thought. After a while, Su Qingxue asked lightly, when you were a child, which welfare institution did you grow up in? Ivy, have you heard of it? Su Qingxue nodded. The welfare institution where I stayed was on the street next door, called Xingxing, but it was demolished a long time ago. I know. Yi Fan took a sip of tea. Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes flashed. You really did investigate my information. Yi Fan didn't deny it. You're so pretty, of course I had to check if you were a fairy. Su Qingxue gave him a glare, not a single word of truth. Just as the two were chatting, the pickled vegetable fish was served. Su Qingxue was hungry, and after looking at it with anticipation, she frowned and didn't move her chopsticks. Yi Fan was puzzled, what's wrong? Don't you like it? There's chopped green onion on it, and Su Qingxue wasn't very happy about it. You don't like chopped green onion? If you'd said so earlier, I wouldn't have told the kitchen to put it on. Yi Fan was depressed. I forgot. Usually we have it at home, why are you yelling at me so loudly? Su Qingxue pursed her lips slightly. Yi Fan felt aggrieved. I didn't yell at you. Besides, if you don't want the green onion, just flick it aside. Su Qingxue shook her head. No, I can't stand the smell. Yi Fan then remembered that Zhang Shu's cooking didn't seem to have any green onion in it. Hey, you're a real difficult lady to please, Yi Fan said with a smirk. None of your business. I'm not eating the fish. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue angrily picked up her chopsticks and ate the shredded potatoes next to her. Yi Fan smiled, thinking to herself that this girl is quite stubborn, but compared to the iceberg female CEO's attitude, she is a bit cuter. Yi Fan took a plate and began to use chopsticks to pick the green onion from the large bowl of pickled fish. What are you doing? Su Qingxue asked in surprise. Yi Fan said, of course I'm going to pick out the scallions, so you can eat them. Don't worry, I'll be very careful. Su Qingxue looked at the man blankly as he picked out the scallions back and forth, very carefully. She suddenly felt bad, and said, stop picking, I really don't want to eat it. Yi Fan smiled gently, it's okay, even though our time together was short, at least let me, your boyfriend, do my duty for you in this last meal together. Su Qingxue's pretty face was momentarily taken aback. She thought she had heard wrong. What did you say? Yi Fan looked up at the woman, smiled, and said in a clear voice, I mean, after this meal, we'll break up. Su Qingxue clenched her chopsticks, pursed her red lips, and after a moment of silence, asked coldly, you said you would give me a reasonable explanation, and the result is that you're breaking up with me? Yi Fan smiled apologetically and continued to pick up the chopped green onion, saying, in fact, our relationship is all fake, and there is no such thing as breaking up. I think about it and come to think of it, in the future, there is no guarantee that there will not be those messed up people coming to find trouble with me. By then, the people closest to me will most likely be implicated. You and I are just fake boyfriend and girlfriend, there is no need to put you at risk for these things, you are innocent. Oh, of course, I will pay you back the money for the contract, and I will also give up my salary at the company. I won't take the money if I don't do any work. A glimmer of crystal flashed in Su Qingxue's bright eyes. She didn't know why. Obviously, the two were in a contractual relationship, but when Yi Fan said he wanted to break up with her, she felt aggrieved, very dissatisfied, and very uncomfortable. Mobile users please browse to read, a better reading experience. Chapter 0037 Fortunately, it's only 3 months. If you leave now, how am I going to deal with the Zheng family? How am I going to tell the family? Leaving behind a mess for me to clean up? Su Qingxue's eyes were slightly red with anger as she scolded, selfish jerk. You just want to walk away like this? Yi Fan said seriously, Qingxue, I know you'll be angry. After all, you'll have a lot of trouble. But no matter what, it's better than having your life threatened. I am angry, but I am not afraid. I don't want to run away either. Su Qingxue said with a firm gaze. Yi Fan looked at the woman in surprise. But this has nothing to do with you, you are just an outsider, there is no need for you to get involved because of me. Outsider? Su Qingxue asked with a cold smile, are you not? What do you mean? Yi Fan was puzzled. Let me ask you, when I signed the contract with you, I didn't tell you about the Zheng family, nor did I tell you about my parents. Now you are hated by the Zheng family and targeted by my parents because of me. You are also an outsider in all this trouble. Why didn't you terminate the contract at that time and just choose to leave? Su Qingxue questioned. Yi Fan was stunned. He hadn't considered such a question. I'll tell you the reason. Su Qingxue said in a clear voice, there is only one reason, you are not afraid of them at all. Although you lied about everything, about your work, your identity, your background, and maybe even your name, I know for sure that you never feared the Zheng family from the very beginning. Yi Fan. Su Qingxue said angrily, this time, the trouble you're in has implicated me. You told me to terminate the contract because you looked down on me. You think I'm not as good as you. Yi Fan and Su Qingxue's gazes locked, and looking at the woman's angry and aggrieved expression, Yi Fan finally couldn't help but smile and lower her head. I don't look down on you, to be honest, I don't think about it as much as you do, I just don't want to get you into trouble. Su Qingxue interrupted directly, do you think that even if we separate, I will be safe for the rest of my life? The Zheng family, the White Shark Gang, various rivals in the mall, and those criminals who want to kidnap me for ransom, do you think I was really that safe before? Do you think that's why I pay so much attention to the security team and let Ling Shan train them so rigorously? You're a man, and the only way you know to solve problems is to run away? Just like in the ring, you're only good at running away. After saying this, Su Qingxue snorted, "Coward." Yi Fan was not happy to hear this. He was only trying to do what was best for the woman, but instead he was being called a coward and a useless wimp. "Su Qingxue, when did I say I was going to run away? You've completely misunderstood what I meant. If I were a coward, would I have come to save you today?" Yi Fan argued. "Since you're not a coward, then I'm not afraid of being a girl, so what are you afraid of?" Su Qingxue questioned, her clear eyes staring directly at the man. Yi Fan froze there, her mind echoing the woman's question. "If I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of?" "Yes, what am I afraid of?" A minute later, Yi Fan smiled relieved and nodded. "Okay, you said it, so I'll take back what I said before." Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue's eyes softened a little, but she still said unhappily, "You came and went just like that. Do you think being my fake boyfriend and my assistant is a casual job? Besides, even if we really have to break up, I have to be the one to say so. I'm the employer. Do you hear me?" Yi Fan smiled bitterly and nodded. "You're in charge. You're in charge. But that's all for today. I won't explain anything more. After all, even if we really are husband and wife, we still need to have our privacy." Su Qingxue was still very curious, but she knew the man was right, so she said, "Okay, I'll let you off this time. I'll find out sooner or later anyway." She was now basically convinced that Yi Fan was hiding a lot of important secrets, which made her subconsciously very interested. But Su Qingxue didn't know that when she felt curious about a man, it also meant that her feelings for the man had begun to change. Yi Fan, on the other hand, looked at the woman, who was like a proud white swan, with a smile on his face and a myriad of thoughts in his eyes. This was the first time that this woman had attracted him so much, not through her appearance, but something else. Yi Fan smiled with emotion, which made Su Qingxue on the other side a little puzzled. "What are you doing, smirking like an idiot?" the woman asked. Yi Fan said, "My name is real." "Ha?" I said, "Although I have told many lies, my name is true, my real name is Yi Fan," Yi Fan explained sincerely. Su Qingxue understood and her face flushed. She looked away from Yi Fan and muttered, "Idiot, who cares what your real name is? I know you're a contract worker, so don't care about it." Yi Fan was enjoying herself and continued to chop the spring onions. "What's so funny?" Su Qingxue grumbled, "Hurry up. It's all your fault, you've wasted so much time talking nonsense, the fish is getting cold and you haven't even finished chopping the spring onions." Okay, I'm coming." Yi Fan kept muttering as she quickly moved her chopsticks. "Luckily it's only 3 months, otherwise who could stand it?" "What did you say?" "Ha? I didn't say anything. I'm docking your pay." "No way." Late at night, in a fishing port warehouse, the police have surrounded the area, and a group of on-site inspectors are collecting evidence. The director of the Huahai City Police Station, Yao Zhengyong, is over 50 years old, with gray hair at the temples. As the leader, he has come to the scene in person, and is discussing the 3 bodies in the warehouse with a group of experienced old subordinates. At this time, 4 men dressed in ordinary civilian clothes, who do not seem to be anything special, appear at the entrance to the warehouse. The police officers were about to block them, when a fair-skinned, good-looking man shouted, "Director Yao, tell your men to let them through." As soon as Yao Zhengyong heard the voice, he hurriedly turned around to welcome them. "You're here? Hurry up and let the officers in." Hearing that they were officers, the group of police officers, although they were very curious about who these people were, dispersed. Yao Zhengyong anxiously said, "You all evacuate the warehouse and don't let anyone in, including the technicians." This order puzzled many of the staff. Even if the higher-ups were sending someone, there was no need to avoid them like this. Everyone was curious about the origin of this team of 4. In any case, under the director's urging, there were soon only 4 men and Yao Zhengyang left in the warehouse. "Captain Black Eagle, I thought you wouldn't be able to arrive until tomorrow morning." "I'm sorry for not welcoming you," Yao Zhengyang said politely. Black Eagle had a narrow face, but looked very energetic. His eyes were not big, but very sharp. How could he possibly have come overnight after something like this happened? Black Eagle replied indifferently, while already crouching down to observe the corpse on the ground. Mobile users, please browse to read, for a better reading experience. Chapter 0038. You're thinking too much. The corpse's head was already shriveled, as the knife had pierced the skull, flowing out a lot of red and white things. Yao Zhengyong whispered, "Captain Black Eagle, in my experience, this kind of death method is definitely not ordinary gang fighting. It seems that a master has abused and killed them. Do you think my judgment is correct?" "Boss, this guy looks a bit familiar." It seems that I have seen him somewhere, said a burly team member. A cold flash passed through Black Eagle's eyes. Indeed, this guy is a master of the B-level organization, the Monkey Eagle Eaters. His name is Mendo. What? Bounty Hunter Mendo? I'm going to be a big shot in Southeast Asia. Even if our team comes over, they may not be able to catch him. How did he die so miserably? The burly man added, if this person is Mendo, then the other two are most likely also members of the Monkey Eagle Eating Organization. If they can use tremendous power to kill them in one blow, just what kind of figures are they? This person can easily kill the top experts of a B-level organization, so naturally they are very dangerous. Black Eagle turned his head and looked at Yao Zhengang and said, Director Yao, immediately seal off the area and let us investigate in secret. We can't alert the enemy. Yao Zhengang also realized the gravity of the situation at this moment. If these people are so afraid of them, how can they, the police, deal with them? So he nodded vigorously with a pale face and said, we'll do whatever the officers say. The kidnapping seemed to have just passed. Su Qingxue also had a big heart and was not affected much. She went to and from work as usual. Not only that, Su Qingxue seemed to have remembered to put on makeup, and every morning she would apply a little light makeup, making her already stunning face even more irresistible. It was almost as if she was born with beauty effects. The woman's clothing has also become a bit more revealing. Whether it's a dark blue form-fitting one-piece dress or a strapless white dress with a halter neck and light veil, it outlines her delicate and voluptuous figure in a way that is incredibly mesmerizing. How can this woman be so good-looking? If it were the old me, I would definitely drive to an uninhabited place and force myself on her. Yifan felt itchy inside, thinking that with the friendship of a meal of pickled fish, it should not be too much to glance at the woman a few times in the rearview mirror. I won't touch you, just looking is fine. Unfortunately, the woman even chose to sit in the last row, not giving him the slightest chance to peek. Yifan felt bitter, as the 180 renminbi dinner was considered a wasted treat. The CEO is really deep in his ways. Not only that, Su Qingxue's attitude towards him had not changed much, she was still cold and even said even less. This made Yifan feel strange. Logically, if the two had some heart-to-heart talk, they should be closer. Suddenly being so cold, I really don't understand what women are thinking. Could it be because of the acquisition of the feet company? There have been several old men like Zhu Wanquan and Wang Liren messing with it, making the woman in a bad mood? Yifan could only think this. Before she knew it, Friday of the first week had arrived. In the car on the way to work in the morning, Su Qingxue, who was sitting in the back, spoke up for the first time in a while. Yifan, you don't go out and run around tomorrow. Yifan was puzzled. Isn't tomorrow Saturday? Is there still work? There is an important guest who may visit at any time tomorrow. He is French, you are proficient in French, and you are also my assistant, so it is just right for you to go with me, said Su Qingxue. Yifan frowned. In fact, he planned to go out for something over the weekend, but since the woman said so, he had no choice but to nod and say, okay. It was rare for a woman to speak on her own initiative, so Yifan couldn't help but ask, Qingxue, have I done something to make you unhappy? Su Qingxue was looking at some information, and when she looked up, she asked, what's wrong? Because I noticed that after we got home from eating the sour fish that day, you didn't really want to talk to me, and I wondered if you were angry with me again, Yifan said honestly. Su Qingxue pursed her thin lips, her face flushed slightly, her gaze flickering from side to side for a moment, and she asked, do you care if I'm angry or not? This is always uncomfortable, Yifan said. Su Qingxue's pretty face showed no expression, but she was secretly delighted, and said, guess. Yifan was at a loss between laughter and tears. How could I guess? Then you figure it out yourself. Su Qingxue said this and ignored Yifan again. Yifan was depressed. If she had known, she would never have asked. It's even more headache-inducing after asking. After arriving at the company, Yifan played games as usual, but while playing games, he was also considering what Su Qingxue really meant. Unconsciously, it was lunchtime. Yifan went down to the cafeteria, grabbed a bunch of food that looked like little hills, and found Su Lingshan, who was sitting alone. It seemed that because they had eaten together for several days in a row, Su Lingshan had gotten used to it and was not giving Yifan a sour look like she had the previous 2 days. Yifan was distracted today, so she sat down in front of Su Lingshan and was quite quiet. Looking at the woman covering her chest tightly, Yifan just ate her meal. This quietness made Su Lingshan feel uncomfortable. This guy was always so active before, why is he so quiet today? Hey, what are you thinking? Su Lingshan asked casually. Yi Fan looked up. Huh? Captain Su is asking me? Nonsense. Is there anyone else here? Su Lingshan gave him a glare. Yi Fan giggled. Why, suddenly you're so concerned about me? Who cares about you? If you don't want to say anything, that's fine. I'm just afraid that you horny bastard, are up to something again. Su Lingshan snorted. Yi Fan didn't get angry, but asked with a pensive expression, Captain Su, you've known President Su for a long time. You say that she's unpredictable, sometimes she's quite talkative with me, and sometimes she's cold as ice. I can't think of anything that would have annoyed her. When I ask her about it, she tells me to figure it out myself. What's the reason for that? After listening to Yi Fan's issues, Su Lingshan's gaze revealed a hint of surprise. After a while, the woman said disdainfully, You're thinking too much. How could General Manager Su get along with you? It's just your own delusion. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan felt a little lost. Is that true? Hey, the minds of you women are really complicated. Yi Fan suddenly realized that although he had experienced the kind of passionate love that many people could never experience in their lifetimes, and had reached a pinnacle that countless people could only dream of, he was completely clueless when it came to relationships. In the past, he had only seen women as objects of pleasure, but now that he had really settled down to live together, he realized that it wasn't that simple. After dinner, Yi Fan returned to the 66th floor with a box of fruit. Although Su Qingxue hadn't paid much attention to him these past 2 days, she had eaten all the fruit he brought, as if it had become a little habit. As he was about to get out of the elevator, he saw a beautiful woman in an OL outfit standing outside. Ying? You're back? Yi Fan smiled happily. Feng Yueying had been on a business trip for a week, but she was finally back. Feng Yueying also revealed a trace of joy on her pretty face when she saw him, but then she said in a bad mood, Don't call me that at the company. Oh, Yueying, Yi Fan changed the way he called her. Seeing that the woman seemed to be sulking, he couldn't help but ask, What's wrong? Do you see me unhappy? Feng Yueying got into the elevator, reached out and pushed Yi Fan out. I'm not angry, I'm going to work. Yi Fan stood outside with an innocent face, watching the woman go down in the elevator, bitterly smiling. This woman has pushed him away, and she's still saying she's not angry? Mobile users, please browse to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 0039, Something Big Has Happened. Yi Fan couldn't figure out what was wrong with him today. Why did he keep annoying women? He walked into the office and found Su Qingxue looking at a pile of data, which Feng Yueying had obviously brought back for her. Su, have some fruit, don't work on an empty stomach, said Yi Fan. Just put it there. Su Qingxue didn't even look up. Yi Fan was also curious and poked her head to see what Feng Yueying had brought back after a week of business trips. However, before Yi Fan could see clearly, Su Qingxue suddenly leaned over and covered the documents, looking up unhappily and saying, Don't peek. Get out. Yi Fan froze for a moment, then smiled stiffly and left the office silently, muttering to herself, The strong woman is never easy to please. However, he hadn't spoken to Feng Yueying in a few days, so could it be that Su Qingxue had said something about him that had made Feng Yueying unhappy? Back in his own office, Yi Fan thought the more he thought about it, the more it didn't feel right. Su Qingxue only had a contractual relationship with him, and even if there was a title of boyfriend or girlfriend, it didn't mean anything. It was fine if Su Qingxue ignored him, because in any case, in less than 3 months, they would part ways and regard each other as just passers-by in their lives. But Feng Yueying was different. She had all the qualities a woman should have to live a comfortable life. The two had mutual feelings for each other and were steadily deepening their relationship. In the future, he hoped to completely turn her into his woman. So Yi Fan went to the floor where the sales department was located and found Feng Yueying's department head's office. Since she was the assistant to the president, some people in the sales department also thought that Yi Fan had come because of work, and no one suspected anything. After knocking on the door, Feng Yueying's pleasant voice came from inside, inviting him in. Yi Fan opened the door and walked in, and then locked the office door behind him. Feng Yueying was looking at the computer when she noticed Yi Fan. A hint of surprise and confusion appeared on her face. Yi Fan walked over to the desk, put his hands on the surface and looked down at the woman with a serious expression. Yi Fan said, Ying, have you misunderstood something? Misunderstood? Feng Yueying's bright eyes sparkled with a hint of confusion. You don't seem happy to see me. Has someone said something bad about me? Yi Fan asked. After learning the reason for the man's visit, Feng Yueying put down her work, crossed her arms in front of her chest, shook her head, and replied with a half-smile, No. Then what did I do to make you unhappy? Guess, Feng Yueying said mischievously. Hearing this, Yi Fan was about to cry. Good Ying, please don't torture me. How could I guess? I haven't spoken to you all week, so how would I know what's upset you? Feng Yueying pouted, so you know that we haven't spoken all week. Even if your stupid phone can't send WeChat messages, it can at least send text messages. Yi Fan was stunned for a moment, and then it was as if a light bulb had gone off in his head, and he suddenly felt enlightened. So that's what happened. Yi Fan couldn't help but awkwardly appease her. Ying, I'm sorry, I've never chased a girl before, and I didn't think about calling. Who would believe that? You're so smooth-talking, even when you tried to kiss me. You looked so skilled, but you felt shy. Feng Yueying changed her words. Anyway, it's obvious that you don't care about me. Yi Fan sighed and said, that's a different matter from calling. I didn't know what to talk about on the phone, so I didn't think about it at all. You can't call if nothing's wrong? Feng Yueying got up and pushed the man out of the room angrily. Get out, don't bother me at work. I don't want to see you. Yi Fan thought, this isn't right if it goes on like this. Never mind, I'll have to use force to shock the woman into submission. He quickly and forcefully put his arms around the woman's waist, then ignored Feng Yueying's shocked expression and lowered his head to kiss her rosy lips. Feng Yueying let out a soft moan and punched the man in the shoulder and back with her little fists. Her face was rosy, but her body was melting from the sweet kiss, and she felt more and more weak. After a minute or so, Yi Fan let go of the woman. Her body was just so comfortable to hold. If they continued kissing like that, he was afraid he might not be able to resist doing something. This was the office, after all, so it was better to stop. Yi Fan looked at the woman with her flushed face and panting breath, and with one big hand supporting her cheek, he said seriously, I promise, next time you go on a business trip, I will definitely call you, whether or not something comes up. Feng Yueying's heart was sweet, but she still said discontentedly, you don't call when you're not on a business trip? Hey, I'll just come and see you normally, what's the point of calling? Feng Yueying felt that she had been too lenient with this guy, so she said with a bit of pride, that depends on whether I'm free or not. Yes, if you're free, we'll meet, if you're not free, we'll talk on the phone. I'll definitely trick you into falling in love with me, no, into marrying me. You really are a liar. None of you men are any good. Feng Yueying scolded. Yi Fan grinned, I was joking, don't take it so seriously. Yueying, how about the Sunday after next, we go out for dinner and catch a movie? Yi Fan thought about it and it seemed that ordinary young people in love did the same thing. Feng Yueying's cheeks became even more flushed. Although she felt in her heart that she could not let him chase her so easily, she still couldn't help but agree. Well, that's good, then I'll come see you the morning after tomorrow, you're free, right? Yi Fan thought about it and figured that after tomorrow was done, the day after tomorrow should be fine. Feng Yueying thought about it and there was nothing going on, so she nodded. Just then, the office door was knocked on and the voice of Lu Xiaolian came from outside. Director Feng. It's bad. Something big has happened. Feng Yueying quickly straightened her clothes, took a deep breath to disperse the blush on her face, and then walked over to open the door. What's wrong? Lu Xiaolian saw Yi Fan in there too, nodded and greeted her, before saying, just now, the midday news reported that the CEO of Feek and Zhang Hongji of Zhang's group have reached an agreement, saying that they will accept Zhang's group's takeover proposal. Feng Yueying's eyes narrowed, and she quickly walked out to the middle of the large office. In the large office of each department, there are several televisions hanging there for video conferencing and watching the news. At this moment, almost everyone in the Jinsho group is staring at the news on the TV. Everyone was scolding the Zhang group for being shameless, but they were also very saddened because of the internal fighting in the company, and Jinsho had lost the opportunity to acquire Feek. In the sales department, some key members such as Lu Xiaolian and Yu Yingying gathered around Feng Yueying and discussed the matter. Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a little worried. What would Su Qingxue feel when she saw this news? Mobile users, please browse to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 0040 Bullying the Juniors. Hey, if it weren't for the opposing votes of the two vice presidents and a few old directors, Zhang wouldn't have gotten her way. Yes, President Su's vision was indeed correct, otherwise would Zhang choose to acquire Feek? I really don't understand, those directors are so old, they don't understand the current market, why would they want to block the development of our company? The employees were indignant, feeling aggrieved and sorry for Su Qingxue, and even more dissatisfied with those old company directors. Originally, Su Qingxue acquired this software company in order to create a high-end luxury mobile sales platform, transition the traditional company Jinsho to a combination of the internet and tradition, and revitalize some of the company's declining businesses.
Director Feng, what should we do now? Feek's acquisition is definitely not going to work. Will our company's online high-end sales platform be shelved?
Yuanying and the others asked worriedly. Feng Yuanying was very calm and said, "We are the sales department, just do our work.
This is something for the board of directors, strategy department and marketing department to consider. We believe in President Su, she will always find a way."
Okay, let's get to work. The woman clapped her hands and dismissed the employees. Yifan saw all this and muttered to himself, Su Qingshu must be feeling really bad, she has obviously been betrayed by her own people. He had no desire to continue flirting with Feng Yuanying, and after saying goodbye to the woman, he returned to his office. In the afternoon, several groups of senior management from the company successively entered Su Qingshu's office, as if the impact of this news had hit the company hard.
It was not until after work that Yifan saw Su Qingshu, who looked cold and slightly tired.
They rode the elevator all the way down to the ground floor. Su Qingshu leaned against the elevator door without saying a word, and Yifan did not disturb her. It was the first time that this woman had looked so listless, and it made Yifan feel bad. When they arrived at the parking lot, Yifan was about to get into the car when she noticed a white Cadillac parked next to the CEO's parking space. Two black bodyguards stood at the front and back of the car, wearing white shirts, gold watches, and holding cigars. Zhang Junfeng leaned against the car door, standing in a carefree posture. Next to Zhang Junfeng was a man of medium height but with a muscular build, long arms, and a sinister look in his eyes. He looked to be in his 50s and was wearing a simple gray-green shirt.
President Su.
Su Lingshan, accompanied by 4 female security guards in uniform, arrived at the elevator door with a self-deprecating look on her face and said, "I'm sorry, we didn't have time to stop them." Su Qingshu's gaze was cold, with a hint of anger.
After glancing at Zhang Junfeng, she walked to her car on her own. Zhang Junfeng, however, gave a wicked smile and walked directly up to Su Qingshu, blocking her way. He glanced at Yifan next to Su Qingshu and sneered, "You're still here, kid? I heard you became an assistant? I think this is your original identity."
Yifan narrowed his eyes. Zhang Junfeng had not mentioned the fact that he was Su Qingshu's boyfriend. It was probably a source of shame for him, and he didn't want to mention it himself. Su Qingshu, on the other hand, did not want the relationship between boyfriend and girlfriend to leak to the female security guards next to her, so she simply said, "Get out of the way."
"Xiao Shui, don't be so cold.
Although I know you're in a bad mood today, business is business, and our personal matters will not be affected." Zhang Junfeng exhaled smoke with a smug look on his face. "Between us, there are no personal matters," said Su Qingshu coldly.
Zhang Junfeng gave a wicked laugh. "What, it's just a fake coup?
When we get married, Jinsho and the Zhang family will form an alliance, and my fake coup will be yours."
"I'm just preparing some betrothal gifts in advance, don't you think?"
Su Lingshan, who was standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore and scolded, "Zhang Junfeng,
don't push it too far.
This is Jinsho, and our boss Su told you to get out of the way.
Do you hear me? Damn you, you fucking bitch of a security guard, do you really think I'm afraid of you?"
Zhang Junfeng's ferocious expression revealed itself as he glared at the female security guards and said, "If it weren't for the face of your boss Su, I would have already arrested you and taken you to the White Shark Gang, where hundreds of men would have fucked you to death."
"You really are from the White Shark Gang? You Zhang family found them?"
Su Lingshan was so angry that her face turned red.
Zhang Junfeng threw up his hands. "So what if you do? Do you have any evidence? Even if you do, what can you do to me? Son of a bitch." Su Lingshan couldn't hold back anymore and wanted to go up and give him a good beating.
But Su Qingshu reached out a hand and stopped her, saying, "Lingshan, calm down. President Su, Su Lingshan, feel sorry for my female boss."
Su Qingshu sighed and asked, "Zhang Junfeng, what do you really want?" "I don't want anything, Xiao Shua, why do you have to think so badly of me? I just love you too much, so I want to invite you to go out for a candlelight dinner with me,"
Zhang Junfeng said with a smile, pointing at his car.
"I don't feel well, I'm not going."
Zhang Junfeng narrowed his eyes, "If you don't feel well, I'll take you to the hospital." Su Qingshu did not expect that the other party would be so persistent. Zhang Junfeng aggressively walked up to her and said, "Su Qingshu, you should know very well that you have already lost. If you continue to struggle like this, it will not be good for you or for Jinsho. If you are really smart, you will stay with me and make me happy, and you won't have to suffer like this." As he spoke, he reached out and began to touch Su Qingshua's chin. Su Lingshan saw that Zhang Junfeng was about to come over, so she stood in front of Su Qingxue and said, "Stop. Don't come any closer." Fuck, Zhang Junfeng's temper flared up and he yelled, "Guys, get this fucking bitch out of here." Yes. 2 black bodyguards immediately rushed over. When the 4 female security guards saw this, they also rushed up and directly collided with the 2 black bodyguards. For women against 2 men, although the numbers were in their favor, the 2 bodyguards were both retired Special Forces soldiers, and their fighting prowess was self-evident. Coupled with the physical differences between men and women, the outcome of the fist and kick collision was still a 50-50 split. Su Lingshan saw that her people seemed unlikely to win, so she made a quick dash, found an opportunity, and delivered a flying kick that sent one of the male bodyguards flying 3 meters. The remaining 4 female security guards quickly went up and subdued the remaining bodyguard, and the fight was settled. Seeing her female security team win, Su Qingxue let out a sigh of relief. However, Zhang Junfeng did not feel worried at all. He looked back at the man in the grayish-green cloth shirt, Ma Lao, and said, "I told you, this woman is no ordinary woman. Your intervention is not bullying the younger generation." Ma Jinkuan's gaze was fixed on Su Lingshan's chest, admiring the woman's graceful figure. His pair of strange old eyes flickered slightly. Ha ha ha. Such an ungrateful woman. She really needs to be taught a lesson. Mobile users, please browse to read for a better reading experience.